Mr. Clayman?
Here.
Mr. Birch?
Here.
Mr. Coffey?
Here.
Ms. Drummond? Here. Ms. Bray-Jackson?
I'm honored to be here.
Dr. Selcraig? Here. Mr. Gutierrez?
Here.
Ms. Johnston? Ms. Osiander? Mr. Starr?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And Mr. Flynn, if you could lead us in the pledge. We have no minutes of previous meetings, so that gets us, we can hold off until the mayor comes in. Later in the evening, we'll get a report from the mayor. With respect to the chair's report, just a couple of small housekeeping matters. There are several, to the extent people in the audience are interested, on tonight's agenda are agenda items regarding recycling. We're going to be postponing those for 1 week to the meeting on May 6th. So if you're here for recycling, you can go home unless you really want to watch the rest of the proceedings. There is also on the agenda tonight ordinance AO 2008-47 regarding service recognition pay. It is the request of the administration. I understand the intent of the Assembly to move to postpone this matter indefinitely, so we're unlikely to be taking any, well, we'll take testimony if you really want to testify, but we're not likely to take any action on this now or in the foreseeable future, so if you're here for that, you may not want to stick around either. The other two matters to note is that we're in the process of trying to schedule an Assembly retreat. The current target date is going to be Friday, May 30th. We're still working on details, but I'll keep everyone advised. And also, as I announced at the work sessions last Friday, partly in the interest of trying to make it a little easier for the public to come down and appear at Assembly meetings and not have to come and then wait while we eat dinner, we're going to try next week having our dinner hour closer to 7:45 or 8, which means we'll get public hearings going and hopefully 3 or 4 of them done before we take our dinner break. So those that are used to having us take dinner between 6:30 and about 7:15 will likely be taking a later dinner and getting public hearings going earlier. So that's just for public information. That's all I've got in terms of a chair's report. Next on the agenda is committee reports, and we're actually going to not call committee reports tonight. I know there's Budget and Finance Committee that we will hear from in connection with the budget revisions, and so we'll wait to hear from them until that time. I just appointed committees yesterday, so I wouldn't expect any committees have any reports, except for one, and that would be Ms. Osiander. As to Title 21, and I will hear from her.
Thank you very much. I want to make a point to let the public know that the Assembly Committee suggested amendments for Chapter 4 are now online. That matter will be before this body on May 6th. We will be working off the S version of the chapter, which is also available online. That's the chapter that deals with descriptions of zoning districts. We're considering creating some brand new zoning districts for this town. So if you have an interest in that, you may want to take a look at the S version of Chapter 4 as well as the Assembly Committee suggested amendments. I think we have about, 20 of them? 20 amendments? So if you have any questions, you can contact any of the committee members. We have an additional public information meeting to go over the whole scope of the project and to highlight some of the most significant upcoming changes, and that is early June at this point, but we don't have a specific date yet. Thank you.
And I see that the mayor has joined us, Mr. Begich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 3 things, if I could. I know you have an item that has been passed out already, which is just the monthly update on the convention center and the status report. Along with that, you'll see on the back sheet the F Street connectivity update, which was put in there also because that's moving forward. The other two items, one is I want to recognize an employee, and maybe if I could have Jerry and Mike Kruger please kind of come up to the front there, then I'll come down after I read this, if that's okay. We have a special employee tonight. He's 35 years with the city. Thank you. And his employment with the former Greater Anchorage Area Borough on April 4th, 1973, when Jack Roderick was the mayor. Mike Krieger oversees the geotechnical services section for the construction of the roads and drainage. He has been involved in just about every municipal road that has been built by the former borough and municipality. During his time with the municipality, he has supervised over 10,000 test borings, 11,000 soil tests, 45,000 soils density tests, 7,000 concrete tests, 5,000 asphalt tests. I have one more I need you to do, but that's another project. And the placement of more than 500,000 tons of asphalt pavement. As part of his responsibilities, he has been involved in the cleanup of over 200 contaminated sites. Mike's knowledge of the geotechnical makeup of Anchorage area is sought after by many. He has also developed and maintained soils library and that contains a large inventory of soils information for our area. Mike works with the Alaska Department of Transportation to help develop new and creative ways to build roads in the challenging area to mitigate the effects of frost and minimize pavement rutting. As testimony to his staying power, this isn't a good statistic, Mike has served 7 mayors, I would like to say survived 7 mayors, and 9 directors. Mike Krieger is an example of our great employees here in our municipality, and is with my honor, and I'll come down there right now, Mike, and I'll present you with your 35-year pin and a congratulations letter. But again, on behalf of the city, I want to thank you for the years of service and the dedication to public service. And again, you are an example of what's great about our city employees. So thank you very much. And I'll walk down there, but if you want to say something, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation for this acknowledgement. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve the people of Anchorage in the capacity that I have provided, that has been provided me, and the opportunities, excuse me, this didn't work out very well, an opportunity to truly make a difference. This 35-year recognition represents not only a career-long dedication of service to the municipality of Anchorage on my part, but a reciprocal loyalty by this governmental agency to me. It is with a strong sense of personal pride I remain committed to continuing to serve this community to the best of my ability. Thank you. Yeah, real diamonds. Thank you very much.
I was just giving him his 35-year pin, and it actually has great flash to it, and we were just noticing that. So, again, Mike, it is a great example of what you've done for our city, so thank you. Are we going to turn around here for a photo op? Is that okay? Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, really.
Mr. Krieger, we often see people coming down when they're retiring, and we're glad you're not retiring.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. I have one more, and I'll just do it from down here. And where's David? David, you want to come on down and bring your team? We have some. Are those plaques right here? Yeah. Okay. We have a group of folks that we'd like to recognize tonight. This is part of our Salmon in the City, and it's an award that we have received, which is a very prestigious award that our city has received for the work on Salmon in the City. It's the Coastal American Partnership Award. It's always these long titles, but it's very few of these are given. I want to say, is it
1 of 4?
4? 4 of them in the country were given, and our program has received that. David is really the lead on this and really has made this program what it is today. And along with David is a huge segment of partners from federal and state and local government. So I'll let him tell a little bit more, and then we'll bring down the individuals because we want to recognize them for their great work and helping us get this recognition nationally.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair and members of the Assembly. My name is David Wigglesworth, and I've been principally responsible for managing and coordinating efforts to restore our creeks and watersheds in our community. And we couldn't do it without the support of multiple partners. And we both want to recognize many of the partners who have already received their recognition back in February when Coastal America did the formal recognition of our program, but several of our partners were not available to participate in that meeting, so we wanted to use this time to recognize these partners along with everybody else. So with the indulgence of the Assembly, I'd love to call down our partnership team, that's many of who are here today, have them introduce themselves quickly, and then we can distribute the awards to the particular entities who have not received theirs yet.
And if I can add, what you're going to see is a pretty good cross-section of private sector, military, federal government, state government, and just a great coordinated effort to make this possible. Where do you want to start, David?
Why don't each one come up and then actually stay at the podium, and we'll be distributing the plaques to those individual entities that have not received them yet. Come on down.
And name your agency.
Dan Bosch with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Division of Sportfish.
Holly Kent, Director of the Anchorage Waterways Council.
Cassie Thomas, National Park Service Rivers and Trails Program.
Marsha Combs, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency.
Jean Hansen, NOAA Fisheries.
Ann Rappaport, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Anchorage Field Office.
Scott McLean with the Office of Habitat Management and Permitting.
Do you have the ones that when you know? Okay.
James King, Division of Parks and Outdoor Recreation for the State of Alaska.
Crystal Leonetti, USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service.
Hank Bai, Anchorage Team Leader for the Corps of Engineers. We'd like to express our appreciation to the Begich administration. Some of the goals that we had were very common to meet with the Corps' program on protection of aquatic resources.
Sherry Spank with the Anchorage Downtown Partnership.
Jim Kubitz with the Alaska Railroad. My office overlooks the creek, and people are already walking up and down the creek, seeing if there's fish coming. So.
Good. Now that the snow's gone.
Lisa Eiler, the Director of the Great Land Trust.
Bill Rice, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Restoration Division.
Cindy Gilder, DEC's Non-Point Source Program.
Mark Primo, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility.
Dale Summerlin, Vice President of Health, Safety, and Environment for ConocoPhillips, Alaska.
Roger Bellman, also with ConocoPhillips.
And Ann Peltier, also with ConocoPhillips.
I'm Doug Mutter with the Department of the Interior. I'm the co-chair of the Coastal America Program in Alaska, so I'm a giver of awards, not a recipient.
Thank you.
Colonel Rich Walrig, the Vice Commander up at Elmendorf. Thanks.
I'm Jim Harold, the Mission Support Group Commander at Elmendorf.
Sir. Dave Shaw-Garris, Commander of Fort Richardson.
I'm Greg Schmidt, Chief of Conservation at Elmendorf Air Force Base.
Herman Grisey, I'm the biologist at Elmendorf Air Force Base.
And I just want to note, Mr. Kubitz, welcome back to the Assembly as a former member of this body, and I believe a former chair of this body. It's good to see you back in the chamber.
Actually, there's another person back in the room, Russ Oswald, who's too bashful to come on up here, but he's done a lot of work on the PM&E side for this program as well. So thank you all to everybody for being here, and we want to particularly recognize with Doug and the mayor's support Colonel Walbert, the United States Air Force, Elmendorf Air Force Base, for their efforts to
Well.
Let's see, Dale Summerlin and Roger Bellman and Ann Pelletier, I think that's how you pronounce your last name, with ConocoPhillips.
No photo, I think. Yeah. Okay. Just follow the guide. Okay, thank you. The idea is to keep David working here, running back and forth.
Crystal Leonetti with the Natural Resource Conservation Service. Okay. Marcia Coombs with the U.S. EPA Alaska Operations Office.
Thanks, David.
Thank you very much. We're getting there. Thank you. Colonel Shutt and members of U.S. Army Fort Richardson.
Just come with a check.
That's right, yeah. It comes with a tip.
Does it come with a tip?
Yeah, don't invest in the market right now.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lisa Eiler with Director of the Great Land Trust. Done tremendous work on habitat protection along Campbell Creek in particular. And last but certainly not least, Cassie Thomas and members of the U.S. Department of Interior National Park Service. Thank you. If we could just get one huge, Mayor, okay. Maybe you could get one, Doug. Okay, suck. Yeah, Great. Thank you so much to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Assembly. This is just an indication of folks that are working very hard to preserve our watersheds, our creeks, and not only for this generation, but for the next generation. And if you can imagine what those meetings are like with that many different agencies in the room working together and making this happen, it's really a credit to David's work, but really to all these people who are working long and hard to get our creeks to the levels that they should be at. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. You're in the queue.
Thank you.
I wanted to thank all of you very much for what you've done for this community. And as a side note, we have other creeks that could use some help too. I keep pushing Peters Creek. Thanks.
And Ms. Selcraig.
And I just wanted,
I think
that's fine. I just wanted to acknowledge how impressed I am by the number of private and public partnerships that it took to do this. And I'm appreciative that when you have a lot of people working together, sometimes it's even harder to get things done. I'm really impressed with the work and want to say thank you. And it kind of shows, I think, all of us that we have so many resources here to address our natural resources. And I'm really looking forward to the next thing you do, like Ms. Osiander. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else in the queue.
Thank you so much for your allowing us this time to do this. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Next thing is the consent agenda, and I would start with Mr. Oh, that's right. The clerk reminds me this is the first time in my time on the body there was no addendum, but there is no addendum, so there's nothing to incorporate. Consent agenda, Mr. Coffey, any items to pull? Is it Delta 3 and Delta 4?
Sorry, my mic's not on. Delta 3 and Delta 4. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston? Nothing to pull. Mr. Flynn?
9D6, please.
Anything else?
That's all, thank you.
Ms. Osiander.
Excuse me, Delta 10.
That's all? Ms. Drummond.
I have none.
Dr. Selcraig. None. Mr. Birch.
No items.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
No items, thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Mr. Chairman, I have no items.
Mr. Starr.
9 Delta 7 and 9 Echo 3.
You can't, you got to do resolutions before we pull items. Pass it down.
And any items from the administration to pull?
We have none, but I did just pass out one item I forgot under the mayor's report, and it just was a resolution from the Mountain View Community Council regarding some lighting that they wanted us to note. Mr. Flynn, I don't know if you got that, but I wanted to make sure that was passed out on behalf of the Community Council.
We all got it. Okay, good.
Not mine. They'll figure it out. All right. Other than the pulled items, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda other than the approved pulled items? Moved and seconded. And I guess we're all here, so we don't have to.
That one should push the button, Mr. Chair.
What's that?
The second should push the button.
Right. Okay, it's pulled now. So now we start voting on the consent agenda. I did put.
Oh, come on. That's the hold up. Such a complex vote.
At the bottom of the screen, you should look for the yes or no and push 1.
I think we've all done it. We did it, I believe.
Okay, yeah, we've got the vote.
$200,000.
Sometimes it's slower figuring out the system. All right, now going to the pulled items, number 9A1, Mr. Coffey. Or actually, I think Mr. Gutierrez is speaking to this, and Mr. Coffey is
I'm presenting, he's reading, so move to approve.
Any opposition to the passage of 9A1? Hearing none, that's approved unanimously. Mr. Gutierrez, Chair of the Public Safety Committee, if you could read, and Mr. Coffey, as Vice Chair, if you could present.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Mark Begich recognizing May 9th, 2008 as Police Memorial Day and an opportunity for remembering and honoring those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our community. Whereas on Police Memorial Day, we honor the memory of the fallen and recognize those who devote their lives to enforcing our laws, bringing criminals to justice, and making our community safer. And whereas all law enforcement officers deserve our appreciation for the work they do, and citizens fulfill an important civic responsibility by supporting their work to protect our community, and whereas our dedicated peace officers put themselves at great risk while working tirelessly on the front lines in the fight against crime, and whereas behind the name of each who died in the line of duty lies a story of courage and devotion to duty, not to mention a deep sense of loss for the service, the country, and above all for friends, relatives, and partners. And whereas, as we remember the fallen officers, we also remember their survivors. And whereas we can never repay these gallant men and women for their service or adequately comfort their families, we can only honor their memory, not only in words and ceremony, but in our determination to promote justice, uphold the law, and preserve the peace and safety they helped purchase with their lives. And whereas the following Anchorage Police Department officers have given their lives in the line of duty: Officer Benjamin F. Strong, 1968. Officer Jonathan P. Flora, 1975. Officer Harry Kyer, 1980. Officer Harry B. Hansen, Jr., 1986. Officer Louis G. Mizell, 1989. Officer Dan R. Seeley, 1996. And Officer Justin T. Woolham, 2001. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly remembers and honors all those who have died in the line of duty by recognizing May 9th, 2008 as Police Memorial Day, that all residents are encouraged to remember the fallen and their loved ones, and that all people are urged to thank the men and women of law enforcement who serve our community and protect our citizens.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey, I see that you have punched in to speak. Did you want to speak on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, very briefly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember each and every one of those names starting in 1968, and those gentlemen, I had just graduated from college in 1968, when that's, what's that? That's 40 years, and it seems as if we lose an officer about every 5 or 6 years, and it just emphasizes to me the risks attendant upon their chosen profession, and the fact that they're on the line, and most of us don't ever have to take those kinds of risks. And for that, I thank current officers serving, those who have served, and I remember these gentlemen, each and every one of them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would note before we go to the next pulled item, it seems that the chair often forgets to recognize the people we just appointed to boards and commissions. If you are here and we just appointed or approved your appointment to a board or commission, if you could come down, tell us who you are, and tell us what you've been appointed to, that would be great. Okay, that brings us to the next. Oh. Don't be shy.
Hello, my name is Tara Callier, and I'm with Green Star, and I was recently appointed to the Public Transportation Advisory Board. Thank you very much for that opportunity.
And thank you for your service. Anyone else? Okay. Next pulled item is item 9, Delta 3. Mr. Coffey, actually need a motion.
Yeah, move to approve.
Punch the first motion. Punch first.
Sorry, thanks.
Ms. Johnston seconded.
I pulled this because there's a reference to a transfer of ownership and a transfer of location, and I just wanted it noted for the record, but my reading from this, it is only a transfer of ownership. There is no location change here, and I wanted to confirm that, as that's in the fact, because there's a statement in here that there's no conditional use permit does not apply to this transfer. And if it's location, if it's ownership only, I agree. If it's location, I would not agree. Whoever can confirm it. It appears that in the application.
It's going to a no premise.
It is going to,
It's going to a no premise?
Yeah, that's what it says, but the memo says ownership and location, so I just wanted some clarity. That's the only reason I brought it up. I think there's someone here, Mr. Chairman, from Walmart.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm Janet Tipton. I work with the law firm for Walmart, and it's actually a transfer to Walmart from the Buckaroo Club, but a no location transfer.
Yes, you're just getting ownership.
Right.
Right.
Correct.
That's what I got from your application. Like I said, clarity only. I think we transfer of ownership.
So the location change comes later?
Well, that doesn't. They don't have to do it, but if they fail to operate for 38-hour days during a calendar year, then they will lose their license. So behooves them to get it transferred to a location so that they can meet the 38-hour day operating requirement and not have to risk their license. But to do that, they need to do both an application and a conditional use.
So does that mean we can expect to see a conditional use in the future?
I've never met a client who bought a license just to let it lapse.
Okay. No one else is in the queue, so we'll go ahead and start voting on this topic. 9 Delta 3. Please vote. Oh, sorry. All right, that item is approved unanimously. Brings us to 9 Delta 4. Mr. Coffey also.
Thank you. Move to approve. Thank you. I pulled this item, Mr. Chairman, because they're seeking a restaurant designation permit, and there was nothing in the file that indicated the basis for this for a place called the Players House of Rock. And a restaurant designation allows people under the age of 21 and as young as 16 to dine, accompanied or unaccompanied, or between the ages of 16 and 19 to be employed. And usually they're only approved if there is a bona fide restaurant. A bona fide restaurant is defined in the law as a restaurant that has over 50% of its proceeds derived from the sale of food, not alcoholic beverages. And I saw none of that in here. And I'm not familiar with the premise. It's at 3300 Spenard Road, and I know of a couple of establishments in that neck of the woods, but I don't see anything here that would substantiate.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman?
thank you. Would substantiate the fact that would qualify as a bona fide restaurant. So again, I pulled it for clarification, and my experience has been usually when we get one of these things, we see some substantiation for the fact that you would conclude it as a restaurant.
Mr. Birch is in the queue. I would ask if there's anybody from the Players House of Rock that's here.
I was just going to point out that is the former Fly-By-Night Club where Mr. Whitekey's operated. I think they used to have food in there.
They definitely did have food.
Well, I understand
then,
that.
But
Food does not a bona fide restaurant make. That's the problem. And,
Well,
and I don't know that there's a problem. It might be perfectly okay, but you can't make that judgment from the basis of reading the material that's presented. So that's all.
Would it be is there somebody here from Players House of Rock that can respond?
Maybe we want to postpone it.
I don't.
Mr. Chairman, that being the case, I'd move to postpone to
I'm
May.
just not clear whether the people walking down are from Players House of Rock. I don't think they are. Okay.
Second.
So motion.
For purposes of getting clarification on the bona fide nature of the restaurant to warrant service of minors on premise.
Okay.
You have to please your motion.
Well, actually, it's. I'm not sure at this point he has to push the motion because we're on the active one is going.
I couldn't second until it was done.
All right. So there's a motion to continue the consideration of this administration is 1 week enough, or should we continue this to May 20th?
1 week should be enough.
Well, I think Ms. Duke is here. I don't know who at the clerk's office is handling licenses anymore, but it shouldn't be too difficult. They give you a premises diagram and they describe their restaurant, the restaurant nature of their facility generally.
I think 1 week's enough.
It sounds like we can do that for a week.
And I would think that when the operator learns of our action in postponing that they will be here with information to share, I would hope.
All right. And I will ask again so we don't have to put it on the board. Any opposition to continuing this for 1 week? I hear no opposition, so that matter is continued for 1 week. That brings us to item number 9, Delta 6. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just ask that we postpone action and ask the AWU to visit us in a work session and describe this issue a little more fully. I was concerned about the costs associated with the new process and think we need to spend a little time on whether that's in fact the best way forward or
Second.
seek another opportunity.
So there's a motion to – can you give us a date certain on when you'd like it continued until?
I'm actually going to be out of town next week, so I believe we have another work session 2 weeks from Friday, so whatever date that is.
Well, it's hard to say. I don't have the work session schedule. Could I suggest we schedule it, unless there's a rush for this? Administration, let me know, but perhaps.
Mr. Chairman, I just consulted with the general manager. This is the same subject that the Assembly heard on February 22nd in a separate work session. There's no problem resetting it and doing another work session on it. It is the same subject, and this is what we promised to bring back at that time. If we could get questions in writing, it would help us from having to sort of just essentially represent the same material twice. So we have no problem with postponing this for up to a month and resetting a work session at the pleasure of the chair.
Okay. Dr. Selcraig is in the queue.
I attended that work session, and actually it was at the end of a long day. There weren't very many of us there, and we have 5 new Assembly members. So I think it's worthwhile taking the time to kind of go from the beginning, explain what the issue is. It's complex, and I think that it's just important to take the time. So I think we can go ahead and submit questions, but I'm hoping that the administration will kind of draw the whole picture at the work session, because it's a fairly complex topic. Thank you.
Ms. Osiander.
I was going to urge the support for the postponement in the work session. Mr. Flynn and I have had a brief conversation where I tried to show him a little bit about what a big concern this was, and particularly the northern part of the Chugiak community. And I think it's a complex enough subject, and it really sets our direction for the future. I think it's worthwhile to have that chance to talk about it more thoroughly.
Mr. Starr.
I echo Ms. Osiander's comments, and just for clarity, perhaps there's a reference to about a $700,000 associated charge with AWW's investment in the project to help us get this resolved. So perhaps between now and the work session, we could get a summary of how they would lay out that work plan to address $700,000 worth of costs associated with that. I know there'd be RCA testimonies and hearings and things like that, but a clarity on just what that would be as part of the work session would be helpful. Thank you.
And is an hour going to be enough time for this work session? Ms. Osiander is shaking her hand. Mr. Flynn, would you concur that an hour and a half is what we need?
I'd say 90 minutes.
Administration, is 90 minutes going to be enough?
I'll be amazed if you get 11 folks to stay for 90 minutes to hear this topic.
Riveting topic, sir.
Well, I'm going to schedule this because we have nothing scheduled for May 16th. I'm going to schedule it for May 16th. I'm going to schedule it for an hour and a half, and on the bright side, if we have other work sessions, we might have a few minutes in between sessions to consider other matters in City Hall if we get done early.
Pray for rain.
Noon to 1:30 on May 16.
I'm sorry.
Next,
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, I apologize.
You should punch in request to speak.
Sorry.
That always helps me.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I was just looking at my calendar, and May 16 is a bad day for me. Could we do it May 9?
Or later.
We tend to only schedule the work sessions on the Fridays before we have assembly meetings, so we would want to put it back into June.
Ooh, that's a long way.
And I know this is a matter Mr. Flynn has.
Mr. Chairman.
It looks like I'm looking at the calendar. Actually, Mr. Coffey, I see you're in the queue. Go ahead.
I got notice we're having a work session at noon on May 2nd. I don't know how full we are on May 2nd, but they presented it once. It shouldn't take them long to prepare the presentation again, and perhaps we could get it done sooner rather than later, and then hear it on the 6th and move on. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
No, he said
I'm going to be absent for that one.
We're going to do it on June 6th.
Okay.
We currently have a work session scheduled on geotechnical findings from 12 to 1 on June 6th, so we'll put this starting at 1 o'clock. Or actually, we'll get started a little earlier. We'll do 10:30. 10:30 in the morning on June 6th.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I've just been alerted by the general manager that there's going to be some staff conflicts in early June. So with the AWUS, the likely presenters of this information.
Why don't we can always reschedule if they're in fact not going to be available.
We don't do any water projects in December.
was trying to. Is that going to? Can we reconsider later, or do we need to decide tonight?
You can set your work session at any time. You just need to set the postponement date.
Postponement would be for June 10th. Well, let's just. If it turns out that they're going to have availability problems, we can always reschedule it in the future. Mr. Coffey, you're in the queue again.
I just have one question. Is the postponement to June 10th going to affect anything in this construction year? I mean, does it matter? Is there any urgency? Mr. Primo, I see him shaking his head. Then I don't have any problem, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
That brings us to Dr. Selcraig.
I just want a clarification. Is it clear that we're not going to be able to meet before June 10th in terms of a work session? If that's the case, it seems like there might be some value in postponing it to the 17th so that we can actually get our work session in before it. I mean, I just heard that there may be staff conflicts. If we postpone it to the 17th, will that address and have the work session on the Friday before, which is on the 13th? Will that work?
Mr. Primo, do you have your staff calendar with you?
We'd recommend postponement until the July 15th or July 29th meeting. I'm confident there'll be a work session opportunity at some point in advance of that.
Mr. Primo.
Through the chair, I agree with Mr. Abbott. If we pass the May 16th date, we need to push till late July due to staff conflicts.
Okay.
All right.
And there is no urgency on the issue from our perspective.
All right. Then why don't we will not do it on June 10th. We'll do it on July 29th. Does that, because it sounded like if we did July 13, there still may be staff conflicts for your office. So we'll do the July 29 meeting.
Either June 10th or July 29th we'll be ready for.
July 29. And we'll schedule the work session. We're not going to schedule it tonight, but we will get it scheduled.
Thank you.
All right. That brings us to 9 Delta 7. And that's Mr. Starr.
Yeah, point of clarity. Is this a motion to accept or a motion to approve? What's appropriate here?
And actually I think there was some discussion at the work session that's a reasonable question for the municipal attorney. Mr. Reeves, if you could advise the body about what our action is.
I'm not sure. This is on the fee schedule?
Yes.
As I understand it, it's submitted to you for your information, but it doesn't require your approval. Is that correct, Heather?
Through the chair, it's my understanding that this was properly submitted as an assembly memorandum, thus not requiring approval, just acceptance.
So all this would be a motion to accept, and we're not asked to approve it.
Motion to accept and discussion therein. Can I do that?
But we need a second first. Punch in. Oh, go ahead.
Do you have a second?
Dr. Selcraig is seconded.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Starr, if you want to speak to the motion to accept.
Well, I believe the topic is starting to become fleshed out in my research, and that there's a fairly significant portion that we had not necessarily a thorough presentation on aquatics fees, and I'm concerned that we're going to move down the path of kind of putting our blessing, if you will, to the concept of increased fees without what I believe is the solid management plan requirement for the aquatics group. And there's a good blurb on there about them raising the fees to generate another $100,000 in revenue on top of already us increasing that. And my concern is that we haven't delivered yet to the aquatics group from several aspects. We've got a bonding package that's coming online with good categorical improvements, but I'll notice that the aquatics managers' positions have not been filled yet, and I'm concerned based on a question that I posed to what we would actually spend the increased monies on. What are we going to do? And I would not want to move in haste. I think that there always is the opportunity to raise fees, but I think the public's looking to us to say, okay, you're charging me more, my pool card's going to cost me more, moms and kids are going to the pools costing more. What are we giving them? And I'm concerned that we're not answering that question, especially through actions like this one to accept this. I wasn't fully vetted on the aquatics program in particular. So again, we can accept that for sure, and I struggled with how we were going to do that if it's just an automatic approval of a rate increase. I would beg that we need some more information before that, and it would urge the administration to provide us some helpful information on the aquatics program.
Dr. Selcraig.
I had concerns after our last work session. Part of it has to do with the fact that throughout the year, I've regularly been contacted by user groups who are struggling with the new fee structure that we approved last year, and that this is a kind of a refinement of that. And what we really haven't had is an opportunity to have a clear public hearing or a format in which we could really get some feedback from the users. And I'm not sure what the best framework of that is, but what seemed missing to me at the work session was just some representatives from the different user groups to get an idea of how these fees are impacting their ability to do the things they do in light of the fact they're all nonprofits. So I had some concerns about this.
Mr. Starr, back in the queue. Go ahead.
As we move to, accept, I'm going to actually vote no, but I think the question is that I don't want to put a negative acceptance out there with the attitude that I'm sort of dissing the groups that provide the information to us, and that's what's perplexing to me is how do I say, hey, look, guys, I need some more help here before I accept that, because I'm not comfortable just accepting it. It's 2.5 pages long, and it references a fair amount of change policy that I don't see us delivering on yet. So for that reason, I'm going to vote no to accepting it, but with the qualification that perhaps we get some more information either from the assigned commission or follow up for some of the work session questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, as you know, this is just an information memoranda. We're following the Parks and Rec Commission's advice here. They went through an extensive public process. They have had several meetings on this issue. They have had several of the affected groups, and they are following their guidance of their, or I want to say, Jeff, maybe 5 years ago, this assembly, as well as the Parks Commission, set out a course that some additional fees would be generated to support the Parks and Rec Department, because you really get kind of three choices with Parks and Rec. More taxes, fees, or cut services. That's kind of the choices you get. So we're moving forward on this because the Assembly said quit taking percentages. Okay, now we've informed you based on a public process that was intense and engaged with many individuals. And this is what we feel is the right approach based on the Parks and Rec Commission and their recommendation. So appreciate all the commentary, but if you have something very direct you want to change, then you need to bring that forward. But this has gone through a public process. So I would, Ms. Selcraig, I understand what you're saying. Maybe this body hasn't, but I would beg to differ with you, because the reason we're at this is because many of those groups contacted this assembly and the past assembly about percentage fees. We changed it. Parks and Rec Commission went through a process at the direction of the assembly. Now they have a recommendation that's been vetted through the process. And it echoes what has been requested in the past is that additional fee structure, reasonable fee structure, should be put into place in those instances where it makes sense. The Commission, who does this on a very regular basis, has recommended this. So we are supporting their efforts here and recognize the public process.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that comment brought 4 people in the queue. I thought I was going to get asked.
Goal.
I thought I was going to get asked a question, and then now 5 are in the queue. Mr. Coffey.
Yeah, I have about 3 questions, and to the extent that I was out of town on Friday and missed them, I hope I'm not wasting anybody's time.
Microphone, please.
If I am, then say so. First of all, I look on page 2 of the memorandum at line 23, sport complex concession operations. Now, my Little League, City View Little League, we have a little snack bar down there, and I think where everybody's aware of it from the Dogs and Fields ordinance, we take care of the parks ourselves. We do all the maintenance from the fences to the grass, the mowing, and so on and so forth. So my question is, are they going to be paying for that little concession stand at this rate? Is that a sports complex concession? I don't know.
I'll turn to Jeff in a second, but there is a line, if you look, it says Little League and other youth organizations may receive full waiver of those fees. And it's set up specifically for what you just described, because we have a partnership with Little League as an example.
I didn't see that in here, Mr. Mayor.
It's line 25 and 26 of page 2, the same item you're on.
Oh, I got it at the end there. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
right
you.
at the
Question
tail.
number 2. What is I didn't see the fee packet for the swimmers. I know it's intended to raise $100,000, at least that's what it says, to offset the $200,000 we approved last fall, I guess it was. How's that package, that $100,000?
You mean by, when you look at this chart here, what comes from what area?
Uh-huh.
Jeff, do you want to respond? I'm not sure we have the specific, but he can probably give you some ranges. Jeff?
Two areas. One, the swim team agreed to a slight increase in their lane fees, but most significant is, through the chair, is the agreement with the Anchorage School District for 6th period swimming that has been added. And so those together will generate in approximately $100,000. And just for some clarification, the increase in $100,000 is actually budgeted, and this is just to provide the fee structure to raise that $100,000 for swimming.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Starr.
I thought it was just important. We had a work session question also to clarify for those that may be here from Eagle River, Chugiak area. We have our own Parks Commission, and we clarified their right to also set our own fee structure from that. So, again, the issue for me raising it was to look at the area-wide responsibility that I have on the body to address the issue. So, I'm not being territorial here, but our Parks and Rec system in that case is sort of exempt from the policy set here. But that's not to say that the pools issue and some of the dialogue that's been ongoing for the last 6 months or better is not still focal point. So I still want to urge some caution. I appreciate the mayor's comments about taking the bull by the horns and moving ahead. That's definitely the message we sent. So I just want to make sure that we're doing that through this acceptance. Thank you.
Dr. Selcraig.
I appreciate the mayor's comments as well, and actually I'm going to support this evening. I'm assuming that the emails that we've gotten over the last year are just going to dissipate because you guys have worked it out, and I will assume that the things that we addressed in terms of the Girdwood Fair got resolved, and I appreciate your hard work. I just wanted to raise the issue that this has been so continual. I'm hoping that what you say is actually true. I'm sure it is. That we worked out all the kinks and it's going to be just fine from here on out. Thank you.
Ms. Selcraig, if I can respond.
Yes, thank you.
Just briefly, we hope the same thing, but there always will be someone, guaranteed, that doesn't want to. They don't want to pay anything. For anything, and that's just how it kind of goes. But we anticipate this resolves a lot of the concerns. I looked at Jeff to make sure I'm saying that right, but there will be probably a few that just feel like we shouldn't be charging any fees, and that's just a philosophical difference that we have with some.
That's correct.
Ms. Osiander.
I think what you're hearing, Mr. Mayor, is a little bit of the residual concern that the Assembly feels after all that discussion about pools and pool maintenance. We need more information, and so I'm hoping that as we get those recommendations, that'll help us to deal with the concerns that are ongoing. The other thing that I pointed out at the work session I wanted to emphasize again, I was looking for somebody from the Park Board here, is if you could at least talk about some kind of a policy directive for sub-vendors. There was a particular issue that occurred that's made a big impression for me, and if you just give some direction about what expectations are, I think it would be incredibly helpful in the future, because it's not one vendor for Juneteenth, really. I mean, there's maybe one person who has that, but then they're covered all over the place, and I think we should have some direction for those folks. So that's missing. But I also do want to say I appreciate the reaction to the Assembly's direction there to move away from the percentage of the gross, which I truly believe was a kind of a hidden tax. I think this is a better approach.
Can I make sure when you say sub-vendor, we're clear that is, for example, I'll use Juneteenth, when an organization rents the space for Juneteenth, then they have multiple booths. to make sure there's guidance for those booth operators.
You know, the situation that occurred, I think, 2 years ago, maybe? There was some fellow who wanted to get signatures on a petition. He just wanted to set up a card table, get signatures on a petition, and he was charged something like $200 for that.
Yeah.
And that's not in line with the policy that's written here for the vendors themselves. But when I asked, I said, well, what's there for the second layer down, which is a really big layer?
Right. Okay.
I heard that hadn't been discussed yet, so I just want to underline it again.
Jeff?
I think that there's a couple of areas where that, one is public assembly rights. Someone that wants to have a petition booth might have a nominal fee that's paid, but not a vendor fee.
And I don't want to begin to try to solve the problem, from this end. I just want that talked about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Begich, you were in the queue, but I'm not sure that covered it. I have a question for the administration. At the work session on Friday, I understood that when we get park fees like this, that at some point the Assembly is asked to actually approve or disapprove the fees, and this seems to be a slightly different procedure. And so I want a clear understanding for the entire body that with regard to park fees like this, including Girdwood and the Forest Fair, which we had a lot of commentary, and Eagle River, if we don't have to act on this but just accept it, I take that means that both Girdwood, Eagle River, and the rest of Anchorage, we get informed of it, but we never actually formally approve the fee structure.
Let me have Jeff respond to that. Thank you.
You specifically do set fees, but you do it as part of the budgeting process. This is the so that you actually approve on, and so this is our mechanism to achieve the fees that have been set out in the budgeting process. So we bring this to the Commission or to the Assembly for your information.
And so we could expect, for example, if there's whatever they do about the Forest Fair, we would expect some sort of information memorandum about the Forest Fair fees at some point in the future. And if Eagle River changes their fees, we'll hear that as well.
You'll hear it on the Eagle River, Jeff, because they have their own park service area. So I can't recall a time that John, the Parks Board out there doesn't inform the Assembly on their action of fees, or do they? No, I think they're separate. I think in the case of Girdwood, our underlining fee base is part of our structure already, but if there's additional issues that the Board of Supervisors does, then that's their area. That will not come back to you. Am I saying that right, Jeff?
That's correct. And in particular, we wouldn't probably provide you an update with each individual event, but as part of the annual budgeting report, we summarize fees from the previous year.
Right.
Ms. Johnston was in the queue, and then her name seems to be gone.
I was just going to clarify that the Forest Fair, actually, the fee is set by the Board of Supervisors.
Right.
And this is just an outline for them to go by for setting their fees.
All right, no one else is in the queue, and the motion to accept, go ahead and please vote. Ms. Johnston, if you could vote. Right. And Ms. Gray Jackson is out of the room. That passes 9-1 with one abstention. That's okay. Could we correct the record to show that Ms. Gray Jackson voted yes? That will be corrected. All right, the next item on the next pulled item is number 9D10. Ms. Osiander.
Second.
I pulled this basically as a venue to make a statement. I have some, I guess, frustration with the way we're proceeding with HLB, in that it's becoming more and more attuned with development rather than, I think, its correct role, which is preservation of lands for public purposes and sale of public lands. I note, in particular, the involvement in Mountain View and Girdwood. And so I'm certainly anticipating this will pass, but I wanted to have a chance to say my piece.
Dr. Selkrade.
I'd like to echo Ms. Osiander's comments. One of the things that I would say is that my mom was active in developing the land bank, and in her later years, when she was not really out here in the public, she wrung her hands at the idea that the city had kind of looked at as those lands as a way to generate funds rather than to really secure those lands for the future, because having public land available for us to use as leverage when we need land 10, 20, and 30 years from now is going to be a real gift to the future. And so I echo Ms. Osiander's comments and think that this body should be really thoughtful over time about preserving as much of that land as we can. It really is the trust that we send forward to our children and their children. Thank you.
Mayor Begich.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend at a later time that probably the Assembly would like to have a work session, but I can point to multiple parcels of land that we have preserved for school sites, green belts, and many other things through the last 5 years, as well as parcels of land that are deemed surplus or for better use in the private sector. But I think it would be worthwhile for the Assembly, because I think there is a wide variety of uses that we're doing in Heritage Land Bank, and Girdwood is, or not Girdwood, but Mountain View is just a small piece. Girdwood is one that is in desperate need, and Jennifer may respond to this, of housing down there, of affordable housing, and you will probably see more land that will try to make available for home ownership in Girdwood. And so I would encourage you to think about a work session, because when we bring those forward, it's going to be important, because I can tell you the biggest demand down there is land that we have locked up that is prime for good single-family or cluster development for residential housing in that community.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I've been involved in this land in Girdwood, both this project and the 2020 project down there, I think since mine first started on the Assembly. So it's 4 years now. I don't have any objection to this. This is another small amount to finish up, basically to make sure that the public in Girdwood, the people who live there, get some of their probably unanticipated questions better answered. It's a small incremental increase. But I guess the reason I pushed my button is because I agree with the mayor. There's a definite need for housing in Girdwood. I mean, I don't know if the hotel's still busing its people to and from Anchorage for work, but you know, here we go. That's a very expensive and sort of foolish way to do business, but it's necessitated by the absence of housing. My only request is that when we get this done, let's get the land in the hands of homeowners, ASAP, and I would assume that I will hear a hearty amen from the mayor on that point.
Mr. Coffey, Mr. Chairman, the answer is yes, and also we're very proud that the hotel has added some worker housing, nice quality housing, but what we're now finding is that kind of moderate young family who wants to live there is the struggle. And we have some, we want to get this done, obviously, and then we have some planning, or not planning, but some lots that we know are potentially available. And along with that, the Little Bears, which is an important part of Girdwood, we have to make sure is done in the right way, and that's part of this process, make sure we plan it right and where it goes. So you're absolutely right. It's a very careful balance, but we know there's some desperate needs down there.
That's amen, I take it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Dr. Selkrade.
I think both my comments and Ms. Osiander's comments were in a broader sense than the specific project. But I think the work session is a great idea, and I wasn't really necessarily focusing on this administration. I was focusing on the last 15 years. We've really moved a lot of land in the last 15 years off of our public roles. And I think the work session would benefit from a review of what our criteria is in terms of when it is appropriate and how we want to approach these lands, because clearly housing is important. I don't think that there's anybody arguing about that, but there seems to be, in the past, over the years, a fair amount of big pieces of property that were looked at as pretty valuable and were moved under other administrations. So I think it's worth looking at the criteria and really making sure we're comfortable with it. Thank you.
Yeah, just let us know. We'll be happy to set that up.
Mr. Birch.
I happened to be in Girdwood over the weekend for the dedication of the one of the newest museums in Anchorage, and during the course of some of the discussion, we did talk about some of the development objectives in Girdwood and some of the issues we talked about earlier this evening. I would note that this amendment here and this proposal is basically for additional communications that were necessary during the course of this planning process, and I can find no fault with improving the communications lines as described here, and fully support this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just note, I'm in my prior service as chair of the Heritage Land Bank Advisory Commission. It became very apparent to me that I think half of the Heritage Land Bank's inventory is in and around Girdwood. So Heritage Land Bank and Girdwood are kind of synonymous in my mind. But I'm very receptive to a work session. What I would ask Ms. Michael, if the next time we have, I'm not going to postpone this item, but the next time we have a Heritage Land Bank transfer that involves particularly Girdwood land or other land, because I think there's a Heritage Land Bank one about Lake Otis and Tudor, which I don't think falls in this category, but when we've got a transfer coming up, I would ask that you give us enough advice so we can get a work session scheduled that will actually put it in context, so we'll actually have a transfer coming up and we'll get the background all at the same time.
Be glad to do that.
And with that, I would call for a vote. That passes 10-1. And the last item that has been pulled is 9 Echo 3, Mr. Starr.
And this one is a move to accept as well.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, and there are several reasons for pulling this. Again, the idea where we generated this was the previous Budget and Finance Committee, and through dialogues we had at the budget review process, yield some policy and suggestions for ways that we perhaps could do better and exchange information. So one of the things that I really want to make comments to is the administration for stepping up to sort of interpreting where we were going with that. And some of the folks that were involved in that aren't here. I know Janet Midson, had to deal with a lot of brunting of sorting that out. And I think anytime you go through a process of budget setting and you can come up with policy and solutions such as you have here in this quarterly summary report, that's a very helpful thing. So, I can't say it enough to Sharon Weddleton and Wanda for coming forth with that. We saw a draft about a month and a half ago, fleshed that out, vetted out a few concerns and suggestions, and you guys did step up. So I think that makes a lot of mention. And I know as an Assembly member I appreciate the dialogue with straight speak and clear numbers, and that's what we have. If I can just speak to the format of the report a little bit, because I think that's going to be helpful, not so much just to go over every piece of it, but some of the budget to actual compliance numbers you're seeing will probably make more sense as we get farther into the year. That's a helpful tool for the Assembly to sort of assist the department that may be struggling or we can't find staffing or things such as that. The other one is the overtime to budgeted report that's in here where we can see departments that may be challenged. I know we had the whaling event last year. It did havoc on the police overtime and other issues that may be helpful as Assembly members need to make decisions. I'd like to take a moment just to talk about one aspect of the report that I know causes some friction. It's when we talk about positions that have funding and they're not filled yet. And I've done this enough, and it's probably a reputation that I have, but it follows up on the discussion that we've had with the aquatics program. And I'd like to just take a minute, because it's on the report in front of us. Again, we have some unfilled but fully funded positions in the aquatics grouping with aquatics managers, lifeguards, and such. And I had some challenge with this at the December timeframe, approving an increased budget. Now I have increased issues that the fact that we are not soliciting for those positions in the aquatics manager, but yet we're funding them. So could I have a point of clarification on the report that we've got in front of us from Mr. Dillon, perhaps, through the chair?
Mr. Dillon, or if I'm assuming you're the right person to answer, Mr.
And I can ask a specific question, or if you want to just kind of say where you're at with that program.
In fact, I just sent an email off to schedule a work session. We had an aquatics committee that met weekly for 7 weeks starting in October of last year. They've made recommendations. We are currently advertising to fill the aquatics manager positions. We do open recruitment on the lifeguard positions. One of our continuing open recruitment is that we're constantly recruiting positions to try to keep those filled. Two problems with the lifeguard. The main one is it's, besides being a fairly low rate of pay position, it's also a youth-oriented position, so you get a lot of turnover in that. So we are advertising to fill the aquatics positions, particularly the managers, at the recommendation of the aquatics group.
So those budget line items where we approved the funding for those two, the money hasn't been spent on other things then, is what you're saying through that. You're actively trying to
That is correct.
For that.
That money has not been spent on other items.
Some of the questions we also had on the lifeguards was the fact that the hours that some of the pools had to be restricted because you couldn't staff them, both a combination of managers on staff and lifeguards on staff. Is that problem still occurring for the indoor pools that we have now?
Through the chair, we have had actually two issues on the staffing. One is we had the budget to only fund, if we had everyone hired to 60% at all 5 pools. So we are operating at the 60% level. We have the second item is our problem with continuing recruitment for the lifeguard positions, and that is a continuing challenge. We're actually working very close with the swim aquatic community, and one of the problems that we've had recently is due to the loss of the ASD 6-period program, where we've done a lot of training in the past. We're looking forward to one of the programs we offer to ASD is free of charge is lifeguard certification to those in that 6th period. So we're hoping that that's going to be rectified.
There was mention at the work session afterwards by one of your staff members, I think it was, that we were going to see sort of an update on the aquatics plan. I know the work session request that you just put on there. Is that what you're talking about, where we're going to see some more gelling on the solutions? That is
correct. We have a complete set of recommendations from the aquatics community. We asked them for 3 questions. One is particularly around the management. Should it continue as MOA management? Should it be run as a combination nonprofit management? And should it be run as a commercial venture? And so we have the report on that.
Good. And again, your budget to actual compliance on the other report that we have in there shows that you're not spending it in gobs. So the answer is that you're still having the cash and reserves to answer up to those solutions once you get them. So we seem to be budgeted accordingly. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, great. Thanks for the information, and I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reviewing the vacancy report, one of the things that was helpful during the budget process was to know the duration of time in which these vacancies existed. If someone left on March 29th and this report's dated March 31st and they show a vacancy, it's relatively meaningless. If they left on March 29th, 2003, it's significant. And is it a difficult thing to make that available to us at the next report?
Through the chair, this is the most labor-intensive report of all the reports included in the AIM. It's basically done by hand. So what we'd like to propose is that when an assembly member sees a particular department that raises his or her level of interest, that he or she could ask about a specific department and we could do some research on that particular department. For instance, a question was raised about the finance department and why the finance department had so many vacancies. So we responded to the 2 assembly members who had questioned that particular vacancy rate.
Well, my questions are limited to those which have large numbers of employees and therefore larger vacancies, because that's where, if you're carrying multiple empty positions and fully funding them for a period of time, then, and those fungible funds get used in non-budgeted ways, then you have basically a lack of information of the appropriative body as to what is being done. So my questions, and I'll follow them up with you later, would run to the police department with 22, and to actually that's the only department that has any substantial. I see the fire department has actually only 9, but that's I understand their situation better than the police department.
And through the chair, the police department is particularly interesting because even though 22 vacancies sounds and feels like a lot of vacancies, when you compare it to the number of full-time employees within that department, it's actually one of the lower vacancy rates of all of the departments.
And it also is dependent upon whether you're talking about officers or an administrative person or a dispatcher and all sorts of different elements. That's why
Yes, sir.
I won't take up any more time with that one tonight. My other question is on the last page here, is the one that's listed charitable contributions. And, you know, I see the list from general government. It's about $1,800,000. And I'm hard-pressed to find charities. Aren't these really in the way of grants to, I mean, I see Downtown Partnership, I see Economic Development Corporation, so on and so forth. They're not charities.
Through the chair, there are a lot of things that sort of fall in the gray zone, and what we're trying to do with this report is include everything and not try to screen the information from you. So you are correct that a lot of the information, particularly in the column of general government, is really grants, for instance, to the Performing Arts Center.
Right, and those are approved by us.
Correct.
They're not off budget and stuff.
That is correct.
Maybe I misunderstood the purpose of this report. I thought it was to deal with contributions, call them what you will, charitable or otherwise, that were off budget.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coffey, if I can respond. Yes and no, because these are all 501c3s. So even though, you know, because otherwise what we'll be doing is saying, well, okay, we think this one's, let's just take, for example, the Alaska Arts and Cultural Foundation. Well, that's actually an allocated amount through the budget for arts grants. Now, we could argue that we shouldn't put that on there, but in all full disclosure, we're putting everything on it. If it's a 501c3 that's received money from us, meaning the city, we're putting it on the list. You know, the Center for Performing Arts, that's an annual allocation we give. We would agree with you. We don't need to put it here because you've approved it through the budget process, but if you recall the debate that occurred, this is exactly what we said. There were several things that were approved through the budget, but some people wanted that on, plus you have new members, so we just figured, let's just put it all on there. And then you can kind of select, as you know through institutional knowledge, of what's what.
First time we've received it, Mr. Mayor, and I was asking the questions because this was a debate that went on 4 or 5 months ago, and I wanted to be sure I understood it. I would note that the State of Alaska Division of Juvenile Justice is probably not a 501c3, but nonetheless it's...
But it is a grant we give to them.
Yes, I understand that, yeah. That's, let me see. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Ms. Oceander.
I just want to say that I appreciated the report, too. It was, I think, timely and appropriate considering the discussion we had a few months ago. I also would like to highlight some ongoing concern about the police department vacancy figures. It appears to me, and I'm hoping that sometime this evening there'll be some clarification, that we started with 22 or 23 vacancies. We're adding positions, but now we're going to, at the end up with roughly the same amount of vacancies because we've increased the total amount of funded positions. And so I'd like to get a better understanding of that. And so I'm not sure when the correct time is. I could either do it now or during the budget discussion.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Oceander, I would consider that probably the best is during the budget time because I think we're going to have the same discussion. And I think when we walk through the process of how we get to the number, I think it would be more beneficial there if that's okay. We can refer back to this, but I think that's going to be the most appropriate.
Mr. Birch. Yeah, I too wanted to thank the city for putting together a charitable contributions list. I think it is very helpful. I know, it seemed to me the Anchorage School District had a contract with the Covenant House too, if I remember. And I don't see the Anchorage School District on here, and that was one area that I don't know if we have access to that information or not.
Say that question one more time. We split our money. Last year we had a 50-50 split with Covenant House on the intake that they do there. So the school district would do their own direct contribution to Covenant House, and we would do ours, so we wouldn't show theirs here.
And I guess to follow on Mr. Coffey's comments, some of these are either grants that are identified in the budget earlier,
correct,
or it may in fact be contract arrangements for some sort of a service being provided. It might be good to understand that. Secondly, on the following up on the vacancies with the within the police department, what are we typically using for a overhead or benefits? For every dollar of benefits in the
Through the chair, my estimate of benefits would exceed 40% and actually would probably near the 50% range for most every municipal employee at this time.
And the reason I ask that is that maybe we can take that up in the discussion to follow, but the memo I received from Deputy Chief of Administration Smith with APD indicated that salary and benefits about equal, and I didn't know if that was the case across the board or just in this specialized case. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston, before you go, I would just note we have a public appearance request tonight that we have to finish before 6:30. So if after Ms. Johnston's questions or comments, anybody else, I'm going to actually ask that we continue further discussion of this item until after the dinner break. But go ahead, Ms. Johnston.
I'll try to make mine brief. I just wanted to thank Sharon and Wanda as far as working on this. Mr. Starr and I both met with you, and we both appreciated your cooperation and your enthusiasm. And I find this all very helpful, and I think this is a great start to making the budget process a year-round process versus crunch in 6 weeks. Thank you.
And before calling on the vote, I will echo the value of getting these quarterly reports. I think if we were a corporate board, we would be getting it, and every reason we should be seeing similar information. I also recognize it's a work in progress that can be adjusted as we go along. So the motion is to accept. Go ahead and start voting. Or please vote. I'm reading the screen that says start voting. That item passes unanimously. We have a public appearance request from Robert Bo Bassett. Mr. Bassett.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, my name is Robert Bo Bassett. I'm privileged to be here tonight, and we thank you for taking the time to recognize some of our community leaders that are emerging. I'm a master trainer with the Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, and I'm now going to call the young people that attended the March Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute to come forward, please. Prudential locally sponsors a national program called the Spirit of Community Initiative to encourage young people in community service. For 11 years, we've been doing the leadership training, which is called PILI, and it's available to young people in grades 8 to 12, all young people. And in those 11 years, over 650 young people have attended PILI and graduated. Very pleased that over spring break, over vacation, these young people attended a 5-day leadership training at the University of Alaska, the March Points of Light Youth Leadership Institute, sponsored by Prudential. They went through 32 hours of skill development in creative leadership, including team communication, working in diversity, community assessment, identifying problems and resources in the community, learning creativity skills, learning how to plan and organize their own project, how to make effective decisions, how to set goals, how to plan their activity, and then evaluate their activity. At the end of the 32 hours, on the final day of the training, they performed 8 hours of volunteer service in Anchorage by walking from the university to the Alaska Native Medical Center, where they read to children in the hospital and also did a smoking cessation project. From there, they walked to the Anchorage Rescue Mission and helped clean and organize the facility. And then they walked to the Providence Horizon House and sang and socialized with senior citizens. They completed their 40 hours, and then after leaving the university training, they were asked to do 10 hours of their own volunteer service in order to graduate. So what you have in front of you is the program for the graduation that occurred at the Prudential Building on Saturday on National Youth Service Day, which was the 20th annual National Youth Service Day. And these young people, we can be very proud of that they followed through, they committed to the training. Some of them performed 10 hours of service, some of them performed 20 hours, and others performed over 30 hours. A number of them will come back to PILI as graduate assistants. In this training, we had the largest number of Alaska Native students ever to attend PILI. In the history of the 11 years, this is a training for 8th to 12th graders, we had 2 7th graders attend PILI from Begich Middle School, and you'll meet them tonight, and they performed admirably. It is our belief that leadership training for our young people, diverse young people in the community, to help get them engaged in service and civic participation is vital, and it will enhance our community on all levels. At this point, I'm going to ask Kobe if he would like to start out, introduce himself, say a few words, and I'll have an occasion for the young people to introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. First off, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Kobe Hoffman. I'm an Athabascan Indian, and I was born in Bethel, Alaska. I represent Bartlett High School, and I'm soon to be a graduate of 2008. Today, I would like to share the experience I had with PILI. I chose to do community service to dedicate my time to volunteer service. I spent some of my time helping my school with 9th grade orientation, breaking the barriers, making it easier for young students to get acquainted with the school. I also helped out the Boys and Girls Club. I realized it takes a team to organize these things and manage more than 30 kids. It's not an easy job. I admire and appreciate everyone that works around young adults because I know that we're the future, and I think we're in good hands right now. I appreciate what PILI has given me. It's given me the courage I knew I had to succeed while helping others. I give much thanks to Sheila Randazzo. She was there to push me to join the PILI program. I also thank my friends and family for pushing me to succeed and do new things. And last of all, I thank Robert Bassett, our instructor, for being an outstanding mentor. He has made us strive to do our best and learn from our mistakes. Once again, I'd like to thank the PILI program, and I would look forward to doing more community service throughout my life. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ryan Sherwin. I'm an 8th grader at Begich Middle School, and I enjoyed graduating PILI and performing fun community service that was hard work at Alaska Junior Theater, the Salvation Army, and the United States Air Force Auxiliary Civil Air Patrol. Though getting a job at 14 is a challenge, community service is a great way to gain experience, confidence, and a fulfillment in serving your community, state, and nation. Thank you for the opportunity and your support.
Hello, my name is Adam Lieber, and I'm an 8th grader at Romig Middle School. And through my experience at PILI, I think the main thing that I learned there was that there's a difference between everyday acts of kindness, such as opening the door for somebody and saying thank you, just being a overall nice person, and community service. But the thing that I did realize is that there isn't a difference there. Community service is an act of kindness. People don't think of it that way. They think community service, that's different because nobody does it the same way that they do acts of kindness. You don't do community service every day. But the thing is that it's just so large, and what you're doing makes such a big difference that it is the same way that it affects people as acts of kindness. But when you go further and volunteer your time to make a change in somebody's life, it makes a change in your own life as well. Thank you.
Thank you all for speaking. There's 2 people in the queue. Dr. Selcraig. Wait, it wasn't clear. Are you all speaking or just some?
Yeah.
Everyone's speaking. Okay.
My name is Zach Barkley, and I've recently graduated from PILI. Now, when I first joined PILI, I was thinking this is going to be boring. I would learn nothing from it because it was spring break. But I did end up having a lot of fun, and I learned a lot of leadership skills at the same time. And a big thing that I learned was that community service can be fun. For example, you could clean a bike track if you like biking, so then you give the community something, but then you also get something out of it. And then also I found out there is a thing going on that there's a lot of stereotype that teenagers or they do bad things or they don't really help out the community very much. But whenever me as a teenager, whenever I go out and help out people, they wow, that's awesome. Teenagers are helping out, and it really helps out people change their perspective, what they think of teenagers. And then in the end, I did have a great experience, and I would take this information for the rest of my life. And I'd like to thank Bo Bass, and thank you.
Hello. My name is Kalia Young, and I'm 12 years old. I attend Baggage Middle School. And over the spring break, I attended Pilot class. In Pilot class, I learned many different things about working in a group and learning about my community and volunteering. In my volunteering service, I was reading to the Native Alaskan children at the hospital, and I was also helping at the Head Start program, and I was helping at the Boys and Girls Club with kids and whenever their needs were, and I was very, very happy, and I really enjoyed Pilot class, and thank you, Bo, and thank you, board, for listening to me.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pandora Mewan. I'm 14 years old. I attend Baggage Middle School, and over spring break, I attended the Pilot classes, and I sang to the volunteer work that I did. I sang to the elderly. Then I went to Alaska Native Hospital and read to the kids, and I helped at the Boys and Girls Club, so snack, and helped in the art room. I went to the Head Start and read and played with the kids. It was a real learning experience, and I'd like to thank Bo and the board.
Thank you.
Sorry. My name's Kimberly Delk, and I go to West High. I'm a senior, and things I did at Pilot, or things I did after Pilot, was help at the Native Youth Olympics as a judge. And yeah, Pilot has helped me. It's engaged me in my community and opened doors as leadership for our leadership. And yeah, I'd like to thank Bo and you guys, the board.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Natalie Cardell. I'm the 8th grader at Robic Middle School. At Pilot, I learned that you can make the choice to volunteer, you can't, and when you do, it's good. And after Pilot, my volunteer service was I helped out at school a lot, and I do a lot of sports, so I did a lot of after-school activities, and I helped out my neighborhood. So, and I'd like to thank Bo for doing the training, and yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else? Everybody's had a chance. One more.
Hi, my name is Lauren Oster. I'm 17 years old. I go to West High School, and the Pilot leadership training was amazing. It was, it's a wonderful opportunity for people coming from wherever, and I mean like wherever, different, all over the place. And it really just brings people together and teaches you skills and all that are really very useful for life. And I don't know, I really liked it, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Christensen. I did the Pilot thing, and it was a good experience, and Like, it's amazing that there's actually kids out there who would go and serve for their community. And I'd like to thank Bo for being a good mentor.
Thank you. I think we've heard from everyone. So we have 3 people. Oh.
Sorry.
Come on up to the front. If you haven't spoken, make room for your others.
Hi, my name is Billy Chappelle, and I was the graduate assistant. I helped Bo, in the training. I came back because it was fun the first time. I had more fun the second time. Thank you.
Anybody else? I don't see anyone else coming forward.
Just introduce Lindsay Martin to you. Lindsay is a relatively new student at Romig Middle School, one of the more shy young people ever to attend PILI, and she completed it, and she was new to Romig, signed up for PILI very quickly, and did an amazing job, so congratulations, Lindsay. Thank you for listening to their voices and stories. I would also point out that at the same time that 16 young people are being suspended from the Anchorage School District and being ordered to do 50 hours of community service, these young people in front of you have done hundreds of hours of volunteer community service and deserve to be on the front page of the Anchorage Daily News.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your time.
Dr. Selcraig, some Assembly members have comments, so you get to stand a little longer. Dr. Selcraig.
I just want to recognize you. It's exciting to look at you as future leaders. You said really wise things. As far as I'm concerned, you said things that are true about leadership. You talked about the fact that you're the future, that it's everyday people, it's acts of kindness, that you make the choice, and that it's useful skills in life. And what I would say is Nelson Mandela has this great quote, and he says that you're not really afraid of the things you can't do. The thing that's the biggest challenge in your life is to face what you can do, what's inside of you. And stepping forward and imagining yourself and training yourself for leadership takes real courage in itself. And I look forward to the day when you're sitting here and I'm a little old lady coming and complaining about something, and I know that you will be wise leaders. So good work, and thank you both for this good work.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
I just want to start out by saying that I know it's intimidating coming before the Assembly at that microphone. Trust me, you guys did a whole lot better than I did the first time that I was there. I'd like to thank Bo for his many years of working with children, because, gosh, he's been coming to this Assembly when I was sitting over there. And he's back again, and that's like a wonderful thing. And I also want to say to you children that I am so very much proud of you. And I want to clap again. That's how proud I am. And if you ever need another mentor besides Bo, I want you to call me. My phone number is in the book. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, to echo what the others have said, it's amazing to see you standing here, and you're well on your way in a career of serving the public, and I think that's a tremendous thing, and I know you're all going to be leaders, and it's great to see such a diverse group of young leaders standing here. Just curious, how many of you think someday you might want to be sitting up here in one of these chairs? Raise your hand. Raise your hands. That's all right. All right. That's great. I wish you the best of luck. You know, we're making great strides as far as, this is one of the most diverse communities I've ever lived in my life. And to look at you look like this city, and you're going to be the leaders of this city in the future when Dr. Selcraig is a little old lady, as she said. That's a long way away, of course. But again, you're just so impressive. And thank you for doing what you do, and don't stop. Keep doing it. It's a long journey, but keep doing it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, and to echo what everyone else said. First, Bo, thank you, wherever he's hiding behind everybody there. But, Bo, thank you for, again, bringing some great students to us here to present them, but also really that they presented themselves in an exceptional way. And agree. There are many that come in front of this podium, and these young people really did a great job, so thank you for doing that. And I would just echo again the comments everyone said, but also open another door that we do have within the administration, opportunities for boards and commissions to serve on. I would encourage you to consider that and go to our website. I know Bo knows it well because he sends us people all the time, but I would highly recommend that we are looking for young people to serve on many of our boards and commissions to help us, give us good advice on everything from Parks and Rec to transit to libraries, you name it, we have it. So I really look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you very much.
So I would just, as chair, just great job, and thank you very much. Okay, I had told the folks from Brown Jug that we would get to you before dinner, so we would go to 13A.
Mr. Chairman, request to change the order today just for a moment to take up 11A, which is an affirmation of an appointment to P&Z. Should take no time at all.
Actually, I want to get to dinner, so we'll go to 13A. We can take up 11A. We can do that after dinner. Appreciate the request, Mr. Starr, but I want to try to get 13A done before dinner.
And, Mr. Chairman?
The applicant's here, I guess, was all I was saying, is it would free him up to go home if he...
It's another one where
Thank you.
they're sitting and waiting. There's just an applicant.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment, and I'm just going to pass out something while you're bringing up the next item. This is just another item I forgot to bring up under Mayor's comments. I just want to note that so you know it.
Right. Mr. Renard, if you can tolerate, we're going to go forward with Brown Jug. All right, we're going to open the public hearing on AR 2008-62, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving alcoholic beverages conditional use in the B3 General Business District for package store use and license per AMC 21.40.180D.8 for Brown Jug Incorporated, located at 2203 West Diamond Boulevard within Bruce Subdivision, Lot 11, generally located on the northeast corner of the West Diamond Boulevard and Northwood Avenue. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard on this, please come down. If you want to be heard, come on down. Don't be shy. First speaker, come on to the microphone. Let us know your name. I know it's not easy to come and testify before the assembly, but go ahead and get started.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't know we're going to start so soon. Hi, my name is Talbot Chang, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I happen to be the owner and the operator of Diamond Liquor Store, located approximately 370 yards too close to the Brown Jug's new location. And there already is 5 liquor stores in Sand Lake area. And do we really need 6 liquor stores in Sand Lake area? And do we really need to have 3 liquor stores located so close to each other? Standing from Fred Meyer's liquor store parking lot, if you look across the Diamond Boulevard, off to your left, about 220 yards away, you'll have Brown Jugs, and off to your right, you'll be able to see Diamond Liquor only about 350 yards away. And this location is conjunction to a prominent trailhead of Campbell Creek Bike Trail. And there's lots of foot traffic on this trailhead. You have Diamond High School students on school days commuting through the bike trail and utilize Fred Meyer's facility. And Also, you have residents from surrounding the Diamond High School area who, and also residents from Northwood area who commute right through that trail to shop at the Fred Meyers. And during the summertime, there's lots of attraction down at the creek. There's biking activities and fishing, and unfortunately, there's drinking down at the creek. And with the placement of brown jugs at this site, I don't think will help the matter as far as decreasing the drinking in the area. And just last week, somebody was killed at the Campbell Creek, and it was alcohol-related crime.
I'd ask you to go ahead and conclude because we put a 3-minute limit to public testimony.
Thank you. And do we really need this liquor store at this spot? And does Brown Jugs really need their 19th liquor store at this spot? And lastly, I asked Assemblyman Dan Coffey to voluntarily not participate on this resolution for conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if there's others, if you don't want to stand while others are speaking, you can sit in the seats in front if you'd rather be sitting. That keeps us clued in terms of how many are likely to testify. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yes.
Since this gentleman raised that issue about my voluntary I probably should make a disclosure. It's been so long since I've done any work for them that I thought it was well past. Several years ago, when Brown Jug had an issue with regard to sales taxes in some rural areas, I represented Brown Jug at that time in those issues. I believe that was more than 5 years ago, but I'm not sure of that. It's been such a long time. And I think it was the very last thing I ever did for Brown Jug. And of course, I have no relationship with them or with my old firm at this time.
And I appreciate that disclosure, and based on that information, I'm going to rule that Mr. Coffey does not have a conflict and that he will be expected to participate. If anyone in the body has objection to that ruling, please say so. Hearing no objection. Next, sir.
Thank you for the courtesy, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Can I go ahead?
I believe you. Did you say your name?
Somebody did?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Mr. Chairman, Assembly, my name is Stanley Krasinski, Kurczynski.
Thank you for spelling.
I'm acting as a friend of the Sand Lake community. I have nothing to say against the way Brown Jug runs their business. Apparently they are successful, as they have approximately 18 outlets and warehouses citywide. But do they need another outlet? There could be cause for discussion favoring another if the area truly needed it. That is not the case here. There are 2 other beverage outlets within 150 yards of the proposed outlet in question. So then, what is the reason for the additional store? The only other reason that comes to mind is to add to their already successful profit margin. Why is it that corporations have to keep piling on profits to their bottom line? Why can't they be content with a fair and reasonable profit? Why the greed for more? Then to make matters worse, when they do expand, as may be the case here, there is encroachment on like businesses already established in the community. Mama-papa businesses that are just attempting to eke out a livelihood for their families. Brown Jug has, to my knowledge, a good reputation in the city and the state. They appear to exhibit good business practices and seem void of unfavorable publicity. It would seem in their best interests for Brown Jug to reconsider what they are planning, and instead of focusing on their bottom line, offer instead to show compassion for the community and the like businesses already established there. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yes, my name is Harvey Rookus. That's R-O-O-K-U-S.
Thank you for spelling.
And I came along as a support for the first gentleman that spoke here tonight. I'm not in the Sand Lake Community Council. I am very familiar with it. We have lots of friends live in that area. And when I heard about this just back today, we went down there and took a look at the proposed site of the new liquor store. And in my own mind, I can't feature why in heaven's name you would want 3 liquor stores within spitting distance of each other. That's not really true, but it's very close to it. You have one within a quarter of a mile across the street, and down the street there is another one. And thinking of all the other liquor stores around the neighborhoods and everything else, that I would be against putting another liquor store in that particular position, mainly from the standpoint that we don't need them that close together. I don't know whether there's an ordinance about that, but there probably should be if there isn't. But anyway, as I say, I came along to give moral support to a very nice neighbor that I have that is struggling with this episode. So I thought I'd come along and just throw in my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
Hi, my name is William Lorenz. I live at 2041 Olympic Drive, and my name is spelled L-O-R-E-N-Z-E. I've been there for 15 years, and we didn't seem to need one before that, and just putting it that close to that trailhead doesn't make sense to me. There's enough trash and stuff down there. I use that trail all the time, and I do take the garbage bag with me. So if you keep that in consideration, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Bernadette Bradley. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify here on behalf of this license and conditional use permit. I've heard people testify here, why is there a need when there's 6 liquor stores already in the area. I haven't had that verified, to be honest with you, but as far as Brown Jug as a business, I can say with the standard practice of operating, I think they will increase the standard of the other liquor establishments that are in the area. I'm not sure what kind of community participation Talbert Chang does with his store, but I can tell you that Brown Jug is a leader in cleaning up the homeless camps, has a policy of not serving known public inebriates, is a leader in not serving minors to their stores, and have a very high record within the ABC board and the municipality. But most of you probably already know this. I just want you to put it on the record so the community realizes what they do, and their standards are over and above what is needed. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Welcome.
Mayor, Chairperson, Assembly, my name is Ricky Hoff, H-O-F-F, and I'm a regional archaeologist for a federal agency here in town. I've lived in Anchorage and worked for the agency for the last 23 years. I think there is a need for considering declining this liquor license. It's located, the site location's at Northwood Drive and Diamond. Also, it's the same corner as Victor Drive and Diamond. Okay, I live on 100th, a short distance away with my family. There are 2 points of safety I want to make, or safety and health. One is there's three stores in such a close proximity that you can actually stand in the center point. I can, at 58 years old, take a golf ball and throw it to each location. So that's give you a perspective how close they are. Now the city
has done a job where they were ambitious in cleaning up the 4th Avenue. Now you're moving the liquor licenses to our neighborhood. I think that's a serious matter. We're going to have our problems now with more liquor stores and more purchases of liquor in our neighborhood. And also, Diamond Boulevard is a commercial street, but both sides of Diamond Boulevard is all residential. Second point now is that it doesn't make logical sense to put a liquor store right at the head of a trailhead. The store is going to be shared with another organization, Blockbusters, I believe, so you're going to have a family-oriented store next to a liquor store. And you get from the door of the liquor store, you walk out, walk around the corner, and you are on the trailhead. It's right there. So that doesn't make too much sense. And of course, this is going to attract homeless, panhandlers, and vagrants. There's a lot of little spurs along the trail. They can go out into the woods and hide. They can go out there and drink and stuff. What are they going to do out there? For safety for health purposes, where are they going to defecate? My son and I take that trail all the time during the summers. You know, we bike ride all the time, and we don't see any cops. I've never seen a cop on the trail. Not that there isn't any, but times I've been there, I have never seen any cops. Now, also, it was pointed out, Anchorage Daily News, April 15th. There was a shooting. Now, in this is a very similar environment. Just down the road at Arctic, you got some similar situations. You have an intersection. You got a liquor store, and you have the trail, access to a trail, the same trail. What do you have? Where Brown Jug wants to put there is at Victor and 100th. There's an intersection for panhandlers. There's the liquor store, the trailhead. Now, my son goes to Anchor Lutheran School right there by Arctic in Diamond. We drive by a lot.
I'll ask you to make your concluding remarks.
Okay. We drive there. There's a panhandler right there at that corner frequently. I've seen that same man when we're riding the bike on the trail down there drinking. And I work in Frontier Building. I look out and I see a panhandler every day almost, all winter long, 36th and C, in the median, panhandling. And no cops just chase them away. I would like to consider that this is not just something that we should go over lightly. Please consider declining this license. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hello and thank you. My name is John Dunn, and I'm here today because I would like to say what I think about that extra store over there on the corner of Victor and Diamond Boulevard. I know that there's 2 liquor stores already on that corner, and a third one would be too much. 5 in that area. There's a lot of schools over there. A lot of people there's a lot going on over there. And for us to drive down Diamond Boulevard and to see liquor store here, liquor store there, liquor store everywhere it kind of says a little bit. And I think that Brown's Jugs doesn't really need an extra store. I think it's a money thing, and they are known to be community minded. Well, let's listen to the community and ask what they really want, what the people want over there, and what's good for the community, and we'll see if they're really community minded. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. I don't see anyone else standing, so I will.
Wait.
Oh.
Hello. I'm Lowell Shin, and I'm representing Brown Jug, and I'm here to answer questions and, of course, to ask for this conditional use. I'd also like to introduce 3 other people that are here from Brown Jug. O.C. Madden, who runs our staffing and security. Ed O'Neill, who's one of the other owners. Myself and Ed are the owners. And Bob Klein, who is in operations. Many people in testifying here have questioned why we want a liquor store there. And why we want a liquor store there is because we don't serve that segment of town. And this is what we do for a living, is we're in the liquor business, and it's all we do. And we focus heavily on this business and doing this business in a responsible manner. And I really do think that by having us in the neighborhood, we're going to put our standards in that neighborhood, and I think it'll put pressure on the other competitors in that neighborhood to increase the standards of their business also. We have all kinds of information. Ed, I'm sure you know, runs the cleanup programs around town. OC has been highly recognized for his prohibited sales programs, non-sales to minors, a civil penalty program that previous assemblies have put into effect. I would like to announce that we have passed, over the past 2 years, 34 consecutive minor stings by the ABC board. If you're not familiar with what these are our compliance checks. The ABC board sends minors into our stores who present fake ID, and they actually lie about their age. I'm not sure they present fake ID, no fake ID, but they will lie about their age. And so they try to catch our staff in not fulfilling their duties. 2 years in a row, 34 consecutive passes. Nobody has a record like that in this state. How we do that's 34 over 24 months, a little over 1 a month. But we test ourselves to the extent of 150 internal tests a month, 150 a month, to stay clear on this. This is the kind of standards we have. And so I think that we do indeed want the store for a business reason, but I think we're the company you want to have in that location.
Dr. Selgard has a question.
The previous speaker brought up the issue of inebriates in the park nearby and also the relationship to the park. In assuming there were issues in terms of the people who were inebriated in the park coming in, how would you typically handle that situation?
Well, any known inebriates that are repeat problems, those folks we simply would not serve. And we would be more than happy with passing those folks' names on to other competitors in the neighborhood. Fred Meyer and the little Diamond Liquor, too.
Okay, and in terms of your relationship to the surrounding trails and...
Well, Ed primarily has a program where he spends a lot of time all around town focusing on trails and areas that are non-developed that a lot of street people like to spend their time in. And he spends a lot of time keeping those areas clean. He's got several techniques which include eliminating underbrush, which takes away a place for them to hide. But basically, it's really a situation where you got to pay attention to those types of customers and not do business with them. There's no future in that kind of customer.
And so is there a possibility that you would work with the community to kind of help some policing in the nearby park? Is that a possibility?
I'm not sure if you know or not, but Ed lives right near there.
Okay.
A couple blocks away, I think is what it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Coffey has a question.
Thank you. Mr. Shin, there's been 3 concerns that have taken place, pardon me, over the course of years with regard to package stores. One of them, of course, is sales to minors. You've addressed that with the 34 passing on the sting operations. The other one is sales to drunken persons, and then that includes, I think, another element, which is the public inebriate. Do you still maintain the photograph books of those who are public inebriates and otherwise who've tried to patronize your locations?
Yes, we do, and we try to make sure that all of our stores have a good familiarity with these few people that are in that problem category so that they stay away from our operations.
All right. And secondly, what's the record with regard to sales to drunken persons from the stores? Have you had any issues with regard to that at any of your locations?
No, we do. We currently have an issue in process that we're addressing with the APD. That it was a situation that somebody was like a half mile away from our store, and the APD and the guy was walking. And the APD said that he was drunk, and he said he bought something at our store. But that's something that's in process, and we think it's going to be dropped.
And how's the training with regard to the minors and with regard to drunks on premise? Could you describe what you do?
Well, OC's in charge of that, and maybe he should describe it, but it's quite an extensive, even before they get into the store, training on how to spot fake IDs. I'll let him address that a little bit.
My name is O.C. Madden. I'm Vice President of Brown Jug, and on our training we use the TIPS program as a base to start with, and we have a pretty substantial addition to that. We take about a 2.5-hour class. We stretch it into about a 6-hour class. We have a substantial collection of fake IDs we use to train our employees, and we update our employees every 12 to 18 months. The state law requires that we bring everybody in for retraining once every 3 years, but we do it every 12 to 18 months on everyone in the chain.
Thank you. And I also understand you have a program. This body several years ago passed an ordinance that allowed you to basically get a civil penalty against a minor who attempted to come on premise. How does that work in your location?
That's correct. We go after minors that we catch on our premises illegally using small claims court. Most of the stuff that we're doing right now is settled outside the small claims court. We can go through the demand letter process and address it individually with the person. We're relatively successful at collecting on those when we can identify the person that was carrying the ID. This program has been so successful. This month is the 10-year anniversary of the passage of that. I was invited this last week to speak at the Responsible Retailers Forum in Pittsburgh, and we got a lot of national attention. There's a number of states, Maryland, Delaware, and a couple other states that are actually looking at putting a similar package, similar civil penalty program in place, and they asked us to come share our experiences about that.
And finally, I don't know who can answer this, but
one other thing that I wanted to state about that civil penalty program, OC handles all the details on that, but the real essence of that program is that a minor gets tagged for $1,000, which is a lot of money. We share a third of that with our employee, but this minor tells other minors. Plus, this minor, through the notification process, has to tell their folks. And so those things combined really do prevent repeat attempts.
And you also offer a minor a way to minimize that, isn't there, through some training or screening or something?
They can do some alcohol training and some community service, and they can reduce the civil penalty if they want to go that direction.
Right. My last question is this: do you have a store in locations where there are other adjacent liquor stores, package stores, in relatively close proximity to you?
All over town. It's a competitive business.
Okay, and what's your experience with regard to proximity being a factor in creating problems as opposed to not creating problems?
The proximity is not going to make a difference. I mean, if there's problems down in that neighborhood, they're already there. They've been there. The people that are already operating down there, they know of those problems. We're not aware of anything significant in the area, but we won't know until we get there and start operating. And then if there is anything significant, we'll address it.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Just briefly, I appreciate the concerns of the folks that testified against this liquor license. There are 4 establishments right now, is that correct, that are there?
There's really 3 in the area that we're talking about. We're talking about Fred Meyer, this Little Diamond Liquor, and then our proposed 3rd location.
So my question is, are any of these establishments, do they have any of the programs that Brown Jug has in place to help deal with the problem?
Sorry, if you could repeat that question, please.
I'm sorry?
If you could repeat that question, please.
My question is, do any of the establishments that are already there, do you have any programs in place, such as Brown Jug, to help deal with the problems?
We go through the state requirement of attending the TAMS class. And for Diamond Liquor, it's family operation with 3 other employees who has met the requirements as any other small operations in town. We do not have, per se, a system educational system in our establishment because it's such a small operation.
Okay. Does that answer the question? Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else to testify on this topic? Oh, sir, actually you've testified already, so that you've had your opportunity, and public testimony is not in process of counterpoint, but thank you for coming down.
I was standing at the same time as the representatives of Brown Jug and was ignored.
Well, my understanding is that I'm sorry. Did you speak already, or you did not speak already?
No, I did not speak.
Oh, the clerk advised me that you had spoken. I apologize. I apologize for making.
I haven't had a chance.
My sincere apologies.
That's all right.
Please go ahead. Let us know your name. And again, I apologize for thinking you had spoken already.
No problem. I'm Charles Gorsuch. I'm a retired teacher from the Anchorage School District, and I happen to live directly across the street from Mr. Chang, the operator of the small liquor store. And the things that others have said, I would add that I feel that the trailhead and the route to and from Diamond High School, with all the students that go back and forth, should get consideration in addition to the separation so many feet between the stores and this sort of thing, because I think it's a pretty important thing that we limit the kids' exposure to temptation. Also, I'd like to say that Mr. Chang is an excellent neighbor, one of the best I've ever had, and he's a very, very hard worker. And I know personally that he has done everything he can to operate his business within the law, and I think he's done a pretty terrific job of that. These are the main things I had to add. Also, I have some concern about whether we really need that many stores in that area, but that's been covered pretty well, I think, by the preceding people. That's all I had to add, sir.
Well, thank you very much, and again, I apologize for
no problem.
My own confusion. All right. I don't see anyone else rising to speak. Yes. Or one more. Okay.
My name is Trey Wilson. He asked, I have one question for you guys.
No.
Do you have interest?
Actually, you are here to provide your comments and not to ask those questions. We get to ask the questions, you get to provide.
Well, they said they were here to answer questions. So.
Well, they're here to answer our questions, not answer your questions.
That doesn't make sense.
But you can tell us what your concerns are. And
well, I want to know if they have an interest in the building.
Oh, a property interest. I'll make sure that if I don't ask it, someone else will ask what their property interest is in the building.
See,
what
I think is going on here is that they have a Walmart strategy going on where they're pushing out the little guy.
Okay.
It is a corporation. It's just the same thing that's happening in Palmer, where they testified against Walmart building a superstore there because of the competition for the family-owned businesses. So that's exactly what Brown Jug is doing right now to Diamond Liquor.
I will make sure that we ask that question about whether they have ownership interest in the property.
If they do have an interest in the store or the building, then they're not in the liquor business, they're in the real estate business.
Okay. Is that all the comment you have?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You've had your testimony. You don't get to just come up. We can ask the questions as part of our deliberative process. Anybody else to testify? All right, I don't see anyone else. The public hearing on this is closed. What's the wish of the body? It's been moved and seconded. I will, since I said I would ask from one of the Brown Jug representatives, what is your interest in the property?
Brown Jug does not have an interest in the real estate. However, I and my wife do. We have a 1/3 interest in the real estate there.
And are your co-owners in the real estate anybody else that's involved in Brown Jug ownership?
No, there's a local real estate fellow and then a fellow from Texas.
Okay.
None of them in the liquor business.
All right. Any other questions about property ownership? All right. Mr. Gutierrez, did you have questions or just a comment? Okay, we're in the midst of deliberations, so put your name in the queue if you want to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some real concerns about this this item that used to be my neck of the woods. When my wife and I were first married, we lived very near this area, and that Campbell Creek Trail was, for a time, a frequent haunt of mine. When I would take daily bike rides, my wife and I would ride up and down that trail. And even then, back in 2000, 8 years ago, that was an area frequented by public inebriates, and oftentimes it was a problem. And I haven't lived there in quite some time, but I can only imagine since then that the problem has grown. Brown Jug is by far, I would say, probably the best operator that we have in this city. They do tremendous work. That being said, I'm not sure we can solve the ills of that particular area by adding more alcohol. But I can tell you, and I haven't made up my mind on this item yet, Mr. Chairman, and I'm certainly open to persuasion, since that is now your neck of the woods, and your district, and Mr. Drummond as well. But, if it were anyone else, I think I'd be an absolute no, period. Brown Jug is a fantastic business, and you do a tremendous amount of good. And so that's the only reason I'm open to persuasion on this.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much appreciate the comments that everyone has come down to speak tonight. You speak to a significant issue in our community, which is the public inebriates, and I would invite all of you to come learn a little bit more about some of the challenges the neighborhoods in my district face. I would like to see a lot of the people who have spoken here tonight involved in our process as we work as a body to address the public inebriate issue in our community. We're taking some steps now. There's a lot more to do, and it's a much bigger issue than any one neighborhood. I would note one of the subjects brought up is the proximity of the multiple beverage dispensary outlets in this area, and it is perhaps a flaw in our code that we do not have a provision that says thou shalt not have more than X number of establishments in a given area. So I would ask, as we're working through the Title 21 process, that my colleagues who are on that committee take up that subject as a matter of deliberation and see if we need to set a limit of some sort. And I think that's a reasonable course to take. Finally, I would echo Mr. Gutierrez's comments that Brown Jug is a good operator, and as the Campbell Creek Trail is a known location where public inebriates are using the public facilities for their, unfortunately, private ills, I would ask that if this license is approved and you do move into the neighborhood, that you take it upon yourself to work with the neighborhood to address those issues, and I suspect you would be happy to do so. And that's all I have to add, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think everybody is aware here that I have a wealth of experience in these issues. First of all, I'd note this on the question of concentration. There's a reason it's not in the code, and the reason is because we concentrate our businesses along major arterials, and they're only allowed in certain zones. So you're going to have that concentration because the vast majority of our property is zoned inappropriately for the location of liquor stores. So you're going to find them in commercial areas like you do all over town. Just think about where they are now, and you will find them in concentrations around major arterials because that's where our B3 zoning is. So, we've created a circumstance where we put more than one in those locations as a matter of course. As Mr. Shin said, everywhere he is, he ain't the only guy in town. So that's pretty normal. I would also reflect on this, and I do this just because it's important to understand the legal framework within which this matter is considered. 2115-030, 2150-160B, 2150-020, 1050-040, 2.30.120. All of these statutes, ordinances of our city, which I just cited, reflect on what we need to consider and how we need to consider when conditional uses come in front of us. And essentially, conditional use, as we all know, is a special land use permit. And the major thing that you look at is the consequences of allowing something which is not a permitted use. The question we should ask ourselves is, what is the impact, negative or positive for that matter, from allowing a land use under a special permit, a conditional use permit? Everybody here recognizes this, has had anything in the public arena, and knows that Mr. Shin, Mr. Madden, Mr. Klein, and Mr. O'Neill go miles above than what's required by law. Just one example. They train and retrain their people every 12 to 18 months when the law requires every 3 years. That and any other aspect of their operation that you look at would say, we wish everybody did it that way because that's the best you can do in this community. 34 consecutive stings without a violation. And these guys work hard to get these guys. I've seen it. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do. No no sales to drunken persons. We've heard of locations where this goes on all the time. And finally, I did this kind of work for various establishments for 25 plus years, 30 years, and my experience was this. What matters is the operator. The location doesn't matter. I remember a store on 13th and Gamble, which was nothing but trouble year after year after year. And I remember when a new operator came in, and we all remember Ruth Moulton, right? Ruth Moulton fought that first operator tooth and nail day and night, with all of her vim and vigor and all that energy she brought to everything she did. You know what she did when the new operator came in because of the way that person operated? She actually came out and supported renewal of the license. To me, that's the strongest proof that the people who do it make the difference. And when I look at whether or not there will be a negative impact on this area, I side with what Mr. Shin said, that I believe that they will actually raise the bar and that others will have to respond accordingly and that you'll find that the whole of the operations out there improve. And let me tell you this, if there's public inebriates out there at the trailhead, somebody's selling to those people right now. And it ain't Brown Jug, because they're not there. But somebody's doing it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. These people go where they can get their supplies. So who is it? Is it Fred Meyer? Is it the other operation down the street? I don't have any idea. I have no knowledge. But I can tell you this, it'll be a long time before this operation here, run by these people, would do that. So when I read those code sections, and I drug them back out tonight so I could just tell you about them, and I looked at the standards, I don't find that this is going to have a negative effect on the community. I think it's going to have a positive effect. I think this is compatible with our existing land use issues. It's the way we've done business here. If we want to change them, Mr. Flynn's correct. We do it in the context of Title 21, and we take it over time. Do they conform to the standards of law? Well, nobody does it better. We all know that. And then finally, does it meet the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan? Well, that's 94 pages, and it deals with everything from economic development to education and so on. That's a tough one to apply. So I think that this is the kind of operation that we need to support and encourage, and I'm going to do that. And I wanted to note one other thing. For the first time in 20 years, well, since 1985 when they changed the law, Anchorage is actually undersubscribed based on population for the number of licenses which you could be issued in this town. We have less package stores than we are allowed, citywide, based on population. It's kind of a strange situation after so long, but that's a situation that exists. So we're not oversubscribed, and we got the best operator in town, and I suggest strongly that we support them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Selkrig.
I appreciate Mr. Coffey's comments. I got a lot of emails on this. I talked to the applicant, and basically a alcohol beverage conditional use is allowable in a B3, and usually what we do when we explore that, whether or not we want to renew a license, is we look at the kind of place that's being proposed, or we look at what their track record is. And I actually wasn't familiar with Brown Jug in terms of their track record, but when I looked at it, I was impressed with the record they have. I think that they will be a good business in the community because they've demonstrated that so consistently. And they handed out something tonight which I think is relevant, which talks about the fact that in their 18 stores they've seized more fraudulent IDs than all the other 900 establishments in the state. So this is an organization that is actually working to have a quality facility in terms of liquor sales. The other thing that I think is worth mentioning is that this isn't Costco or this isn't Walmart. Brown Jug is locally owned. It's a big organization. It's got quite a few stores, but it's not an outside entity that doesn't care about the community. So I wasn't sure how I was going to vote on this. For quite a while, I've been getting emails. I've looked into it. I don't believe that it's going to negatively impact the community. I also understand the frustration of having a small business and having new development that's bigger than you coming in. And it is an issue. When we approved this new Siri Mall at Glen Highway in Muldoon, I was worried about the other malls in the community. However, it's pointed out that at this point, we don't really have the right to turn down things because it's competitive with our existing facilities. And we've talked about exploring ways to measure that. But at this point, I don't think that we've got the legal framework to just say no to this because it's competitive to other stores.
Mr. Birch. I'll be speaking in support of this conditional use permit approval. It is in business zone. Note that my particular neighborhood adjoins and I frequent the location at Abbott and Lake Otis, and I believe the Fred Meyer store is there. There's a Brown Jug there, and there's a Cars store there. So there's three there, and I was just trying to Google it up and figure out how close they were. I think it's about the similar distance there. But Brown Jug, I'd echo some of the earlier comments. Brown Jug has a great reputation in town. They've done a tremendous amount of work and taken a lot of initiative in trying to resolve problems that we have in our community with inebriates. I do believe they'll raise the bar, and I think they'll be a good addition. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It hadn't occurred to me that we have the ability to dictate how competition will occur in this town, but I don't think I would vote against this for that very reason. That's not, if this business wants to earn a living in this location, I think that's their right. However, my experience with Brown Jug has been very, very good. In the North Star Community Council area, they have really shined a light on bad practices in the area. They have done a good job of cleaning up the neighborhood, in my opinion. I have no qualms for the condition of that trailhead nearby. I think it'll be cleaner than it is now once Brown Jug moves in. And I thank Mr. Coffey for providing the statistics on the number of package stores in Anchorage. I was wondering about that. It's very interesting that we're not even close. I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston.
I just wanted to also speak in support of this. I'm very aware of Mr. O'Neill's work on the trails. I've seen him out there at all hours of the day, and I've seen him not only just cleaning up the trails, but I think he has a way in how he does it, and he treats everybody, all the individuals with respect. And in his showing of respect, I think he's done more for public inebriates than maybe a lot of our public service, because through respect, he's maybe started a reform of some sort. And I would like to say that I'm very appreciative of his efforts.
And now, thank you very much. This is my practice. I try to speak last and have everyone done in the queue. I, too, will speak in support of this. It's often, you hear testimony that I describe as not in my backyard testimony, but I have seen Brown Jug in many parts in the community really come in, and neighborhoods have improved. They work very hard at what they do. And I agree with what Ms. Drummond says. Our job as an assembly is not to go in and try to determine how to regulate competition. I mean, Walmart gets mentioned. Walmart is a place where there are a lot of people in the community have questions about Walmart, but they're a business and they're entitled to come and compete in our community. Brown Jug is a locally owned business, and they have been competing, but they've also been very responsible corporate citizens, and I support them. I actually know the bike path well, and I actually am very optimistic that once they're there, they'll actually put some effort into keeping it a little cleaner, because I usually actually avoid the path when I'm biking, not because I'm worried about the people there, but because there's often a fair amount of glass on the path, and I really don't like flat tires. So, having said that, no one else is in the queue. Please vote. That passes 11 votes to none. Thank you very much. And Mr. Earnhardt, are you staying for Valley River Center discussion? I'll defer to Mr. Starr to take up 11A so he can leave before dinner. Mr. Starr, did you want to move to approve 11A?
Change the order today to take up 11A. To speak to that matter, it's helpful that Mr. Earnhardt stated.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. There's no motion on.
Mr. Starr, could you move to approve?
Move to approve. I'm sorry.
Second.
All right, it's moved and seconded. Go ahead.
I thought we had an active motion from carryover, but I think we just delayed it.
That's fine.
Anyhow, thanks. I won't take a lot of time. I just appreciate that step up to the challenge of P&Z. I served on that with others on the body here, and that's a big job. It works and takes your time, but he has been up for the task, and I appreciate the mayor for hunting him down and signing him up, so to speak. So I urge approval of that and wish Mr. Earnhardt well.
Any other? Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Very briefly, I'm hungry too. Mr. Starr and I served on P&Z together. The workload is tremendous. It's a lot of work, and it's very detailed, and we're just wrapping up Title 21 in the next 6 months. Knock on wood. And I thank him for his willingness to serve, and I very much appreciate it, and I intend to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Mr. Earnhardt, I know you well, and thank you for putting your name in. I will just ask if there's any objections to this. I see no objections to this appointment, so that is approved unanimously. Thank you. We will take our dinner break now. I would note, for those here for Eagle River Center or Valley River Center in Eagle River, we will take that up as soon as the dinner break is over, and we will make our best effort to keep that to 30-minute break. And then budget stuff comes right after that. Very confusing. It's a lot easier to find your chair when you're Well, if they're not open, I put them there. But if they're open, I don't want to leave them open. Come on back. We're going to resume. We're going to start right in on number 14A, Valley River Center. All right. We back on record? We are now on item 14A, AR 2008-79, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage accepting and appropriating $1 million as a grant from the Rasmussen Foundation to the area-wide general capital improvement.
Waive reading.
Thank you very much. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, come on down.
Good evening, Chairman Clayman, members of the Assembly, Mayor Begich, and your wonderful and sometimes overworked city staff. I want to take just a moment to thank
Let us know your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susan Gorski, and I'm with the Chugiak Eagle River Chamber. First this evening, I want to take just a moment to thank our two Assembly people, Debbie and Bill, the mayor and his staff who negotiated hard to get the best possible deal on the town center, and to our state legislators who aren't here tonight but who have supported us all along the way. Everybody has asked the hard questions, and we know that there will be some increases in the budget, but we are a growing area, and these space increases are surely justified. As a bit of background, the Eagle River Town Center has been a community-driven project since its inception. Many organizations and individuals have worked on this for close to a decade. For those of you who are new on the Assembly, our city folks in Eagle River are cramped into their current space. They're fragmented in offices all over town. Our library is in a substandard building, and just as a side comment, our library is heavily used. In fact, it has a circulation second only to LUSAC and the highest per capita readership in the city. In addition, there is significant future development plan for our community, and the Chamber believes that this is a singular and once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since 2000, our chamber has utilized its own resources and focused its efforts on revitalizing our business district with the redevelopment of the town center. As we got into this project, we discovered that finding appropriate uses for this 104,000 square foot empty building has been a challenge, and here's the reason. While there are 35,000 of us now that live in this community, we have an 85% commuter rate. And with the construction of the new malls on the Glen Highway at Muldoon and Burgaw, and the new addition of the big box stores in the valley, our ability to draw major nationals into our area is very limited. Not impossible, but it is limited. This space has been empty for 9 years. It's considered by developers to be a broken mall. It's a casualty of corporate restructuring. Building A's current configuration does not lend itself to today's anchor tenants, and so the building remains a blight on our business district. We absolutely believe that, and have from the inception of this project 8 years ago, that co-locating city office is a win-win for both of us. With the city coming together in one location, the energy will exist to generate supporting retail, and from your standpoint, I would think that the community would be much better served by a city that is not functionally fragmented all over town in either substandard space or in overcrowded conditions. So on behalf of the Chamber, we're asking for your support on this long-awaited project. I will close for now, but I know we have several businesses that are here to speak on this with me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there's several here in support, so please come and let us know your thoughts.
Good evening. My name is Peter Reese. I'm the director of the UAA Chugiak Eagle River campus. We work with approximately 5,000 adult and non-traditional students each year, making us the third largest campus in the University of Alaska system. I come before you tonight as someone who resides in Eagle River and as an educator. From my point of view, developing libraries for the 21st century is essential if we are to enable our communities to keep up with a rapidly changing world. Right now, residents of Chugiak Eagle River have an above-average level of education. Demographic surveys of the area conducted on behalf of the Chugiak Eagle River Chamber indicate that the number of Chugiak Eagle River residents who possess a baccalaureate degree or higher exceeds 36%. This is roughly 10% higher than Anchorage as a whole and shows that the community clearly values education and learning. As we move forward into this century, maintaining or increasing educational levels for all residents will require an investment in new library resources, including infrastructure in Chugiak Eagle River. The age of the virtual library is here for those with the means to access it via the web. Those individuals and families without the resources to access information on the web need a place to do it. According to the Pew Internet and American Life Project, public libraries represent one of the largest alternative Internet access points outside of public schools for those without home computers. In addition to access for all residents is the role that public libraries play as a public square. For example, for me and my students, university learning is much more than the information received in a classroom or independently. The learning that occurs in informal discussions and activities around the campus or at community gathering places, including the public library, is essential for developing lifelong learners. These learning and social opportunities add to the character of a community and bring people together. Learning is independent of time or place, but the so-called aha moment for students is often the result of collaborative learning that is possible through these activities. An upgraded library facility at a Chugiak Eagle River Town Center is an ideal place for this to occur. The nonprofit organizations which have stepped forward to assist in funding an upgrade to all area libraries, particularly the Chugiak Eagle River Library, are to be commended. I ask for your support in approving acquisition for a town center. This will be a defining moment for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Others that would like to speak?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Terry Schoenthal. I'm with the landscape architecture and planning firm of Land Design North here in town, and we have been working with the Eagle River community since probably 1999, and starting with the revitalization plan in the year 2000, have been working steadily now, working with the Chamber of Commerce on an overlay district in central Eagle River. I brought along an illustration that comes from the revitalization plan that was prepared for Eagle River, and And at the time that we started that work, Valley River Center was still occupied. And during the course of completing that, the tenant who was there had moved out. And one of the things I'd like to note that the revitalization plan sought to create a town core for Eagle River that doesn't really exist there now, that being bounded by the Old Glen Highway and Business Boulevard. And that within that core, it would be then possible to identify and establish a real town center. Well, that town center now could be within the Valley River Center, and the decision to move forward with that stands on very solid planning, a solid planning foundation. We've met with many of the residents of Eagle River. We've had numerous community meetings. There's solid support within the community for this. As has been pointed out, it's been vacant now for 9 years. It's something that not only would the community benefit by having that occupied, but the community would benefit by bringing all of those pieces that are now dispersed in the community into a single location. With that, I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I think there's a couple of others that my sense is that everyone that's here in support of this may not be choosing to speak, but next, please let us know your name.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Al Romaszewski, and if you want, I'll spell it for you.
Please.
R-O-M-A-S-Z-E-W-S-K-I. I'm the owner-broker of RE/MAX of Eagle River, which is a real estate firm brokerage in Eagle River. I have worked and lived in the Chugach-Eagle River area since 1977. I'm retired military, and I was looking for a home, and this is home. I'm very proud of Eagle River and the Chugach area, and I care a lot about it. So I just want you guys to know that. I have participated in a number of planning groups who have worked on updating the Chugach area comprehensive plan and transportation plan, as well as an overlay district for downtown Eagle River, which you guys will probably hear about in the next few months. In my opinion, Valley River Center was never designed or was a poor design to be a viable shopping center. As you guys probably know, you need an anchor on both sides of a shopping center. This one didn't have it. It had one anchor, and the rest of it was just kind of floating there. And that, in my opinion, is one of the reasons that, and the primary reason that it just went down the tube and it was sitting there vacant for approximately the last 10 years. In its present condition, it is an eyesore in our community. On the plus side, it is situated in the center of our community within walking distance of a large residential area, restaurants, movies, shopping, professional services, public transportation right across the street, and Eagle River Town Square, as well as the Eagle River Commons. Even though this building failed as a shopping center, I strongly feel that it will excel as a town center and will be greatly appreciated by the vast majority of our community. To finalize, I want to take the opportunity to thank the Assembly and the Mayor and his staff for their hard work over the past approximately 7 years to make this project a reality. I truly believe that going forward with this project, you have the opportunity to revitalize a community eyesore and provide the public with much better access to city services. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Before the next person speaks, I just ask everybody here that has come to be heard on this, that is in support of this, the Assembly approving, if you could stand up. All right. Now, if there's anybody here that wants to speak in opposition to the Assembly approving this particular item, if those people could stand up, if anybody does. Okay. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this? Good, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ted Kassir. I am an Eagle River resident and have been with my family 14 years. I'm also a member of the Library Advisory Board, and for the past 15 years I've worked for the University of Alaska Anchorage, and in that connection Dr. Selcraig and I are colleagues, as is Peter Reese, who already spoke to you from the Eagle River campus. I am, as you saw when I stood up here, in support of Resolution 2008-79. I understand that the funds have largely already been designated, really, and so I'll focus on the $2 million inter-fund loan that is part of that resolution. This, as you've already heard, and as I'm sure you know, is a project strongly supported by the community. I have attended, I think, 2 of the 3 Eagle River Area Community Council meetings and a meeting with local legislators, and it's clear from those meetings and, of course, from the results of the bond election that there is a great deal of community support for this undertaking. The support is shown as well by local donations, and as has been mentioned, this is a project of very long-standing, as Terry Schoenthal just pointed out to you. He and his firm, I guess, maybe not he personally, but his firm has been working on this project one way or another for going on 10 years now. This center with its new tenants will truly revitalize downtown Eagle River, which I think is something that's certainly worth doing. I am a library advisory board member, but there are clearly a number of other important municipal units that will be part of this center once everything comes together, and it is important both for the library and for all of the other municipal offices that would be in it. I don't know, with regard to the $2 million interfund loan, which is really just a contingency, what the governor's intentions are about the funds that the legislature has approved. Undoubtedly, many people in this room, or I would think that anyway, many people in this room would have a better idea than I do. But I would just underscore the fact that the $2 million interfund loan is only a contingency in the worst case of a gubernatorial veto, which I'm sure we all hope does not come to pass. So with that, I again encourage you to support Resolution 2008-79, and I want to thank you, the Assembly, and the very, very hardworking mayoral staff for all of the work that they've put into this. Thanks very much.
Thank you for coming down.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Joe Hegna. I'll be the tail end of I'll be the caboose here. As the president-elect of the Chugach Eagle River Chamber of Commerce, I want to come and kind of present the streamlined version of my testimony. I'm going to get to the points here. My family and I, personally aside, we support this project. We've been there for 20-some years. We're junior to Al by big time. But we're watching our grandchildren grow up there, and it's a community that has needs. But aside from that, we know that as public servants, you have a responsibility to assure that this is done properly, and we believe that this proposal addresses both long-term planning and prudent cost control. If you take a real close look at this thing, the economics on it suggest that the project, even a condominiumized project, makes a lot more sense than trying to lease the properties. So given that, and a growing community, it's not a sleepy little town of a couple thousand anymore. We got 35,000 people, and we're still growing, and we don't need every little shop spread all over town where you need a GPS to find your local offices. So please, given that, consider our support as a business community for the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming down. Anyone else that wants to testify? See, he said he was the tail end, but it shows
that must mean I'm chasing the caboose. Then,
well,
right?
It's always reassuring to me that anyone that thinks they get the last word, they in fact often
and I'm not a runner, I'm a cyclist, so I'd be pedaling after the train anyway. My name is Dr. Peter Lorentzen. Last name is spelled Lorentzen. And I am the owner of Alaska Chiropractic and Therapy, and my clinic is located in Building B, next to Building A in question. I have been in that building for 14 years. My clinic has been active there for 14 years, and I've seen that property change over the years. It's been very painful for me to watch Building A go from a thriving business facility to vacant, and watching the bullet holes in the glass in front of that building and the vandalism that takes place, especially after the APD substation moved out to its current location over by the fire station. Certainly, the communities behind this project and what the businesses in Building B, where my office is located, and other businesses around town have done is we've actually hired private security to drive around during the evening. It's called Eagle River Night Watch, and they help APD out, and certainly something that would help to mitigate the vandalism problems that we have in that area would be for APD and the other community services to come back into that one facility again. I've been involved in Eagle River on a variety of different levels, from coaching hockey to Big Brothers Big Sisters to the civic organizations, and I can tell you that across the board of the people that I've spoken to, the communities behind this project. So thank you, Mr. Chairman and Assembly, for your consideration, and I hope you vote in support of this project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anyone want to become the tail to the tail to the tail? We have a winner.
Good evening. My name is Jim Arneson, A-R-N-E-S-E-N. I work for Eklutna Incorporated, and we're the largest private landowner out in that area. And we're constantly building infrastructure and providing land for schools and various other sundry things. And we support what Eagle River, what they're trying to do here. They need a community center. That's part of the infrastructure needs of that community. And library, that's a very important thing. And we just want to say that from Eklutna, we support this, and we hope you will vote for it.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else, so the public hearing on this is now closed. And I would ask Mr. Starr, I would defer to Mr. Starr. What's the wish of the body?
Sure. Move to approve 2008-79.
And Ms. Osiander? Thank you.
If I can take the opportunity to speak to that motion for approval, and I try not to speechify, but
I would just note I was reminded at dinner I had made a request to try to urge all members of the body to speak once as to these, and we don't necessarily need a long debate.
Unless I need to correct information, because I have piles of it. But there's been many people that have had this vision, and I think that clearly the one that stands out, in my opinion, that keeps stacking up his staff and lining them up for the fight again is the mayor. And I want to make sure that the credit for taking the community vision to fruition solidly rests on his laurels, because he's not sat down on this project, even though it is out in the fringes of Eagle River, Chugiak. He shows up at every meeting, talks about it positively, and he's rallied us when we've been down, beat down. There's been many dead ends, and there's been multiple stops and starts, which has been a real challenge, because you think you're getting there, and then all of a sudden it gets pulled. But I think one thing we remained clear on the ability for us to know when we saw the right thing. And we were able to do that through just basic diligence and hard work, one spreadsheet after another, and the community engaging it in viable dialogues. There was a lot of passion and discussions, but I can attest to the discussions throughout the community councils, at the chamber, at the business community, at the coffee shops. It was a spirited debate for many years, well after the building was vacant. I think the staff deserves the utmost, because, and I like going on the record for these statements, is because the general public doesn't understand the professional approach. Oftentimes it's, they work for the government, or some statement that lends itself to derogatory natures. But in my business experiences of all times, I've seen nothing but professional solutions come forth for every challenge that they've been faced with. And I put that out there not only in a compliment, but as an assurance that the data that they fleshed and the diligence that they put to the process, that the mayor's direction, I'm certain, came out in a very professional way. And we asked for data, and we got it. We needed to have comparisons of equal space. You name it, we got it. Oftentimes remarkably fast, but always professional. One of the roles that we were able to play as assembly members, Debbie and I both were able to play the liaison between sort of government, if you will, and the community. And I think that was a role that oftentimes is necessary, but the welcomeness nature that we saw on 8th floor for that, and it isn't all about the government, but it's a process where the public and the private sector really can come together for a lot of different examples. What I see is I see the public and private partnerships with the Alaska Club and that group gaining up into an LLC formation with a good solid foundation under a cooperative ownership agreement that's going to work. And that's a very creative solution, sometimes challenged in the way government is structured. But this administration and this work team, along with the community support, were able to pull it off. So I was happy to be part of that liaison role, but also trying to link the two user groups, the government and the private sector, in a workable solution. I think there's many reasons to approve it. I heard very many discerning and cross-the-board opinions. Some of them were very opposed to this, and I want to put the assurances out there that we fleshed out every one of those, and at the end of the day, you have to say yes or no. You don't get to say maybe. I don't take credit for the task, and I don't take credit for the solution that came to place, but I'll go on the record and I'll speak to it clearly that I take responsibility for the outcome, because I'm solidly committed to the success of this, and the improvement of this district will occur because of this action. So I'll speechify no more, and I urge approval for this, and it's a good day in coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. I'm going to give her the chance to have the last word. Mike, Mr. Coffey, your microphone
was on. My colleagues from Eagle River, and particularly Mr. Starr, with whom I share a substantial business background, for the hard work in analyzing this and being sure that a building that's 20-plus years old was not going to cost us a lot more than originally anticipated. And I know the due diligence that went into this, both from him and from the administration, led to price reductions in the negotiations, led to us having a reasonable, no more than a reasonable, a very solid basis on which to make estimates of the cost so that we know that it can be afforded and it's not going to be something that's going to cost the taxpayers millions of dollars to repair a roof or replace HVACs and do all of these things. And without that effort from the administration and the representatives here, there would be a great reluctance on my part to support this, because it's a lot of money and it's basically another city hall in Eagle River, which is a good thing in my judgment, and it is a particularly good thing now that we have had such a strong vetting of the costs. And for that, I thank those who have worked so very hard on this, and I will be in support. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the community. They've heard me tell this story more than once, but I remember in those early days of transition and becoming mayor, Eagle River Chugiak dragged me out to a little restaurant. I tried to explain to them that I wasn't sworn in as mayor, and they said they really didn't care. They had some items they wanted to talk to me about, and I thought, okay. And they presented a variety of items. Section 25 was one of those I remember, but the big one was the Valley River Center, or the town center now called. And the idea of centralizing all the services, making it more convenient for the community, but also preparing the building or the location for the future of Eagle River Chugiak. It wasn't just about the moment in time. It was about thinking about a long-term future, making sure the library had expansion capacity and the other facilities did. So they really had thought out what they wanted to do, that it wasn't just about replacing something that existed, but really expanding and preparing the community for a long-term investment. There was times, and Mr. Starr, you're absolutely right, I thank you and Ms. Osiander. At times I had to tell you, just hang tough, we're working through it. And I can remember the time telling, I forget who asked me the question out there at the chamber, and I made the comment that, you know, we cannot fall in love with the project even though we love the project, because we have to negotiate hard. The community is passionate about this project, and I had heard from many at many times why it was important, but also why we need to get on with it, and we had to have a little patience there. And I think the end result was and is a better deal. A better deal in the pricing. Mr. Coffey, you're absolutely right, in the negotiations. Understanding all the costs associated with it and making sure it's the right project, but also bringing a lot of new partners to the table. And I really want to thank the community, because when you think about this project, we're facilitators, and our staff, Jenny Allen, Mary Jane, Michael, and many others who worked on this project, who continue to work on it every day, did a lot of work. But I think our work was easier because there was a community interested and supportive of this project, and they are truly the heroes of this project, because every day they reminded us how important it was, even when we were down in the dumps at times. But they also got busy working the legislature, and some great results this session, which we hope they will be fulfilled in the next few weeks by the governor. But I think at the end of the day, it truly is a community project, one that will sustain far beyond the personalities that sit around these tables today. It will be there because a community dedicated themselves to 7+ years, as John Rado reminded me as we were coming in, or 9 years. I can't remember the exact number you used, but it was significant. And John has been prodding this project ever since I've been in office. And there were a lot of people who made the difference, but the community at large in the Eagle River Chugiak area really made the difference here. And I want to thank you for helping us make sure we did the right thing, but also thank you for being patient with us to make sure we got a good deal. And I think it worked both ends. So again, thank you to the community. Thank you, Mr. Starr, for your comments, and Ms. Osiander for your comments that I think will be coming here, but for your patience in working with us and having faith that we will get there, and us having faith in you that you will represent the community when the time was right, and you have done that every time we've called upon you on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Birch.
I just had I support this project as well. I did receive a number of emails regarding the use of the Parks and Rec funding for the project. I just wanted to have some assurance or just clarification through the chair of the appropriateness of that funding source.
We have, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Birch, we've submitted, and I think it went to Barbara, and it was distributed out, but there's a legal opinion that verified, there we go. Mr. Reeves has given kind of verbal in the past, but what we've done is done a written document for file, not only for this question, Mr. Birch, that I know some have asked, but just to make sure in future years, if the question comes up, we've documented how we've come to that conclusion. So it is clear that we do not see any problem with this, and in the detailed 2-page memo, I think details that out for you. But we have no problem from a legal perspective on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. I will be happy to let you have the last word if you'd like it, or you can come. Okay, I'm gonna. Ms. Dr. Selkirk is in line, and so I'd ask you to click back in, and I will give you the last word. Dr. Selkirk.
Well, I'll be brief. I just want to say I'm going to be supporting this tonight, and it's a pleasure to support it. A long time ago, I think it was 96, I was invited out to Eagle River by their chamber, and we walked around and we talked about the loop, we talked about a park, we talked about concentrating services. And, you know, so much of that has happened, and it makes me feel wonderful to see us maturing as a community. Eagle River really has its own identity. Girdwood has its own identity. South Anchorage has its own identity. Hillside has its own identity. East Anchorage, downtown. And it all works together. So it's exciting to see each part of our cities emerge with the services they need. And I'm absolutely pleased to see what's happening in Eagle River, and we'll support it this evening.
I, too, will be thrilled to support this. Ms. Osiander for the last word.
During the dinner break, I had a couple of conversations with people in the audience. One of the conversations was, oh my gosh, you guys are still talking about pools? And I said, well, yes, that's how government works. We are slow in doing things. And I think in some sense that's frustrating, but in another sense, maybe it's reassuring in this, because there are many eyes that look at a project, and there's many viewpoints that are discussed before a final solution comes up. I personally started working on this a long time ago, long before I was ever on this body, back in school district days. And I've also served as a member of the Chamber of Commerce, principally because I think any community needs a heart and an identity, particularly when we've got what basically is an eyesore in the heart of Eagle River, to have the option to make something vibrant and worthwhile and bring back actually some services that we used to have in the past, I think is a very positive thing. I want to join Mr. Starr in saying a sincere thank you to the many, many people who worked on this, and to city folks who've put in a long amount of time and effort. I'm looking right at you, Ginny. So I thank you. And I would urge support, and actually more than that, I would very much appreciate if you guys have time to take a drive out and see the building now, and then, what, 2 years? A year and a half? When are we going to have the whole shebang here, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I was going to say within a year.
Within a year?
Yeah.
All right.
We're
I think you'll see something that's pretty dramatic and pretty exciting and pretty energizing. I know that not all of you have had a chance to see the building as it exists now, but it will be an incredible impact, just incredible impact, the difference. So urge support strongly.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. That matter passes unanimously. Now I would welcome a motion to combine the public hearings on items 14B, 14C, 14D, and 14E.
I move.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right, the public hearings on items 14B, 14C, and 14D, 14E are combined. I'll introduce the four items. 14B is
Point of order, if I may. I'd like to move for immediate reconsideration on the Valley River Center vote and urge a no vote.
Second.
actually
You got to push your thing.
ask unanimous consent. That's been moved by Ms. Osiander, seconded by Mr. Starr. Ask for unanimous.
No, sir, I'm urging a no vote. I
Oh, right.
do not want to reconsider.
That's right. That's right. So we have to start voting, and the request is a no vote. Any discussion? Seeing none, no. Oh, Ms. Osiander, was that you in the queue?
No, sir.
Okay. The request is a no vote. Start voting. And that's a unanimous no vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that motion. There's been a motion to combine the public hearings on the next four items. Any opposition to combining the public hearings? Seeing none, we're with the public hearings on the following, starting with number 14B, Resolution AR 2008-63, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage providing for a revision of the Anchorage School District Financial Plan for fiscal year 2008-2009. Anchorage School District, do it on the next one. C, ordinance number AO 2008-55, an ordinance setting the rate of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for the Anchorage School District for tax year 2008, Office of OMB. Item number 14D, Resolution AR 2008-64, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipality revising and appropriating funds for the 2008 General Government Operating Budget, Office of Management and Budget. And finally, ordinance number AO 2008-56, an ordinance setting the rate of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for all service areas of the Municipality of Anchorage General Government for the fiscal year 2008 Office of Management and Budget. The public hearing on these four items is now open. Ms. Como, welcome again.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to say congratulations on the last vote. I know how wonderful it's been for us to combine all of our offices into one place, and I really applaud you for doing that. I think it'll be a great thing for Eagle River. We just urge your support of our two items. Most of it is for the increase for the debt for the bonds that passed April 1st, and then the increase in the mill rate. We'd also like your consideration to increase the taxes due to the new construction under the tax cap to increase the revenues. So we'd be happy to answer any questions.
I see Ms. Osiander has a question.
No, I'm not in the queue.
Oh, you were in the queue. Now you're out of the queue.
That was earlier, sir.
All right. I tried to get you out the last time. I see no questions. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify in budget matters?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Assembly members. My name is Chris Schutte. I am the Executive Director for Anchorage Downtown Partnership. I'm here to testify tonight on behalf of the operating budget amendment. Contained within that operating budget amendment, there's a very crucial piece, I think, for downtown, and that is in the increased police funding. We've worked very closely with our stakeholders, the downtown member business owners, property owners, residents, and visitors, and the municipality, the Anchorage Convention and Visitors Bureau, and the Anchorage Police Department in looking at some of the public safety issues that downtown faces. Tonight we've heard a lot of talk about public inebriation and the public inebriates. That is a problem that is very unique, not just to downtown, but is felt especially strong in downtown. Over the past year, we've worked closely with the police department and the municipality in looking at ways that we can address this issue. One of the ways in which we feel that we can address this issue is by reintroducing foot patrols for Anchorage Police Department into downtown again. Contained within this budget amendment, there is funding for those foot patrols. They are scheduled to start May 15th and will provide 2 additional officer shifts from roughly 8 a.m. to about 10 p.m. We've already been in conversations with Chief Hewen and with Deputy Chief Plummer in coordinating his efforts with the efforts of Anchorage Downtown Partnership to help improve not only the literal security, but the perception of security in downtown. In addition to the security, the APD foot patrols and our security ambassadors provide a vital ambassador function, answering simple things like, how do I get to the mall? How do I find my tour bus? I strongly support this budget amendment and would encourage all of you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. I'm sorry. There are some questions. Come back. It looks like Ms. Osiander is first.
Thank you. I wanted to kind of give you a heads up because I do have some concerns about this line item in the budget. And it doesn't reflect on a lack of acknowledgement on my part that a problem exists that needs to be addressed, but rather a very real concern that funding this out of police overtime, which is basically going to go to the most expensive and most experienced officers we have, is not the correct way to go. So I am going to strongly encourage the other people on this body to address this problem in some other fashion, possibly through additional money to Community Service Patrol, or I'm eagerly looking for these cadet officers that the mayor's talked about. I just don't think that it's a good use for our resources to fund it the way it is. I wanted to let you know now because your point is good. It's just the way that this is structured bothers me. Thank you.
If I may respond through the chair.
Sure.
I think the mayor's intention is good. The intention of this is good, and that it's a short-term part of a very long-term solution. And we think that we're coordinating our efforts with APD, with ACVB, and with the municipality, and think that the immediate impact that would be seen by funding the foot patrols in downtown would be extremely beneficial to the city, to the visitors, and to the business community in downtown. And once again, it's only a short-term solution. We're looking at longer-term solutions that would avoid this type of issue. But I would hope that even though you've expressed that you're not going to support it, I would hope that the rest of the body would consider supporting it to provide this short-term solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn is next in line.
Well, I'd start by congratulating the new executive director of the Anchorage Downtown Partnership on his recent promotion. Congratulations, Chris. When I first reviewed this line item, I shared some of the very same concerns that Ms. Osiander expressed. I have since had the opportunity to explore the topic more in depth, not only with yourself and the board of the Anchorage Downtown Partnership, but also ACVB and some other affected agencies. My initial instinct was that the Community Service Patrol was a more appropriate destination for these monies. However, upon further review, it has come to my attention that during the recent International Whaling Commission convention in Anchorage, the increased security that was required for reasons not related to public inebriates resulted in a better downtown for all of Anchorage than we had ever had before. And that was why a police presence was necessary. And because the junior cadet program is not yet in place, this is our only option for this upcoming season. I would note this is a small piece of the public inebriate puzzle. We have a lot of work to do as a group. We have a lot of work to do as a community. But that fact should not distract us from the importance of moving forward. And that is why I'll be supporting this budget line item. And thank you, Chris, for coming down.
Thank you. That doesn't appear to require a response. Mr. Coffey.
Talking about public inebriates downtown for 30 years. Mr. Flynn, your mother and I used to debate that a long time ago. And we haven't done anything about it, anything that's worked. And one of the questions I have for you, sir, is what happened to the idea of leasing all of the ground at Old City Hall to ACVB, which would then free them from some of the constraints that are imposed on the municipality relative to the congregation of public inebriates in that Petrovich Park downtown? What happened to that?
Through the chair. From my understanding, that issue reached the Government Relations Committee of the ACVB Board of Directors and met some resistance there, and so ACVB decided not to proceed in that direction at this time. What they decided to do in exchange was work with the city in developing this APD Foot Patrol program, and in addition, working with Anchorage Downtown Partnership to look at possible grant solution to hire security ambassadors that would be focused primarily on ACVB and the 4th Avenue area to help provide some additional security feelings and cleaning up of the park.
In the meantime, though, we're going to do what Ms. Osiander expressed such concern about. We're going to be paying top dollar for overtime. Isn't that right?
Through the chair, for the APD officers, it would be overtime. For the grant arrangement we're trying to create with ACVB, it would not be.
No, I understand that. But right now, it's overtime dollars.
Through the chair, as I understand it, yes.
Okay. Anything else?
So we picked the most expensive solution for this summer.
Through the chair, I will defer to the mayor's office on this. They were instrumental in developing the proposal. I don't think that was the intention, was to develop a program that would only attract the most expensive cops. I think that it was the solution that presented itself when we tried to look at ways to solve this problem.
Well, I don't believe we're going to solve it. That's the thing. If I thought that this would solve it, I might be willing to throw more money at it. But I have a little faith that it will solve it, or perhaps even maybe a little modicum more faith that it may have some sort of impact. But I don't believe that either, frankly. So, thank you.
I see no one else in the queue. Thank you, Mr. Schutte. I know there are people in the audience about Anchorage Project Access, and if you want to testify before the Assembly, this is the time to be heard, because it's a budget item.
Hello, my name is Charlene Spatafor-Vassar. I'm the Director of Anchorage Project Access, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of you again. We're here tonight for an amendment to the budget for $25,000 to assist us with a deficit in our pharmacy aspect of Project Access. I passed out some literature which indicates how much our network of providers have donated the first 18 months that we've been in existence, over $2.1 million. We do have some physicians here tonight, a couple cardiologists, orthopedic surgeon, and endocrinologists who would like to speak as far on behalf of the physicians. But right now, I'd just like to say that Anchorage Project Access is a dramatic example of asset building here in our community. We're not a handout to these people. We're just trying to help those that are in need. Thank you for this opportunity.
I don't see any questions. We do have a question.
Okay.
Dr. Selkirk.
Like a little information about your overall budget. I know you've come in this year for a little bit less. We're looking at $25,000. I think originally we talked about more. But I'm curious in terms of, I realize that this is an ongoing program and that you're trying to structure something that has some continuity. And can you give us a sense of what you're looking at in terms of making this program work?
Well, right now we're funded through 08 except for the 25. We're going to come up short in the pharmacy aspect, just about $20,000 to $35,000 because of the increase in referrals that we've had over this past year. For next year, we're good for about 6 months, and we'll come up about $200,000 short. After that, we're going to be starting naturally as soon as possible, different fundraising aspects and reaching out to the community. We've recently produced a 5-minute video that tells our story better than probably anything. It tells about 3 patients whose lives have been affected. And so that's going to be a huge part of our fundraising aspect. But as far as numbers go, in a nutshell, we're good through half of 2009, about 6 months.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I have great appreciation for what you're doing, and as you know, in my discussions with you, I'm always concerned.
Microphone, please.
I'm always concerned with an organization when it's new and young, if we sometimes kill it with money before the organization has grown to the point of being able to develop solidly and sustainability, in a sustainable manner. So you're short. I see your actual budget is $60,000 for pharmaceutical.
Correct.
And at this point, you've spent 40%.
Correct.
But you have the funding for the 60. So you feel it's going to be about 80,000. Okay.
If it continues the way it is, absolutely.
What have you done as far as extending sort of your partnership with organizations in Anchorage, other nonprofits, as far as working, not just amongst yourselves, but are you working with Neighborhood Health?
We work very closely with Neighborhood Health Center. We are working with we're trying to branch out and do relationship building with the different organizations in town, as well as the business community. We haven't done a lot of that as yet, but we are starting. I've got a fundraising plan that's going to be going into effect. We've been kind of waiting for this video because, like I said, it tells our story better than anything.
And ultimately, in 2009, or even for the next 3 or 4 years, what are you looking for from the municipality? Are you looking for the 25,000s, or what do you see our part in this program?
As far as a dollar amount, to be honest with you, I don't know right now. We just feel like we should partner with the city. Right now we're Anchorage Project Access. It was at inception, the goal was to go statewide, but right now we are strictly in Anchorage. We do have a 10%, we take referrals from 10% of the outside of Anchorage. With different restrictions, but we are an Anchorage program. We feel that we should partner with the city of Anchorage. I've recently started researching different project accesses throughout the country, and so far, all of the ones I've contacted, there's about 20% of them, they get some type of city or county or state funding.
20%?
20% of the ones I've contacted so far, not 20% of their budget.
And I guess my final, have you ever looked to see what if eventually you could build to the criteria so it could be part of the United Way agency, or is that something you would be wanting to do?
United Way they are a funder as well.
They currently a funder?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Coffey. Thank you. To use the words of our chairman, it's $25,000. It's only a little bit of money. But everybody who owns a home and has a family has paid a lot more money in their health care, right? So now if we take taxpayer money and we give it to you, then we're asking them to share, to shoulder just a little bit more of a burden. And it's a worthy thing that you're doing. But here's my question. What are the pharmacists contributing here?
They give us a discounted rate from the usual and customary rate. They give our patients, Car Safeway, all of their pharmacies participate. They have a $5 copay. Anchorage Neighborhood Health Center has no copay, and then we pay a discounted rate to them for the pharmaceuticals.
Mm-hmm. And what does that amount to in terms of, say, a $100 bill, or what do they save, $20, $10, what?
You mean our
whoever pays the pharmacist, yes.
Quite a bit. Have you purchased drugs lately? I mean, they're extremely expensive.
Well, I understand that.
Yeah. These people are saving probably hundreds of dollars. Each patient has a $500 limit that they can use every year. It's not very much if you know the price of drugs these days, but it helps them at least get started. And then our care coordinators try to set them up with the pharmaceutical companies because they have programs as well. We try to be as efficient as we can with our pharmaceuticals. Walmart has a very extensive $4 list that we use, but things cost. And these people they're in medical need. I mean, they don't come to us for sore throats. These people are kind of spinning out of control, not only with their lives, but with their medical needs. You say, you pay insurance. We all pay insurance. It's exorbitant. But the cost goes up if these people continue to use our emergency rooms constantly, because that's what they do. That's all they have. We represent, they call them the working poor, because they fall through every crack that there is. They don't qualify for any other insurance. TRICARE, they're not Medicaid age or Medicare age yet, For some reason they don't qualify for Medicare, and they have absolutely no other form of insurance.
You say you take people to 200% of poverty is what you're...
Right, 200% or less.
Here's my problem, just very quickly. There's nothing better than the kind of programs you're trying to do. But you're asking us to approve taking some money, small amount, from the taxpayers and giving it to somebody else who's got a problem.
Right.
And what do I tell the guy who I take the money from who's struggling just like these people are to make his health care and raise his kids and so on?
Mr. Coffey, I don't have an answer for all the problems.
Neither do
I'm sorry.
That's why it troubles me. Thank you.
Yeah. I'd like to introduce a couple of our doctors to speak.
That's fine.
Dr. Kaltenborn?
I'm an endocrinologist, and
tell us your name.
Okay, yes, I'm Casey Kaltenborn. I'm the president of the board of Project Access and an endocrinologist that sees patients on its behalf. And Mr. Coffey, to address the question of what can you tell the taxpayers, what you can tell them is that the doctors, the physical therapists, the podiatrists, and the nurse practitioners who see the patients are seeing them at no charge at all. Sometimes it's not obvious, but since there's a budget for Project Access, that's going for the support personnel and for pharmaceutical needs. The support personnel get the patients to the right doctor, and make sure that the procedures that are required get done so that the surgeries and care can be delivered. So all the professionals involved with it are receiving no compensation. So what they can say is that those funds open the door to free care by the best specialists in the state. For example, I'm just remembering some of the patients that I've seen personally. Just some stories always make a difference. One of the first Project Access patients I saw was a woman who was a housekeeper for a small business, and she wasn't able to continue to do it because her hands became numb with what was suspected to be carpal tunnel. And so I did a nerve conduction study on her, and she was quite apprehensive about this. She saw the machine, she knew this was an expensive thing, and I said, there is no charge at all. We account for how much funds are given away, but there is no charge to you. It's zero. And the typical charge for this is somewhere between $1,500 and $2,000 for the procedure that I did for her. And she went on to have carpal tunnel surgery done, again, without charge. And the anesthesiology, the surgeon, the physical therapist who would have been involved in getting her hands back to work, and she went back to work. Another patient I saw just before Thanksgiving this past year, and she had been referred from the neighborhood health center, which is probably where a little bit more than 50% of our patients come from. They can only access specialists who are able to donate care because they don't have enough funds to see them on their own. And this patient had diabetes for about 10 or 15 years, and her blood sugars, despite therapy with high doses of insulin, her blood sugars were 200 to 300, which is enough to make you cringe, and they had been there for months. And what I was able to do for her was to initiate her on a medication that was recently released over the last year and a half, which helps to make the insulin work better and decrease her body weight. And she said, well, how can I afford this? And I go, well, we have samples here in this office, and I can get you ongoing supplies if this drug works for you. And this was just before Thanksgiving, and she started to cry, and I go, well, you know, is there something that you're worried about? Are you worried about this medication, or what are you concerned about? And she said to me, I just can't believe that this is happening. And as much as it's always an honor to be appreciated about what I'm able to offer as a physician, to have someone cry for appreciation for the fact that she was able to get help from me. If that's ever happened before, I can't remember it. And that was a Project Access patient. So that's what you can tell them, I think.
Okay. And I see Mr. Covey has a question. Your time is up, but since Mr. Covey has a question, you get to answer his question.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and I don't want to sound hard-hearted, but you're a volunteer, are you not, sir?
That's
and
right.
The others are volunteers. And this is the coercive power of government taking money out of people's pockets, which is different. And it's not a big amount of money. But there's lots and lots and lots of needs that come before us year after year. And the question is, can you help, can you help, can you help? And the answer is, if we say yes, is that it comes from those who pay taxes. And so I don't think that anything you're doing is anything other than the greatest service you can provide. But unfortunately, that's not the question here tonight so much as the question is, what do we say? And I'm not even saying no. I'm just wanting to bring a point and make people aware that when we use the coercive taxing power of government to fund other people's situations, we need to very well reflect on the fact that those who we are taxing have similar problems. They're paying health insurance. They have illnesses. They don't qualify for your programs, perhaps. That's all. And so I certainly appreciate everything that you do. And I know that many people in this body, myself included, make lots and lots of donations to charitable organizations voluntarily. And so I can't answer them the way you suggest I do.
In listening to you phrase that, I have one thing I could add to that. By having the care delivered before the patients have a medical crisis, this saves on emergency room visits,
yes,
and then therefore slowing the rate with which all of our medical insurance goes
Now,
up.
there's an answer that makes some sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig has a question for you also. You get at least two more people asking questions.
I think there were some questions exploring whether or not, as an organization, you were very mature or ready for funding. I'm following up on some of the comments that Ms. Johnson made. How many years did it take to get to where you are today in terms of building the associations between the doctors, between connecting with the pharmacies, and kind of building the agreements that it took to just have the body of doctors that are willing to see patients? Can you answer that question?
Well, I was the main recruiter for many of the specialists. Since, as an endocrinologist, I work with a lot of them in different settings. And about 2 years ago, we had, I think, about 60 doctors that were part of it. And then from about 2 years ago to a year ago was our main growth time. And at the time that growth was through, we went from about 60 doctors to 340, 350, when you include all the practitioners, most of that as physicians.
And and I assume it took a couple of years to get the initial 60 to get to, so that this is not a brand-new idea. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then you received a substantial amount of startup money just to get coordinated in terms of support and development from the Rasmussen Foundation, didn't you?
That's right. That was our seed money and our startup money.
And so that the intent of that money was to build the capacity for the organization. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then, do you have a sense for the dollar amount that you're saving the community in terms of not having these patients go through the emergency room?
We have an evaluation process which was just finished, and some of that data is what you've been handed, but it's a 4-to-1 of donated care to the infrastructure costs. So for every dollar that's spent on the infrastructure project access, there's $4 of donated care.
Okay, and what do you suppose that having the structure where a person can actually go to the doctor rather than go to the emergency room saves the system? In other words, what's happening in other places is that emergency rooms are not being able to function very well because they're overloaded with sore throats, or they're overloaded with broken hands that people can't go see a regular doctor for. How are you benefiting the community in terms of?
The only way that I can, as a scientifically trained physician, I try to have data and numbers. Right. And there is a publication in the American Journal of Public Health from the first Project Access, which is in Asheville, North Carolina, in Buncombe County. And they demonstrated that their cost was offset by emergency room, decreased emergency room use.
Okay. And does anybody have you seen any data out there that talks about the economic impact of someone who has experienced a significant illness and can't get it treated in terms of their lack of ability to work, their lack of ability to make their housing payments, their need to use public services? Is there any data that reflects that you've been aware of?
I'm sure that there is. One of our board members is an epidemiologist who has worked for the state and is familiar with those terms and numbers. That's not my area of expertise.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, you answered the question that I was trying to get to for Mr. Coffey, because the response I give is the $25,000 and the work you guys do is in a lot of ways preventive, because if they end up in the emergency room, I can tell you from our employees, because that cost is just pushed off to the insured, which means the city folks end up picking up part of that tab. So you answered it. The line I use is this is preventive. This is the ability to make sure individuals have good medical care prior to any emergency room activity if they wait too long. So I appreciate, I was waiting for you to answer that, and you got it toward the tail end, so that was my question. I think hopefully, Mr. Coffey, that's how I argue this one. This is a small investment to prevent people from ending up in the emergency room, which then is shifted to the insured, which happens to be, we are a big insurer in this community with 3,000 employees, and we pay that cost when they go uninsured in that emergency room. So thank you for your explanation on that tail end.
Mr. Coffey, back in the queue.
Thank you. Well, that's the reason we ask questions, Mr. Mayor, because two people asked me. We just looked at $1.3 million in one of our quarterly reports of charitable contributions. A lot of them are grants. It doesn't much matter. They go to a lot of good causes. 25,000 more? How do I say that? Somebody says to me, well, why'd you do that? My health insurance bill went up 75% this year, and now you're taking a little more out of me. Now you gave me an answer. Thank you.
I have one question. No one else is in the queue. Or maybe it's two questions. You're in private practice or work for a public clinic?
No, I'm 100% in private practice.
Do you have any idea in terms of the value of the contributions your practice, I'm not sure if you're a solo practice or in a group, but how much your practice or group has contributed to Project Access and services? I am fortunate enough to work in two different private practice settings, and one is approximately $16,000, and my other practice about a little around $10,000. Thank you. And I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much. Welcome. If you could let us know your name.
Good evening. My name is Jerome Lest. I'm a private physician here in Anchorage, and I'd like to tell you, going from a healthcare provider to a healthcare receiver can happen very quickly. Some of you may know that. The reason I bring that up is because I want to clarify that there are a lot of folks, and actually those are the most gratifying people that I've taken care of at Project Access, are the folks who are teetering on being able to have insurance and not have insurance, or in the working force, who are capable of being productive in our communities, who are not drawing on social programs and drawing resources away from other people because they can't get back to work. Our research has shown very clearly that a person who is out of work for greater than 6 to 8 months has very, very low percentage of ever returning and coming back to productive work. And I personally have taken care of some of these patients who have been able to get back to productive life. I don't know of all the social programs in this town, okay, that could be tapped in by these people who are unable to work, but I can imagine that's very, very high. This country is in a healthcare crisis. One of the healthcare crisis problems is the emergency rooms, okay? Now, somebody's got to pay for those emergency room visits. When somebody has a medical problem and they can't find their care in a regular fashion, a couple of things happen. They clog up the emergency rooms, but I want to emphasize also it's very poor health care. Emergency room doctors are obligated to focus on one problem, and they focus on that one problem. There's no follow-up for those patients, so even though it's very expensive compared to regular care, and clogs up the emergency room and keeps people who need to have the emergency rooms open, it also is very expensive, very ineffective, and it's a very poor use of resources. I'm not sure how we're going to afford to pay for this, because if we look at the statistics, I'm more familiar with the Providence statistics. Our number of visitors to the emergency room just keeps escalating, and reimbursement is not getting any better, as all of you know. Medicare is a huge crisis, in this state. Getting access to health care is becoming more and more of a crisis. So from a constituent perspective, I think that those issues need to be pointed out to them, keeping from spending some community resources, because we can get those people back. We save their pride. We keep them in the working force. To me, is a very valuable thing for this community. I think overall, with the growing crisis of medical issues, I think by participating as partners, we are concerned about our long-term sustainability. But we can only do it if we have partners, if we work together. We are with United Way. We are with a lot of other organizations. We continue to seek other partners. But I think other than just the financial support, working as a team, working as a community, this gives me a lot of sense of community. This is my home. This is where I live. This is it for me. And I'm proud of being here, and I want our community to have good health care. Health care is something that I think has been a little bit ignored by our leaders. And I'd like to say that we're going to be proactive in this community and do something a little bit more above and beyond what could have been done in other communities. And so I'm proud of this project, and I think that it will make us outstand in other parts of the country. This will be a destination for people to come and see how we've dealt with our health care. We're not resolving all of the health care issues of this community. But I think as we have a sense, if we have an awareness and we have a willingness to work together as a group, as a community, I think we're all going to be better for that. And I think that the taxpayers are going to benefit from this, and I'll stop there.
Okay. Ms. Osiander has a question.
Are you familiar with the budget at all of the organization?
Not intimately. I've been involved with Project Access way since before we even started seeing patients, and I used to look at the numbers a lot more. We have now some number crunchers, and that's kind of the way it is in my own. If you ask me how much I've donated to Project Access, I can't tell you from my personal office.
My big concern is sustainability. It appears from the draft budget of 2009 that even with the reliance of the one-time cash on hand, the Rasmussen grant is dropping by over half. The private contributions are only 10. I would like to see some sort of a plan that would ensure that there's a forecast, some reason to show that you guys are going to be here in a year.
Well,
yeah, this is really alarming.
From the work that I do, and this is my forte, is I'm out recruiting physicians to participate in the program, and I can tell you that's been $2.something million.
Well,
so what I'm bringing to the table is $2 million, and yes, we are looking at it. We are concerned about this. Okay, we've done a lot of work to get this project off the ground. I understand that nonprofit organizations are not well do not do well in the long term with grant processes. We're looking for some more sustainable forms of sustaining this.
I have volunteered on nonprofit boards. I know it is incredibly challenging and incredibly difficult. I would say, though, that there are people in this town that can help format a budgetary plan and sit down with you and give you some real guidance. I know that, for instance, Dennis McMillan has spent a lot of time and energy on that. You don't even have half of enough money for next year, and there's nothing here to show me how it's going to come.
Well,
that's my big heartache at the moment.
And again, I can't speak about the minutia and the dollars and cents. Dennis McMillan has helped us with our board development. Okay. And Charlene, I don't know if you can speak more towards the
I would just say
budget.
it's not minutia if you've not even got half of what you anticipate needing for next year. Sorry.
And that's why we're here. I mean, that's why we go to you. That's why we go.
Ms. Bradford, we can get back, if she has questions, we can come back later. He's speaking now, and so we'll let him
But
finish.
that's why we're pounding the pavement, and that's why we're willing to come out on a beautiful night like tonight and say this is an important project, and we're willing to put our efforts into doing it. Again, we have financial people who are helping us do that. Right.
Thanks.
Okay. Dr. Selcraig.
I want to thank you for coming out tonight, and I recognize that what we have in the room are several doctors who have great skills in medicine and have donated a lot of time to address a critical social problem. So I'm appreciative of that. And one of the things that I do know is that you've been talking to the state as well about resources. And I also think I'd like to ask you, or maybe I want to clarify, is my understanding that originally when you approached the city, you asked for more money, and you're here for at $25,000 tonight because that's kind of what you were guided that was available to you, and you recognize that, as I understood it, when you came originally, you recognized that you didn't need much this year. The real issue is next year, and so I appreciate the recognition on this in this group that we have a big contribution before us. We have an opportunity to address something, and that I think that this discussion tonight raises bigger issues for next year. And certainly the city has got a remarkable amount of resources. We just talked about $100,000 for policing downtown to pay policemen, at their highest wages. We approved an adult club that costs us $160,000 a year in terms of policing. It costs, so the public's constantly playing in a lot of places, and we're paying a lot of money. And so I'm looking forward to hearing from more people tonight and being partners with you. I appreciate the time that you've taken to put this together, and I know there's a lot of work before us, but I know you've done a lot of work. I wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kaltenborn. I don't see anyone else in the queue. I would remind the members of the body that the question about whether to approve this funding, much of what's been going on has been a lot of our debate amongst ourselves prior to it actually being before us, and so I would encourage the body not to use these opportunities to posture, but simply ask questions if there are questions and move along. It's already 9:15, and we would like to finish before 11. Others to testify?
My name is Bill Mayer. I'm a cardiologist with the Alaska Heart Institute. We're a single specialty group of 25 cardiologists and 8 nurse practitioners. We see essentially all the private cardiology patients in the city of Alaska. We're involved with Operation Access, I think to the tune of $110,000. We also, and during the same time period, have donated approximately $2 million in charity care to patients who are less than 3 times the poverty level. Although we can donate our own care and our own facilities and our own mechanical equipment, our major problem is getting these patients medications. They can't afford their medications. I spend about a quarter of my day going to the drug cabinet to try to get them samples, to fill out forms, to get them free drugs from the companies, which are very difficult and really not any long-term answer. We try to send them to the cheapest place, to Walmart primarily, to get their medications. I don't think Project Access really makes a big difference in the medical care of our community until we have a national health system, until we have a major health system. This is a drop in the bucket. But for the individual patients, this is actually a major thing. These people won't come in without this type of assurance that they're not going to be billed their next house payment, or they're not going to be able to buy a car, or they'll get their kids food. We cannot keep supplying them with medication, and at least for this group of patients, their pharmacy bills could be covered with a very small donation. The medicines do keep them out of the hospital. The cost of treating them for high blood pressure or high cholesterol, or with antiplatelet drugs like aspirin and Plavix, is minimal compared to what it costs when they have a heart attack, they go into heart failure, and they end up in the hospital. And those costs are cost shifted to all of us. I realize patients see their, as Mr. Coffey said, that they see their increasing tax rate, and they see that directly, but they don't see their insurance is going up, or they do see it going up 27% this year, but they don't see it as coming from the cost shifting, or a large percentage of it, the cost shifting to take care of these patients in the hospital and in the emergency room. I think this is a very cheap way to take care of patients. We're donating our time and equipment, but we cannot supply them with the medications which are necessary to treat these patients.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk has a question.
A quick question. Have you any idea, Dr. Mayer, how many, I'm right here, you looking?
Oh.
Have you any idea how many patients are served currently or have been served through Project Access? How many patients have you served?
I think we've had 40 patients.
750.
I think we've had 40-some since the program began.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else that wishes to testify in connection with the budget, including Project Access?
Good evening, everybody. Mayor Beggett. My name is Nicole Baum, and I am one of the working poor that is a participant in the Anchorage Project Access. And I'm here to testify tonight to tell you about this wonderful program that I found. It wasn't something that I'd heard of prior to a month ago, and it's a miraculous group of people who are striving to help the people of Anchorage with one of the most important things in their lives, which is health care. And I'm going to share a little bit of my story with you so you understand where I'm coming from. As of April 1st, I no longer qualified for the Medicaid program. I made $1 an hour more than what I needed to qualify for Medicaid. And so I went to my last doctor's appointment on March 31st, one day before I lost my Medicaid. And the doctor tried, to just fill me up with all the prescriptions that I needed and give me advice and just everything we could do possibly in one day. And then she said, well, how about Anchorage Project Access? And I said, what is that? And she signed me up for the program. She referred me. And within a month, I had applied for the program. I got signed up for the program. I was able to go see my same doctor who was a participant in this program, and I was able to purchase my medication for $5. And even though there is a $500 cap per year per patient on the prescriptions, Stephanie, through the Anchorage Project Access, took her time and contacted the pharmaceutical companies and mailed me applications, and she walked me through it step by step, the entire process. And she didn't have to do that. That wasn't part of her job. She did that because she really cares about me. And this program was a lifesaver. I laid awake many, many nights wondering what I was going to do and how I was going to be okay enough to go to work to provide for my little boy. And I know that if I feel this way, there's hundreds of people out there in this city that feel the same way that I do every night. And it's moms and dads that feel awful because they can't get their own children to the doctor, or they're ill themselves and they can't go to the doctor because they have to pay for their rent. and then they need the help that I miraculously found. This program should be available to every needy person in this city. No person should be without health care. No person should have to make the choice between paying their rent or going to the doctor or even getting a prescription from the pharmacy. Even though this program has helped me immensely, I know that it needs a lot of help. This program is made possible due to the doctors' generosity and the goodness of their hearts. They're not getting paid a single penny for seeing me, and I made sure to tell my provider that. I was very, very grateful, because without her help, I would not have been able to return to work to provide for my little boy. Ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, I would ask that you consider the Anchorage Project Access not only a helpful program, but that you consider it an essential program for the well-being of every needy citizen in this city we call home. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for coming down. Anyone else wishing to testify in the budget?
My name is John Lapkus. I'm an orthopedic surgeon here in town, private practice. And I've been involved in Project Access for about 2 years now, since the inception of the program. And my perspective is maybe a little bit different than Dr. Mayer's, in that most of the patients that are referred to me have a fairly well-defined mechanical problem. Their engine's broken. As an orthopedist, I can generally fix that. And it is very gratifying to see individuals come through the office with a well-defined problem that are, not all of them, but a lot of them are pretty motivated. They want to get back to work. They have a problem. They can't get access to health care. They go to emergency rooms for chronic shoulder pain or this and that, and fix them and get them back out into the workforce, and it benefits everybody. We are unable to help everybody. There's not any single program that can take care of everybody and furnish all the needs for every single person. But on the other hand, we can't just sit on our hands and do nothing. You know, even helping a few people is better than helping nobody. And I can speak from personal experience. Those individuals that I've taken care of in balance, they get back to work, they get back to a productive life, they become a productive member of society, and they benefit society. Our clinic has donated, my clinic, we've donated over $200,000 in charity care now to this point. And we are looking for the municipality to be partners with us in helping at least a segment of society, a segment of people out there who can really benefit from this sort of thing. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions. Yes.
Okay, I actually was here for the Eagle River Valley Center, so this is an impromptu for me, but this is a very
we approved it.
Yes, and I'm so excited. But since I came all the way out to the meeting, I
tell us your name too.
To go ahead and stay. My name is Laura Reinbold. I'm an Eagle River resident and a lifetime Alaskan, but I worked in healthcare management for approximately 10 years and helped manage an emergency room. Also, I sold pharmaceuticals for 10 years. So I'm coming in support of this project. When I worked for the pharmaceutical company, it was next to impossible to get indigent care. Almost all our companies, the head base, I worked for Johnson & Johnson and Bristol Myers, our head base is over on the East Coast. The indigent care program was only open about 4 hours when we were trying to get care over there. And we had to compete with all the states. We had to compete with Houston. We had to compete. So we got so few. In the 10 years that I worked, we got just a few patients a year on indigent care and pharmaceuticals, so that it's next to impossible to get indigent care and free pharmaceuticals from the companies. And also, due to a lot of regulations, they're sampling less and less and less, the pharmaceutical companies are. So to see what these physicians, I've worked with a lot of these guys over the years, and to see the example that they're setting, giving of their free time, you're not going to see better than what they're doing for our community right now. Basically, what the gentleman said about the oil to the engine, basically that's what pharmaceuticals, they keep the body running, they reduce costs dramatically. One if we can prevent one ER visit, probably that 25 grand will be saved. I know my son was just in the ER and it was close to that. And so if we're able to just sustain them on medicine, keep them from going into shock or anything like that, diabetic shock or anything like that, just one patient, and that 25 grand is just a token. And also, I am working right now as a volunteer to try to get trails put in out in Eagle River. And I know that people will never see about the 20 hours of work that I am putting forth. And then to ask them to volunteer their time, and then to ask them to not be able to have the tools, the medicine to sustain the health care and the work that they're doing on the patient would really hinder what they're all doing. And basically what I'm saying is that support builds on support. And so I'm asking you to not shut their project and all the goodness that they're doing in this community by not giving them a token of appreciation. They're just asking for the pharmaceutical aspect. They're still willing to build and to grow and to reach out. This is the most fantastic program I've ever seen in this community. And the example that they're setting to the residents is outstanding. The medicines do save lives, and they do prevent ER visits. And last, support builds on support. And I would ask you, if they know that the municipality is supporting them, maybe the state will step up. So I'm asking passionately that you support this program.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
You really caught my attention there, and I just want to make sure I heard you right. You're saying you feel that if just one emergency room visit is prevented by this project, the $25,000 that the Anchorage taxpayers are being asked to contribute would be saved. That would be the economic
potentially, and you can certainly see the bills. If you go just to the healthcare management, where I used to work in I was a business office, one bill, if a patient can get that very, very easily if they go into diabetic. So absolutely, I'm passionate about this program.
Thank you for sticking around.
Any more questions?
I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
We do have one more coming down. If you're going to testify about the budget, I'd encourage you to come down to sit closer to the front of the room so we know you're coming. Let us know your name.
My name is Jed Whitaker. I'll throw my 2 cents in, too. Typically, politicians in Alaska tend to focus on resource development. And a good example was a couple weeks ago when you all decided to give $75 million worth of indebtedness to build a dock for the Port of Anchorage, which is huge in scope, probably big enough to deal with the resource development extraction for the next 150 years. But really, the most important asset that Alaska has, and unfortunately not enough politicians talk about, is the human resource. We don't invest enough in the people. And I understand your question, Ms. Ostander, about can we make this work, the budget. $25,000 to invest in people compared to $75 million for a dock, which is huge in scope, is indicative kind of this bias towards natural resource extraction as opposed to developing the human capacities that the community has. So I would ask you to please give these people Project Access the money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see. Oh, you are coming down. Okay. I wasn't sure whether that was standing up or not.
Well,
please let us know your name.
I wasn't sure I was coming up. Paul, middle initial D, Kendall. And I tell you, I came in late here, and what I want to do is draw your attention to a couple of things, use this time. First, to congratulate the anointed and the duly ordained, I guess, the new members. And are we supposed to go out for coffee, or did I miss something here? I don't know. I hope that's not a statement, because I'm a man who engages statements with a fervor. So I just wanted to, I haven't reviewed the budget, but I'd like to call your attention. I sent you all 20 pages about energy. And some of you didn't get it, but I hope that you had a chance to look at it. And I'll be coming up under the audience to talk to you. And the other thing is that in the brief budget that I saw here quickly, I don't see anything on energy. And I just can't stress enough to you folks that without energy, you don't have anything. Everything that you do is foolish and folly and without true merit, without making sure that that foundation is established. And I am just truly staggered that it's not being addressed of a tremendous and large magnitude. And that's all I have to say, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on the budget? I don't see anyone, so the public hearing on all 4 budget items is now closed. And in terms of budget items, I would actually call on Ms. Gray-Jackson as the chair of the Budget Finance Committee in terms of how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't sure that we were ready to deal with the operating budget document, but here we go.
Well, I think we actually would be starting on item 14B.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
With that said, I move to approve AR 2008-63.
Second.
Need to push the first motion button on your screen.
Thank you.
And Mr. Gutierrez seconded, okay. If you want to speak to the motion.
I really wasn't prepared to speak to the motion on the school district budget,
Okay.
but thank you.
Does anybody wishes to speak on the school district budget? No one's in the queue. Please vote.
Yeah, right.
This is slow.
Is there, on behalf of Ms. Como, in connection with the school district, is there a belief we need to move for immediate reconsideration on this topic?
Move immediate reconsideration. Second. Urge a no vote.
All right. Any discussion? You need to push your button. Push the motion button, please.
One moment, please. Thank you.
I see no one in the queue on this. We'll start voting. No vote is urged. Kelvin, you need to vote. I think you want to vote no on reconsideration.
Thank you.
That vote.
Sorry about that.
There's a unanimous no vote on the motion for reconsideration. Item 14C.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve AO 2008-55.
Press first motion.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? I see no one in the queue. Please vote.
I move to immediate.
Wait. We get the votes up. Mr. Birch, Ms. Johnston, Mr. Coffey, your votes aren't. I would note, we'll note a unanimous vote on that unless for some reason it didn't record. Anyone want to make a motion for immediate reconsideration?
Immediate reconsideration, Mr. Chairman. Urge a no vote.
Wait. We're going too fast for the machines.
Second. Got it.
All right. Any discussion on the motion for reconsideration? And no vote is urged. All right. I would ask Mr. Birch's vote be reflected as a no vote, and that again the motion for reconsideration fails unanimously. That brings us to 14D, and I believe that an S version was distributed prior to the meeting. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to add to the agenda AR 2008-64S, and I move to approve.
Second. Is that a motion to substitute, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Gray Jackson, if you want to speak to the motion, and I would ask you to, in particular, to note
Thank you, Mr.
amendments from the original 64.
Right. I'm not sure if everybody has in front of them a memo from the administration, but I'll just go over this briefly. And I'd also like to say through the budget finance committee process, the committee met, and we had 3 of the new members there, and we had a briefing on April 23rd from the administration, and there was a process that was discussed to follow for amendments to be submitted for the body. We also had a work session after that where the administration did a full presentation of their first quarter budget amendments. And at that meeting, we also, at the end of the meeting, thank you, Mr. Chairman, you, on my behalf, outlined a process that the body would follow on behalf of the amendments. With that said, from that came several amendments. One amendment from Assemblymember Shellcraig and Assemblymember Gutierrez to add $25,000 for an East Side plan. Another amendment from both of them to add $50,000 for an industrial land plan. Another amendment from Mr. Clayman and Ms. Drummond to add $75,000 for a West Anchorage plan. Another amendment from Mr. Flynn and Ms. Drummond to reduce the funding for the police department budget for uniforms by 3 instead of funding for 20 positions and not uniforms, I'm sorry, for let me back up. For uniforms and other things necessary for new police officers, to reduce it for the funding for 20 positions to 17. And then there was one other amendment which we've had a lot of public testimony on. It was the $25,000 for Project Access. With those amendments submitted by the Assembly, we have a net total of $89,394.65. And at this point, if the administration would like to themselves address how this would be funded, I would give them the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to the Budget Committee Chair's request that we identify a potential funding source, we recommended slight diminution in the fund balance allocation. When we spoke with you at the work session, we had stated that we had proposed a budget with a fund balance allocation in the emergency designation category of 2.1%. As a result of the additional funding requests, that fund balance for emergency designation would go to 2.06%. So a measurable but small change in fund balance accommodates the approximately $100,000 of additional Assembly requests.
Ms. Osiander.
Mr. Chairman, I have 2 general points I'd like to discuss, and then I have 4 or 5 amendments. Would you like to deal with the general points first?
I would say if the general points don't relate to the specific amendments, make the general points and then start with the amendments.
All right. My first concern is about the fund balance. I would like to note that the fund balance policy, which I support, there's a summary of what was done with the various fund balances on the first page of this blue sheet that we got. And we are basically looking at taking money out of the area-wide fund balance of 1.6 mil.
Do you need a blue?
and a little bit out of maintenance and ops to buttress up the police fund balance, the fire fund balance, and what is of most concern to me, the Parks and Rec fund balance. Parks and Rec's fund balance is about $500,000 short of what it should be. As I know you're all aware now, if you weren't earlier, we are not all one parks area. Mr. Starr and I represent a district that is not served by Anchorage Parks, and our voters basically pay a separate mill levy for Chugiak Eagle River Parks, both a mill levy for operations and a capital levy. And so I have some real concern, basically, that this could certainly be interpreted as the fact that our voters are going to pay for parks twice, because we're paying in the area fund, we pay for our own parks, and monies from that is buttressing up Anchorage Parks, too. I don't know quite how to address that, except to draw it to your attention, and I think it's a serious problem. I would very much like to, in the future, though I don't know how to do it now, talk about some kind of wall or discretionary, I guess, a policy to say that if there is money coming out of area-wide, that it should be used to support other area-wide services rather than district services. That was my general comment, sir. That's my first one.
Okay, you have the floor.
Second one, police. Earlier today in this meeting, I talked about those unfunded positions. And we've spent a fair amount of time on the police budget, I less than a lot of people in this body, some months ago, trying to figure out how much it really costs to fund the additional officers, because we all supported the additional officers. We wanted the additional officers. My concern is, and I guess I need more information. We had the academy, which brought us, I guess, 11 new officers, and we're going to bring in some more in June, I understand. But we've had this problem of unfilled positions now ever since I've been in this office. There's been unfilled but funded police officer positions, and those are going to continue. Why aren't we looking at using these new officers to fill those positions that are already allocated? I guess that's my first. Is there somebody that could answer that?
Anyone in the administration can respond to Ms. Osiander's question.
Deputy Chief Plumbers, coming to the mic.
Thank you.
Evie, thank you. The question is why we don't use the new positions, or the new hires, to fill the old positions?
Yeah.
We are. I mean, the strategy is dynamic. I mean, it's a moving number in which we're making a growth of the department. To make a growth, we have to have the positions vacant to be able to hire in the future. When we get this next academy, we have 25 recruits that just are now in FTO. We have an additional 17 that are going to start next month. Once those 17 start, we're hiring again to replace the APES, which is an additional 6 to 8 that will be put onto the roster. Then we're going to plan for the academy that comes in the fall or into the winter, and we have to have those positions. With the projections that we have now, we will be at 398 to 399 when we hire in May. That leaves us 20 positions that are open that you're talking about. We plan to fill those 20 positions for the academy that's coming in the fall. Will there be some openings between now and then? Yes, there will be. Those are always moving numbers. Can we have 100%? No. I mean, we would like to, but the reality is we have 50 officers right now that can retire today, if they choose to. And they, luckily for us, they drop out at a certain series of numbers. But to have a future growth and to maintain the numbers that we have a constant hiring cycle. We can't go and hire somebody if we don't have the position. And if there was a mechanism in which the Assembly or the administration had in which we could come to you and say, we're hiring 20, we need those positions right now, and we could get those, I guess that would be something that could be worked out, but that's a government process that we don't have right now. We have to go on what positions are And if we have those positions, then we work to hire to fill them. And we're getting our numbers closer than we ever used to. We generally have a rate of 12 to 18 officers at any given time in a year that we can have vacancies on, depending on when they go. It's not always a full year. Sometimes we get it smaller, sometimes it's larger. It just depends on our rotation and the retirement rate.
I thought, and my memory is frequently wrong, is that we had about 23, 25 for the last several years.
Now, when I was looking at the numbers recently, what we've had is about 15, 14 over the last few weeks, months into this year. We've been really close in our numbers for the number of vacancies for this year.
Okay, so the report that we got earlier that showed 23 is an anomaly.
And you're talking about probably total positions.
Yeah. It was
Okay, I'm talking sworn compared to total positions of the department. There's two different. You're talking sworn or total positions. Yes, when you're talking total positions, it's a larger number. I was narrowing it down to sworn officers, which we were talking about with the 20 that we were budgeted for. I was talking just sworn positions. Okay. And when you're talking sworn positions, we were talking about anywhere from 12 to 15 in this year.
Okay, well, I have to admit that this conversation makes me sometimes feel like I'm going in school.
Me too.
I don't, that's not reassuring for you to say that. That's not reassuring at all. I guess the bottom line is, can you tell me that you honestly believe you are going to be able to fill all your allocated and funded positions this year?
No.
Okay. Why?
We can fill, if it was dynamic, what I'm talking about is, the question is, can we fill them? No, because the number is going to change. When I'm talking about today, if that number would stay steady, if we could keep what we have on the books right now until the end of the year, the answer would be yes. I feel that we could hire 20 more people, because that's all we need, basically, after we get this next academy started. If we could keep the numbers steady, where we didn't lose another officer, I believe, yes, we could hire 20 people by the end of the year to fill that position. But the problem is, we can probably get, if we can find the applicants, that's another thing. If we found the 20 applicants by that time, this time next year, we'll probably have 5 to 10 retirements. So then we'll have those openings, and so to reach that number, that's why I say no.
This conversation feels like we've had it before.
Because the numbers move.
Ms. Hostander, maybe I can answer it this way, too, and I don't want to add confusion. Usually when I interject, I get a lot of lights up, and so I'll try to be careful here.
The lights are already on, so don't worry.
Okay, good. So I already got a cushion there. Our goal is, at the end of the year, to have 20 net officers. That's our, every year try to grow. And why in April, and the way the Deputy Chief talked about it is, they can't go recruit unless they have authorized positions, which are only authorized through a funding mechanism. And that's why these 20 create that authorization, so they can go out and recruit. The goal for us is at the end of the year to have more than we had the year before. At that point is when the discussion occurs, do we then in 09, as we do every year, we look at, say, we only got 15 of the 20s. That means next year we might not be able to be asking for as much as we thought because we can't fill them. But in this early stage, the recruitment process is this kind of spring and summer period. We don't know until the end of the day, really toward fall, about who's retired, who's not retired. But our goal is to grow more. But they can't do it unless they have authorized, funded positions. And then we, at the end of the year, do a reconciliation of did we get there, did we not? And that's kind of how we deal with it. I wish it was simpler that tomorrow you can flip the switch and the deputy chief has 20 people working. Much different than hiring clerks that we can get a lot of applicants for and different kind of positions. So that's how we have to operate. I wish in some ways this quarter revision would happen in October, because then we'd have a good feel, but it's the only way they can operate.
Mr. Mayor, I've admittedly, I've only had like 4 or 5 rounds of budgets, but I'll tell you, it's every year there's these vacancies in the police, and I say, are you going to fill them? And, yeah, and then they're not. And my understanding is the last budget cycle we added additional money for additional officers. I remember the discussion. I remember doing it. And my understanding from this report I got, Mr. Coffey just showed me, he agreed, he saw it too, we've got the vacancies there, and we're adding the officers to fill the vacancies, but yet at the same time, we're going to increase the allocation. So the vacancies will continue. Is that wrong?
Part of it is that we hire them, but they don't always make it to the process. This last academy, we started with 32. Now we're down to 25. I mean, so we hired, if you start talking numbers on actual hires and take away vacancies, then you even get lower numbers, but just because we hire them doesn't mean we're going to keep them. And they don't always make it through the process. It's a very rigorous process. And it takes a long time because the academy goes for 6 months in training. So these numbers change constantly because even if we hire them, sometimes we lose them in the process.
I don't want to belabor it. I really don't. But I tell you that I personally would be more than happy to deal with third quarter, second quarter budget revisions. You come back to us, I'd be more than happy when you've got the bodies to fund them. But it's frustrating to add more money when I see the vacancies that we're already paying for. It's difficult.
And Ms. Hosander, if we set the mill rates at a different time of year, we could do that. The reason why we only bring you budget revisions normally at the first quarter is because that's the last chance we have to adjust the budget prior to setting mill rates. That's what drives the timing on this. Otherwise, I would agree with you, revisions later in the year would make more sense. We'd have more time under our belts, if you will, and we'd have more experience with the 08 budget. But because we set the mill rates now, this is our last chance to affect tax-supported services.
Are you done, Ms. Osiander?
On that point, I have several others, sir, but I'll wait.
There's 4 in the queue. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Just following up on that, I have 2 questions regarding to APD. I read the memo of 429. It says this to me. As of today, 25 April, 16 sworn vacancies. Now, is that funded?
Yeah.
Those are funded?
Yes.
Yes. They're all saying yes.
Chairman?
Through the chair, they're funded on one side.
What do you mean one side?
They're funded. They're positions that are authorized to be filled if we were fortunate enough to be able to fill all of the positions. But on the other side, what we do is we take that gross number as if all of the positions were full all of the year. The world was perfect, and then we reduce it for the vacancy factor. And one of the things that's kind of interesting is the police department's 20 vacancies is actually a very modest number for a department of that size. And if you take the 20, divide it by the 400 or 500 cops, the resulting vacancy almost perfectly matches the credit to the gross payroll. So it almost perfectly matches the vacancy factor. So in other words, if we had no vacancies today, they'd have a different problem. They'd be going into the year up on top of their budget, over budget.
So what you're telling me is even though there's 17 unfilled but funded positions,
right,
that we have to get more money for more positions so they can grow to fill the demands.
That is absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct.
And I wonder why people say I'm on the other side of the looking glass.
You would always expect that this department would have about 20 vacancies because it is a huge department.
All right.
No, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Second question, and I'm looking at this handout. I think it was the PowerPoint, and I'm looking at page 6. There's 2 elements here. There's the unreserved fund balance, which is the amount we have, I'm assuming, in both, because if the numbers add up, for the police that are in both categories, both the 8.5 bonded and the 2 to 2.5 emergency designation. Am I right about that?
Yes, it's a 2 to 3 emergency designation.
Okay. So for the police, for bonding, we're 170,000 short under the bond rating designation. The difference between 6.9 and 7.1.
That is correct.
Okay. On to the 2% designation, we must be at 0 or darn near it to get to the 2.14 million we need.
You're at 0.
At 0.
Correct.
What happened to all that money? From the fund balance?
Generally, you see this every year with the police department. If we had pulled this for 3 years ago, you'd see basically
Yeah, but
the
I'm
same
looking
figure.
at it tonight, so.
And what it is we set fairly aggressive revenue projections for the police department. In other words, we expect them to write a whole lot of tickets. And generally, what you see is that they manage their expenditures very well. And in fact, this year, they basically met their budget exactly. But it's the revenues that fall short. And so at the end of the year, with the police department in particular, what you see is that their fund balance is short because though they spent properly, their revenues are low.
Well, their overtime budget's at 30%, which means they'll run out sometime in September or October, but that's a different issue. So in other words, they've overestimated their revenues.
The administration has generally sets aggressive revenue projections. We set high goals.
But you're telling
me... It could be
me
noted that this year we've set a lower revenue goal for APD than last year.
All right. So to
In
get
part,
to Ms.
to try to
Osiander's,
correct us.
to get to Ms. Osiander's point, then for the bond rating, we're 130,000 short for the bond rating. And does that come from area-wide funds or does that come from service area funds?
I'll start, and Sharon and Wanda can back me up. It comes from the service area responsible for that service.
Okay.
In other words, some service areas, based on these numbers, start ahead of the game. In other words, they have a positive fund balance versus their target. Some start below the line vis-a-vis their target. That service area will be assessed they'll either get assessed a little bit less than what is needed to fund 2008 expenditures because they have a little bit extra starting out in their fund, or they'll be assessed a little bit more than they need to fund their 08 expenditures because they start a little bit behind. Yeah. No area-wide money is going to go into a different account. No service area money is going to go into a different account. Ms. Osiander's question about Anchorage Parks, you're right. It's a couple $100,000 light, and it's $500,000 below its target fund balance. As a result, this year, the Anchorage Parks and Rec service area will be assessed, in addition to the money needed to fund their 08 operations, will be assessed an extra $500,000 to get themselves up to their fund balance. Likewise, area-wide is 1.6 to the good at the year-end 07. So they will be under-assessed, if you will, vis-a-vis the amount of money needed to fund their operations in 08 by $1.6 million. So there's no cross-subsidization of service areas.
All right. Then I guess the final question is, if we've aggressively assumed we're going to raise more money than we do, and we've apparently done it for years, do we intend to stop it?
As Mr. Abbott mentioned, we've made progress. Several years ago, the delta was about $5 million, and we have made efforts every single year to shrink the revenue estimates down to a reasonable projection, and in 2008 we had an additional margin shrink.
So the answer is yes. We're going to get there. Now, here's my question. How do you know what revenue we're going to have from now until year end? And what impact that might have on the $1.975 million that we don't have that we should have?
The only thing I know for sure is that the estimate that's built into the budget for 2008 is wrong. I don't know why it's wrong. There are thousands of individual revenue accounts and hundreds of thousands of individual revenue transactions that make up our projection. And it's a relatively rigorous process that we go through on every significant revenue account to track it and to predict its behavior a year ahead of time. Okay. But it is a series of estimations.
All right.
And we've modified a few of them. You see at the top of the page on the attachment in the yellow handout, we've modified 4 of the revenue lines in here, some up, some down, based on what we now know versus what we knew 6 months ago. And that's primarily where you see the variation in fund balance at year end. We don't exceed our expenditure authority. That would be a violation of the law.
There's an occasion we'll underspend a budget, but most likely where we have the variation is a result of revenue fluctuations. That's where the variability shows up in our year-end fund balances.
Okay. Let me make sure, Mike, that I got this right. So we're basically going to assess for basically 1.9 million to bring the fund balance up to 2.06%. I'm just using round numbers, right?
1.3, I think. Am I reading that correctly?
Well, I'm reading, I was told we're short all of that 1.9.
For the fund balance policy, we're short 1.385 with the original budget or 1.3 with the amended budget.
All right. Well, so we're going to tax for that if we approve this tonight?
Yes.
And now, what happens if revenue comes in? There will be revenue of some kind. I mean, they will write at least one ticket, perhaps along the Glen Highway, you know.
Right. And we're predicting, and I don't have this number at my fingertips, but this budget assumes millions of dollars in APD revenues. I don't know what the exact number is. We could probably get it for you if you need it. But we can tell you what that expectation is. If we get more than that, and every other revenue number comes in on target, then next year the APD fund balance, assuming that they spend their whole expenditure, they'll be overfunded in their fund balance.
Understood. So it's because we didn't make the revenue that's short, not that they've depleted it through expenditures on something else already this year.
Correct. The fund balance policy has nothing to do with spending year-to-date in 08. This is all about how we ended 2007. So the fund balance adjustments are to address what happened on December 31.
Okay.
The only other point I'd make on this is that last year's budget, all revenue types in the general government area was a little over $400 million. That was the 07 grand total after revisions and all the rest of that. Little over $400 million. We basically missed the target on revenues by $1.1 million. That was how we ended the year. So we came in roughly 0.25% low. In previous years, we've come in $1 to $2 million high. Like I say, the only thing I know for sure is we're going to be wrong. I just don't know how yet.
Yeah, we all know that.
Right, yeah, I know. You're all comfortable
all right.
with that.
Let me, we're getting close, and I have one last question, and it's probably directed out front here. I'm looking at that April 29th report, and it's got a mobile data computer for $3,895 per officer and MCD software of $1,800 per officer. That's that $11,000 per officer cost to outfit the new officers?
Yes, sir.
Now, I thought these computers and the software were in the cars, and I was told that they're not getting new cars, they're going to get old cars. So why do we need to buy new software if it's already in the old cars and new hardware?
Well, the hardware, what you're talking about that comes in the cars is the mount. These are the computers themselves and the software that runs the program. No, I mean, what the computers are given to the officers. They're issued a computer, the officers are.
Yeah.
And then that officer, he takes it to whatever car he goes to, because he may have a fleet car, his own car, whatever.
So
but they're issued to the officers.
They're a piece of equipment to the officer.
Yes, like their handgun.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Abbott, I see you in the queue, but I believe you probably said all you need to say, and you'll probably get more chances. I'm taking you out of the queue. Dr. Selcraig.
Well, it's been a while since I got in the queue. I'll try to remember exactly what I put myself in the queue for. First, I kind of want to go over the vacancy factor and the police issue, because actually that seems pretty clear to me, but I want to make sure I get it. And that is that we budgeted for a fixed amount of money in the police department for a fixed amount of positions. And we at the same time recognized that there was going to be a vacancy factor, which we spent a great deal of time talking about, at which time we pulled out that vacancy factor in terms of the actual money that we allocated for that specific department. Is that correct?
That is absolutely
and
correct.
What's happened is in fact, that estimate was very precise, and it kind of fits in with the fact that we started with 32 cadets and we ended up with 25, right? Okay. Now, the hitch for me is that we're now requesting additional money in an overtime structure. And what worries me about the system at this point is that we've got a vacancy rate pulled out, and we assume that vacancy rate, when in fact, it gets back to what Ms. Osiander was talking about. It seems to me that there needs to be a greater push for positions. In other words, that that our total budget really didn't meet our needs. Does this make sense to you? Because we have this chronic overtime issue, which always means that we're understaffed. And we're always understaffed because we have this vacancy rate because we can't fill the positions. It seems to me that we can anticipate this extra need and more aggressively pursue filling those positions, which to me would mean, rather than accepting 32 people into the system in terms of new officers, we should probably accept, 40 on the anticipation that we're going to lose a substantial number of those.
My understanding is that the department is recruiting as aggressively as it can. It would be thrilled if it could fill all 20 vacancies. That's its objective, but it's a very difficult objective to meet.
So the core issue is our incapacity to attract and train. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I got it. And then I had a second point that was a long time ago, though. Let me see. I can't remember it. I pushed the button a good 15 minutes ago. Thanks.
All right. Mr. Birch is next. I would just note it's 10:15, and I know Ms. Osiander has 6 amendments, and I would encourage the body to try if possible to limit debate, because we're likely to have to go past 11. We can only go to midnight. If we don't finish tonight with these budget items, we'll be returning tomorrow afternoon. Let's go. So, Mr. Birch.
Yeah, question had come up earlier, and I appreciate the Assembly memo that we had from Deputy Chief of Administration Stephen Smith. And one of the questions that had come up during our work session was in response to a question from Mr. Starr and related to the APD training budget. Included in there is a staff salary per officer, 9 months of $33,000, total benefits per officer, 9 months of $28,000. The way it looks, it appears to me that the benefits are almost equal to the salary, which it's about 84%. Is that typical, and does that include? It just seems like an extraordinarily high ratio. Basically benefits roughly equaling salary.
I'd like to take the question through the chair. We discussed this issue during break, and I think the consensus we reached was that the PERS benefit really affects the ratio of benefit to salary. And one of the unusual things is the difference between the PERS costs for tiers 1 through 3 and tier 4. Tiers 1 through 3 have a much higher PERS rate when you take into account the fact that the state of Alaska PERS assistance is recorded as revenue but also recorded as expense. So even though the municipality's net cost is about 22% of covered payroll, the actual cost for the purpose of the calculation is a much higher cost, verging on a 40% of covered payroll rate. But when we look at new officers, one of the key questions is, are they already in the PERS system? In other words, are they tiers 1 through 3, or are they not yet vested in the PERS system, and will they come in at tier 4? If they come in at tier 4, the municipality's cost is the 22% rate, and so there's a huge margin, and it's based on something we can't predict, which is, will they have experience in Fairbanks and be moving down here vested in the PERS system, or are they young and are they coming into the workforce without any PERS vesting? Yeah. So the number that you see, in my opinion, includes the higher loaded PERS rate, of which we receive some state assistance that brings it down to 22%, but what you're looking at is the gross benefit cost.
If I might, through the chair, then the fact that on the resolution we're looking at this evening says the sum of $3,700,000 of excess fund balance is appropriated from the medical dental self-insurance to be refunded back to. So basically, what I'm trying to understand is if we're oversubscribing to the medical and dental self-insurance. Actually, we're pulling $3.7 million out of it to fund this resolution this evening.
Through the chair, that is a correct analysis of the source of revenue that funds this proposed budget amendment tonight. And when we determined that our fuel and fleet costs, as well as some police costs, were rising, one of the other things we are aware of was that when the municipality moved from an externally insured health insurance plan to a self-insured plan, beginning in the year 2000, the claims that we contributed to the self-insurance plan, which are a combination of employer and employee premiums, exceeded claims paid even after setting aside a savings account for prudent financial management practices. So we're proposing that that surplus be used to pay for this budget amendment.
Okay, so that, and the 84% benefit component does not include an inflated or an excessive self-insurance component.
The two are not related.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Osiander, are you on for amendments?
I can do that now, sir.
Let's go with the amendments. What I would ask, if possible, if you could actually articulate all 6 amendments at once, and then let's move them as a group, if that's possible.
I would strongly.
All right, take them one at a time. I'll follow your lead. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
First amendment. We're on the S version of 64.
Move to delete $17,502 for snow plowing business parking lots on Mountain View Drive.
Can you identify the page and line?
No.
All right. Well, we'll generally take.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Are we on 64S?
Yes.
64S, and she's moving to delete this amount, although she can't tell us where it is.
Yeah, well, that's the reason I asked, because I thought I'd
You're
start
definitely
looking.
on 64S.
Well, this came up in the work session. I asked for the figure. I got the figure. I was
17,200?
No, $17,502 was the cost I was given for snow plowing those 2 business parking lots on Mountain View Drive.
Okay. Is there a second? There's a second. Ms. Osiander, if you could push first motion, and then whoever's seconding, Mr. Birch. Okay, thank you.
These, I had objection to the city putting these lots in the first place. HLB basically acquired additional property to benefit the businesses who apparently lost some parking when Mountain View Drive was done. This is a benefit that I personally don't think was appropriately given for those businesses. Other businesses in town would like to have them too. Since we've done it, it's basically a fact now. At the very least, I'd like to see these transferred to the parking authority so that there can be some revenue coming in and a maintenance that comes from a more appropriate revenue source.
And again, in the interest of moving the process forward, Mr. Mayor has signed in to respond, and I would ask Mr. Mayor to respond specifically to the motion and to the motion to amend, and then see if we can vote after hearing the mayor's comment.
3 of 7 on the document under maintenance and ops. The total cost there was $38,710, and so I'm not deleting all of it, just a portion of it. And
Reducing 7, and that's line 25 on page 3.
Yeah, line 25, to do a variety of things. Page 3 of 7 on the S document.
This is the 17,502 on line 25 on page 3 of 7 of the spreadsheets that are turned sideways.
No. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I would ask budget, is it in line 25 or is it in line 26? It's in line 25. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, if you want to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We oppose this amendment. We're going to still be plowing those. We have an obligation. But let me put it in perspective. It's no different than the policy we have for downtown. You know, the downtown business community, we plow out all of it. We provide parking. We provide parking structures. We provide an enormous amount of facility on and by the community. In these older neighborhoods, Mountain View, Spenard, yes, we've had these discussions, Ms. Oceana. We disagree with your philosophical belief on this, and that is providing parking for small-owned businesses that when we come in with a road project or an improvement project, we believe part of the project's obligation is to ensure that these businesses have the ability to survive, and part of that is parking to go to their businesses. Both of these, we're going to have the same issue in Spenard. I can tell you that right now. There's not enough parking for the businesses today, and any improvement of any kind on that road will have an impact. Same thing with the one that we abandoned, which was Fireweed Lane. These are issues we're going to have to deal with in older neighborhoods to preserve the viability of small businesses. Mom and pop operations is to provide, to a small extent, some additional parking. Again, we do it downtown in the millions, but here's neighborhood town centers, in essence, that we provide small amounts of additional parking in order to ensure the viability of these small businesses. We think it's the right policy. We've been, again, we know, Ms. Oceana, we disagree on this philosophically, but we've moved forward. It is important. It is what comes from the community. This is what the community asked us for, and we recognized the way to make it work was to provide this type of parking. We're hearing the same thing in Spenard Road, and we're going to have to deal with it there. Or we're going to have several businesses that will not be as viable as they could be without the additional parking.
Thank you very much. I see no one in the queue. I'd ask you to vote on the proposed amendment. If you want to make the deletion, you vote yes. If you don't want to make the $17,502 deletion, you vote no. Please vote. Mr. Coffey. And that amendment fails 8-3. Ms. Osiander, your second amendment.
Page 3 of 7, it's line 28, Heritage Land Bank Real Estate Services. Move to delete $61,000 for a new position of Land Management Officer for Heritage Land Bank.
And go ahead and punch in first motion, Ms. Osiander.
I can't.
Hold on, they're clearing it.
Don't we have to go down to the amendment section, sir?
Well, this is where I get confused on the program. I'm just...
My understanding is we did, but I don't know.
Try hitting first motion again.
I cannot,
Oh, just wait. Now we need a second. Second. Mr. Birch clicked in first, so he's the second. All right, speak to your motion.
I'm going to continue to express my frustration with the direction Heritage Land Bank is taking. I'm not going to try to attack all the money here for HLB. We are going to use some HLB money to tear down a dry cleaners and another business on Tudor and Lake Otis. I can live with that. We basically moved that way. But Heritage Land Bank money is doing significant development in Girdwood and Mountain View, and I don't think it's necessary. I'd like to pull its reins in a little bit.
Okay.
We made the development authority for that purpose.
All right, administration, I'll give you a chance to have one person speak in opposition to this amendment.
Thank you. I speak with many different voices, but I will do it with one. That's where I can lean on a few people there. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Osiander, again, we oppose this amendment to delete. We have two positions that manage all the land from Eklutna to Girdwood. Girdwood with thousands, just the discussion we had earlier tonight about the needs and the activity down there in Heritage Land Bank. It consumes an enormous amount of time of our folks. I would ask that you keep this in. We've offered to do a work session on the parameters of how you believe HLB should operate, but I do believe as we work through many projects, and we're working with the school district every day on issues of land acquisition for them, or Girdwood and some of their issues, or just a variety of issues every single day in two positions to manage 8,000 acres. It's just not, I think, responsible. That's why we've asked for this again, because we think we need the staffing to manage this significant amount of resource that the city has.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will now ask us to vote on this proposed amendment. If you are in support of cutting this from the budget, the vote is yes. If you do not want to support the cut, please vote no. Ms. Osiander, I think, is the only one. Okay, they're all registered. That amendment fails by a vote of 6 to 5. Next amendment, Ms. Osiander.
Now, I may need some help on this one. I wanted to move to delete the funding source reference to police overtime for the $100,000 for the public inebriate program. And the public inebriate program is mentioned on page 2 of 7, line number 23. And so it's just the funding source I have a problem with.
Give some guidance from the administration on the proper place to make that proposed amendment.
23. Oh, yeah.
Well, we don't want to help you because we don't support it. So, fend for yourself.
Property.
No.
Well, you know, this is one of those things.
If you make the amendment generally, we'll figure out where it falls. I mean, if you make the amendment, we'll figure out where it falls. We know it's in the police department budget, which is unit budget number, Wanda, what's 151. That's what you would do. Just make the motion for a $100,000 reduction to 151. That accomplishes the goal that you're trying to achieve.
Well, no, it
Wanda?
doesn't, does it?
Do you want to keep the program, but you want to have it come from a different source?
I don't object to the program.
Well, how do we
per
pay
se.
for it?
I would. Can it just come from property tax, Mr. Mayor?
Well, that is.
But I don't want it from the police overtime budget.
Well,
If you're directing me to come from police, then is it going to come from?
Yeah, it's a service area, police is, so it has to come out of the police service area. So the way that works is, we are saying we're going to expend it for overtime, but it comes out of the police service area tax authority. So if you want it to come from somewhere else, you can't. It has to come out of there. So if your issue is you don't want to use overtime, I don't know if I'm assuming that's where you're going.
That's my bottom line, yeah.
Then we'll tell you we can't provide that service.
All right, so your recommendation is if I don't do overtime, then just move to delete it. Is that what I'm hearing you say, Mr. Mayor?
No, I would say don't touch anything in the budget. But
That's what you're saying.
that's what you're saying.
No, I'm trying to come to
Yeah,
a
I mean, if
meeting.
you reduce $100,000 out of the police budget, 151, then that means we have $100,000 less to expend. More than likely, this is the program we won't be expending in.
All right, move to delete $100,000 for the public inebriates.
So we're taking it out of the police department funding. That's the motion.
He told me it couldn't be done. He
All right.
told me that it had to come out of police overtime.
All right, and so you're still making the
police
motion.
budget.
No, I'm just making the motion to delete the 100,000.
Okay. Is there, push the button for first. We're doing page 2, line 20, line 2, page, line 23.
23.
100,000. Ms. Osiander, if you can push first motion.
Thank you, sir.
And
Second.
Mr. Birch is seconded. He's faster than you can talk.
Yep.
And I think we've had the debate.
No, I want to.
No, Mr. Coffey, you have
Thank
a
you.
turn.
Very briefly. I
Yes,
just had a
brief.
sidebar with Mr. Abbott. He said, this is the only way we think we can do it this year. If we do it next year, you should beat something out of us.
Yep.
And I think that's the way we ought to go. Look, we don't want all the visitors to come here, and we've got the public drunks all over Fourth Avenue. I don't like the idea of spending money this way, but it's, quote, extra work, so I'd rather have them dealt with than not dealt with, but please, let's figure out another way next year. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, very quickly.
I do want to respond. Mr. Coffey, here's exactly how we want to do it next year, and the ADP will echo this, and that is, within our budget presentation we made in the last year's budget is we're going to bring through a cadet program. A cadet program is a lower-cost employee, actually the cheapest employee. The goal is to then work with the partnership to move their dollars they use currently for ambassador security and put it into the cadet program and get this on an ongoing basis. This is to get the bridge over this summer so we can work on the plan for next year and permanent.
That's okay. Mr. Flynn, we want to get this debate over with, so move it along.
The second time in 2 weeks. Amen, Mr. Coffey.
All right, I see no one else in the queue. Please vote on this proposed amendment. A vote for yes takes $100,000 out of the police budget. A vote no keeps it in. That fails 9-2.
Debbie didn't vote for it.
Coffee?
No, vote no. If you want the cut, you vote yes. If you don't want the cut, you...
He convinced me, and then he...
We'll reflect Mr. Coffey. We'll note that Mr. Coffey pushed the wrong button. Mr. Coffey be reflected as a no vote, and that it fails 10-2. Ms. Osienda, your next proposed amendment.
I try to listen to my
10 to 1.
colleagues and respect
Then there's no
them.
10 to 2, unless you allowed me to vote.
Move to delete $100,000 to the planning department.
Which line, please?
And these are, I got to find them. Page
4 of 7, line
4 of
36,
7.
37, and 38, right?
Thank you. Yes. Line
36, 37, 38.
36, 37, and 38.
What is it for?
Okay, there's a motion to delete, and push first, please. Please push, and now a second. Ms. Johnston is second on
I
that.
could speak to it, sir?
Yes, please.
I am more familiar with the planning department than I am with any other department in the city. They are hardworking, overworked people. I absolutely want to tell you that we've got some super people in that department who are just drowning. A lot of the delay in Title 21 is because of their workload. I'm going to read you their current workload. Title 21 rewrite, and that includes not only the Assembly Committee, but the user guide. They're still meeting with community groups. They have a whole bunch of sections that need additional work. Additionally, they've got a separate chapter of Chugiak Eagle River that's in draft form that's coming to them, and there's no staff resources to deal with it. They have to completely redo the Bull land use plan. Our downtown plan was adopted, but it required us to do a seismic risk study, and we have to yet prepare the downtown regs for Title 21. There's nothing there. It's just a blank space in Title 21. Same thing with Midtown. We haven't even adopted the Midtown plan. We have yet to come up with the Midtown regulations. Hillside District Plan, we all agreed was top priority. I do support the additional money for that because that's a project that's already in play and needs to be completed. There has been some additional work, some beginning work on the West Anchorage District Plan, but that is yet to be completed even initially, the initial scoping work. Eagle River CBD Overlay District is in play with them. The Tourniquet Arm Area Plan is in play. The Girdwood Area Plan, the 10-year update is due, and we've got a Fairview plan coming to us very, very soon. I really do support area plans. I talked about this in budget last time, but we need to finish Title 21 first. It kills me to cut money from the planning department, but this additional workload is not realistic.
Okay. Dr. Selcraig, you're in. I'm going to give you, unless I'll let you go and try to make it fast, because I think the administration is going to want to comment, and we want to move it along.
Well, actually, these numbers were reduced from the original request in light of the issues that are going on in the planning department. The $25,000 is designed to actually hire somebody to scope these two projects, and it's been done in agreement with the planning department. The other thing is that the planning department has talked to me about the weight of just our Thursday meeting takes a lot of time. So the fact is that I agree, but we take a lot of time. We layer on once a week a morning of almost 3 staff people. So we're demanding in our needs. I think what this really talks about is the fact that we have expected a lot out of a static number of people, and probably if we want to really address the things we need to do in terms of planning, we probably need to talk about adding some people in our next budget conversation. The reason these plans are important is because if you talk to Tom Nelson, the fact is that in Title 21 we have not dealt with some critical issues that he sees are going to be dealt with in these two plans, and one of them has to do with high-density housing and really addressing some changes in Title 21 that he knows needs to be done that aren't reflected currently in Title 21, and he imagines them being done as part of these district plans, that we're going to take on some of those high-density issues and some of those code changes that need to go on there. So the fact is that new housing projects are getting built constantly. I live in an area that is rapidly being developed with a pretty poor strategy of development, and we actually have to have those revisions. And I've been told by the planning department the most effective way to address the high-density issues is through a district plan. What we've basically done is slow down the process. We're going to scope it, come back in the fall, and fund whatever we identify, or we'll bring to you whatever is identified in that scoping process as needed. And the planning department's indicated they're comfortable. Did you talk to the second, are you going to talk to the 50,000? Okay, I want to wait on that.
No, it's,
I
you
can
can
also
speak to that, but the administration may want it.
I can also speak to that, and that, again, is being slowed down. We recognize that we want to work with Anchorage Economic Development Corporation. We've talked to the planning department. This gives us enough money to get started on it at a pace that will work for them, and that the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation has agreed to do their best to include the balance of what's needed in their budget process next year. So both of these initiatives, the district plans and the industrial plans, have slowed down in coordination with the planning department's needs.
All right, thank you very much. I would just note my understanding is that the 50,000 for industrial development would go to AEDC in the hope that AEDC would match that and do the assessment so it wouldn't involve planning staff time. Mr. Coffey, quickly. Microphone.
Ms. Osiander, on the 225,000, I think it's a distraction to the staff, and we see them. Sheila sees them, I see them, Debbie sees them. We're there with all that load they've got. The 50 grand, if the plan is to get it right to AEDC and have them do it and then incorporate it in their next year's budget and get the process underway, if we don't handle this industrial land business, it's a problem. Therefore, I would move to bifurcate the amendment to take up the 225s and the 50 and separately.
That's fine. I will. Is there a second for bifurcation? Is there a second to the motion to bifurcate?
Second.
All right. Thank you. We will bifurcate. First, we're going to take up the industrial zone land, which is line 37 on page 4 of 7, and the motion is to delete the 50,000. So we'll call the vote on line 37, the 50,000.
And if we're against deleting it, we push no.
Dan, if you can push first motion for bifurcation, please.
Thank you.
And who seconded? Now we're going to vote on no.
Could we speak to the motion?
To bifurcation?
I haven't.
Any opposition to bifurcation? Yes, whether to bifurcate, not on the merits of the cut, but rest on bifurcation.
Will I have an opportunity to speak on the merits of the cut, sir?
I thought you already had.
No. Not since it was bifurcated.
All right. The current motion is to bifurcate. I will give you an opportunity to speak to the merits after bifurcation. Is there any opposition to bifurcation? I see no opposition to bifurcation. We're going to take up the 50,000 first as to the industrial land assessment. Ms. Osiander wants to be heard. Go ahead.
We heard specifically that they have not, AEDC has not had the opportunity to talk about this, and they hadn't got their budget ready. It's premature to figure out that we're going to just give them $50,000 when they even have had a chance to come back to us with any kind of indication that they're even willing to do the study, let alone any kind of cost estimate for doing the study.
Okay. Dr. Selkirk, you did speak to this already.
I believe Mr. Pop's in the audience from Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, and he may be able to speak to it.
Mr. Pop, do you have a question for Mr. Pop then?
Yes.
What's your question?
I would like him to come down to the microphone.
I know, well, you can ask the question while he walks down. We're trying to move along.
You know, give me a break here. Mr. Pop, if AEDC were to receive this money, could you initiate could you scope the plan and initiate the RFP and begin the process in the context of the things that we've talked about?
Through the chair, Ms. Selkirk, what we would want to do is have a good, solid discussion with the planning department and the administration in conjunction with the assembly to clearly understand what the intention is of the $50,000, to get this ball rolling. Then we would go to a scoping process, get an RFP that's agreeable to the municipality, and get it out on the street.
Right. I appreciate that. Actually, my initial intent, excuse me, Mr. Coffey? When what? The initial intent here was to give it to the planning department to do the scoping, and that they were going to hire somebody to put that together, and that Anchorage Economic Development Corporation was going to be a partner in it after they had done their budget revision or their new budget next year. I really believe that what the administration is proposing will work. I think that if you're unable to spend that money, you'll probably give it back to us, and we'll use the planning department as the lead.
Through the chair, I believe probably the smartest thing to do from our perspective would be to make sure that we're ready to engage in a process that expends the funds before we actually accepted them. We'd want to have a good, solid dialogue and have a grant agreement in place so that we could get those funds appropriately spent with the intention of the Assembly and the administration met.
Ms. Selkirk, if I can...
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, let me add, because the part of this equation is from the administration, and we're going to be ready as soon as the Assembly if they make an allocation, we will work aggressively with AEDC over the next 30, 45 days to come to an agreement of how the RFP would go out and give them the time to do it, because we are ready for this.
Thanks.
All right, I don't see anyone else in the queue. Please vote on this proposed amendment. The proposed amendment is to delete $50,000 from line 27. So if you want to delete the $50,000, vote yes. If you want to keep the $50,000 in the budget, vote no. Please vote. And that amendment fails by a vote of 8-3. Ms. Osiander, any more amendments? Oh, right. I apologize. Thank you for the reminder. The next is the 50,000, which is lines 36 and 38. That's not bifurcated. 56 and 38 is a total of 50,000, 25 on each line. And I think that's been well discussed, so we're going to vote on that. And a vote yes will delete that 50,000 in both lines, and a vote no will keep it in the budget. Okay.
Second. Or first?
So wait, we need
I move it.
Hold on.
Wait, I'm not moving to bifurcate. And I'm not moving to vote to take it up. I thought that Debbie already moved this and seconded it. This was moved and seconded by Debbie.
All right.
I thought you
And now,
Debbie, didn't
so
you move this? Which one? No, but bifurcate, you have two motions.
there's two motions.
I'm fine. Does she want to move it?
The motion already exists, but for purposes of the computer, we may need to do it again.
That's what I don't think it's You've gotten very relaxed. You are amenable.
We voted to bifurcate. But we have to vote on the 50,000. So what do we need?
She'll do you a new motion if you want her to.
Well, that's what we'd like, but for some reason the computer isn't at that stage. No, we're going to get there. Go ahead and push first motion. Yeah, it can't. Can you go back on the vote?
Record it.
Who's seconding it, Debbie? Johnston. Okay. Now voting is in progress on the 50,000. If you want to make the cut, vote yes. If you don't want to make the cut, vote no.
It voted for me.
Now, make sure that when you look at the board and make sure that the board is consistent with how you voted.
I'm just curious. It voted for me.
That vote fails by a vote of 6-5. Okay, any other amendments, Ms. Osiander?
One more. And this one, Mr. Starr and I were working on together, and I don't know if he's prepared it or if I should go ahead. This
Why
is
don't you
about
go ahead?
Eagle River street lighting, Mr. Starr.
Was your proposal to lower the mill rate, Debbie, or what would you
Well, I
try
was
to do?
going to make a motion to move $35,000 from their fund balance.
It's line 120, or Fund 129, if you're trying to do it. It's line 63 on page 6.
Mine shows Eagle River street lighting funds for utilities, no change.
What,
There's line 63 on line
can I
page 6.
clarify, sir? Or maybe
Absolutely.
Starr-
Mr. Starr?
Basically, we are going to see an increased mill rate in the next memo, and if there's a significant fund balance in this account. So if we move money from the fund balance to the operating, we don't have to increase the mill.
Mr. Chairman, do we have a motion and a second on the floor?
Well,
They're trying to figure out what the motion is. I'm giving them a little time to figure out what the
my
motion
motion was to
clarify.
apply $35,000 of the Eagle River Street Lighting Service Area Fund Balance to support increased costs and reduce the mill levy requirement. That was my motion.
And is there a second? Go ahead and push first motion, Debbie.
Yeah, there's a second on that.
Who's the second? Starr, okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't have time to talk, Bill.
I understand, Debbie, and that's actually, it's not as it would seem to the body here in that it's basically a rearrangement of money. From what our perspective is there's more money in the fund than they need, and we don't need to increase our taxes from the mill rate currently, which is set at 0.25. We're taking the mill rate up to 0.27, and we want to make sure that the funds get rebalanced. So we want to lower our mill rate back down to 0.25 and transfer the funds to do that.
So the project would still go forward. It just changes the source of
It
funds.
really isn't a project necessarily. It's a maintenance fund on the streetlights throughout the year,
Okay.
and there's much more money in there than they would ever need. We did this again last year, and it's just sort of an oversight to correct down so that we don't increase the taxes to collect money we'll never use.
Okay. Administration, does the administration have a position on this?
Mr. Chairman, the representatives are correct that the fund balance does have more than they need, and if this is their desire, it's their decision, because as you know, they will have to answer to the road board and the folks out there.
So the administration has no opposition to this amendment? All right. Any more discussion of this proposed amendment? And I think everybody understands where this is going to come from. So no other discussion. We'll start voting on this. If you are in favor of this amendment of where the money comes from, vote yes. If you're opposed, vote no. Drummond Oceana, please vote.
I'm sorry. My compatriot here is.
Drummond. That amendment passes unanimously. Where we are, it's getting close to 11. The administration has advised that we need to get through item 14J in terms of bonds that have already passed. What I would ask is a motion to extend, and my plan would be to get through 14J and stop at that point. So I don't think we'll go far past 11.
Mr. Chairman, there is a very, very, very straightforward zoning item at the very end of the agenda.
14M.
The folks in this church are going to be kicked out of their property on the 1st of June because of the Glen Highway project.
I'll add M. I recognize. I'll add M to the list. I'll get the 14J, and then we'll go down to M and finish it tonight. Yes, Mr. Starr.
I have an amendment back on the previous item. If we already advanced?
We're not. You can still make the amendments, but I want to take up the motion to extend now so we don't get too close to the 11 o'clock hour.
One, I appreciate that. I can second the motion to extend if you didn't know.
It has been moved and seconded to extend. Any further discussion on extension? We need 8 votes to extend. Mr. Starr, you're in the queue for the amendment, but not for the extension?
Oh, yes, exactly.
Is there any, I'll ask, the clerk is saying, any objection to extension?
Just for those 2 items, right?
Well, through J plus M. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I hear no objection. Okay, Mr. Starr, you have an amendment to 64S. Go ahead with your amendment.
That's
first motion. So what? Well, that was the motion to extend. Then we didn't actually vote. All right. All right, go ahead and make your motion, and we'll get a second.
Sure, it's on page 6 of 7, line 73. It's to delete the capital mill rate increase of $76,480,000 to our Parks and Rec capital mill rate.
Second.
And this one, if I can speak to that motion.
Which line again?
It's on line 73.
Okay.
Page 6 of 7. A little history on our mill rate taxation rate. We're fully empowered to tax at a full mill rate out there. They're split into two categories. The first category is represented on line 72, which is the operating portion of our Parks and Rec Department. Line 73 is the capital improvements section of our mill rate, and they're both divided into a half mill rate. The logic on 72 to adjust the operating budget, and I'm not messing with that one, I think the request is fully vetted through the Parks and Rec Board that we have in Eagle River. In speaking to 73 and the reduction in the mill rate request is that the request to increase to the full mill rate isn't supported by any capital improvement projects and has not been vetted by the Parks and Rec Board in my area. So to pull it back down, it would actually change the mill rate from a full taxation rate down to 0.47 in that capacity. It reduces the amount of money that they have, but they're amply funded based on the budget that we fleshed out over in the end of December. So I would urge approval from that. Basically, the respect for the service area structure is to allow the boards of supervisors to weigh in and approve, in this particular case, the 73 line, adjusting it to 76,000 increase. Hasn't been vetted, and I think it's just a situation of overtaxation without a project.
So it, just to clarify, does that totally deletes the 76,480, or it reduces it to a lesser amount?
No, it takes the 76,480 away, and there's a corresponding mill rate adjustment. It lowers the tax rate.
All right. And question, just to keep moving along, can the administration give us their position on it?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask John Rada to come forward if he could. You got a response, John? And again, this is line 73, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, we have no objections to the reduction. You and I have corresponded regarding the situation. We fully anticipate, based on the existing capital improvement project list and the current funding available, which has not been appropriated, that we'll be just fine.
I concur with that, Mr. Rod. I appreciate that. I was able to speak to several members of the board. The president of the board was here tonight. I didn't touch base with him, but I'm confident in your project scope. I don't want to pontificate on the maintenance.
We're good with
side
it.
of it, but we're going for it. So,
Mayor, good with it, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Mayor, I'm taking you out of the queue, Ms. Osiander. Okay. I see no one else in the queue, and voting on this amendment. Start voting. Yes means you make the deletion. No means you don't. That passes unanimously. Any other proposed amendments to the S version of the budget? I see none. So now the motion is for approval of the 2008-64S as amended.
So moved.
I think it was already before us.
All right.
Do we need another motion? Right. It's already been moved and
right.
seconded. So now we're voting on the budget, the S version of the budget as amended. Osiander and coffee.
No opportunity to discuss it. Now we're just going to vote.
We're voting. When I pushed start voting, there was no one in the queue. Do you want to speak before you vote, Mr. Coffey?
Just play your game, Mr. Just play your game.
All right, that matter passes unanimously.
Mr.
Yes. Mike?
I'm sorry. I would like to introduce and move.
Actually, I think that you should move for immediate reconsideration.
Good idea, good idea. I'd like to move for immediate reconsideration of AO 2008-64S. I urge a no vote.
Mr. Gutierrez was ahead of you. Mr. Gutierrez is seconded. Mr. Coffey, you wanted to speak to the last. I know you'll vote no on reconsideration, but I will give you a chance to speak because I know you wanted to, and I don't want to cut off you. What's that?
Time's passed, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Is there any objection? No, actually, it's a no vote. Is anybody in favor of reconsideration? If you're in favor, say so. We have to. She can do it. Okay. That brings us now to item 14. The motion for reconsideration fails unanimously. That brings us to item 14E. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to introduce and move to approve AO 2008-56S to set the mill levy.
Is there a second? Mr. Gutierrez is, oh, no. Is there a second? Ms. Drummond. All right. Yes.
Item that the budget department will have to figure out, which is what the mill levy will be for Eagle River Parks. So if I could suggest that we do something first and then do this one, so should they have time?
We have it already, Ms. Osiander.
Oh, never mind.
Do you want us to give you that amendment now, Wanda?
Yes, please.
Are you ready?
Please.
Go ahead.
Tell us the section and the page.
Section 22 on
Page 2.
Page 2 of 3 would change Eagle River Street Light Service Area Fund 129. The tax would be .24 mils.
So moved.
Second.
Page 3 of 3, Section 35, Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Rec Service Area Fund 162. The tax would be 1.08 mils.
Second.
Any other amendments, Ms. Osiander? All right. And we're going to move those collectively. We're not going to do them one at a time. These are two amendments that have just been noted. One is Section 22 that reduces the mill rate to .24. The other is Section 35 reduces the mill rate to 1.08. Ms. Osiander, that was actually not for further. Okay, you're. There was Star amended. Star second. I apologize. Okay. So, all in. No one else is in the queue. So, as to this amendment. Section 22 to .24 and Section 35 to .1.08.
Thank you.
Correct.
All right. Ready to start, Madam Clerk, we ready to start voting? All right. This is voting on that amendment. Yes makes the amendment. No doesn't. I note these correspond with. Mr. Coffey, Ms. Johnston, Mr. Birch. That matter passes unanimously. Any other amendments to 56S? I see none. No one's in the queue. All right. Now the motion is to approve 56S as amended. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, while everyone's voting, I just want to thank the staff who worked very hard to put these items together and get them prepared for you all, and also for the Assembly.
Mr. Flynn.
He walked behind me. I don't know where he is.
If you'd like to tell me how to vote, sir, I can vote for you. Well,
Yes, he wants to tell you. But I just want to thank the staff and also the Assembly members who participated in helping us understand the concerns you had and craft an S version that met your needs. So I want to thank you and thank the new Assembly members for catching up very quickly on the budget as it was presented to you within a very short time. So thank you very much.
All right. Now that brings us to to matter 14F, Resolution AR 2008-65, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $44,800,000 of general obligation bond proceeds to the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come down. Seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion as to 14F? No one's in the queue. Please vote. That matter passes unanimously. That brings us to item 14G.
Mr. Chairman, recommend you combine hearings on G, H, I, and J.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Debbie, push your button, please.
Debbie.
All right. Moved by Ms. Osander, seconded by Ms. Selcraig. Any opposition to combining the public hearings on G, H, I, and J? See no opposition. Those matters are combined. First is item 14G, Resolution AR 2008-66, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $6,900,000. Thank you. Item 14H, Resolution AR 2008-67, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,038,000. Thank you very much. 14I, Resolution AR 2008-68, resolution appropriating $3,622,000. Thank you. Item 14J, Resolution 2008-69, appropriation of $2 million, which is the pools, I believe. And the public hearing on these four items is now open. Anyone wishing to come and be heard that didn't vote on April 1st, please come down. Seeing no one,
move to approve.
The public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body as to 14G, AR 2008-66?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Ms. Drummond, any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Starr.
I had a question for administration. Is 14G the allocation for the libraries that's going to affect the Eagle River Town Center?
Yes, sir.
Have we had an allocation amount yet based on the bond proceeds and the study of the administration on how we were going to allocate those earnings?
No.
Or those revenues, I should say?
No. It's somewhat dependent on the needs of the project, the needs of the other library projects, and the outcome of the governor's decisions on the state capital grants.
When do you think we'll know, or is it sort of dependent on all the above that you just said?
All the above. But we feel very confident there's no disruption in the sense of what we agreed on tonight with the Valley River Center.
But we're going to get some of it, is what I heard the commitment earlier and promises we made to our area and that kind of thing.
I believe that's correct, Mr. Starr. I think the difference is between $100,000 on the low end and $300,000 or $400,000 on the high end.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote. This is 14G. That passes unanimously. As to item AR 2008-67, what's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Seconded by Jennifer Johnston. Any discussion? I see no one in the queue. Please vote on 14H. That matter passes unanimously. As to AR 2008-68, what's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Seconded by Ms. Johnston. Mr. Starr.
Probably the administration. I don't see anybody from the fire department here. When this one was spoke about generally, we had a changeover in the breathing packs requirements, and Chugiak had some mention made of that, and I was hoping to get some clarification tonight so I can report back to my community on what we're going to expect from this bonding authority here on what we can buy.
This will change out the air pack system for all of the constituents in the Anchorage Fire and Anchorage EMS service areas, whether it be volunteer or professional fire departments. So this funding should, as I understand it, I believe, I'm more confident as I'm talking here. This should cover the costs of equipping all responders, Girdwood, Chugiak, Southforth, et cetera.
We'll put that on the record. Thank you.
That's different than we were told a month ago.
All right. No one else in the queue. Please vote on
ambulances, but not quite.
14I.
You said all. I thought I did.
That matter passes unanimously. Brings us to 14J, the $2,000 pool bond. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Push the button.
Oh, Patrick's done it.
All right,
We have to
Mr.
say-
Flynn has moved and Ms. Johnston has seconded. Ms. Johnston, go ahead.
Yes, this is to the administration. This bond is dependent upon the funding coming from the state, right? And the language in the bond?
The language in the bond requires a state contribution. It does not specify the amount of the state contribution, although it is our intent not to advance these projects with less than a 1-to-1 match. So if the governor were to veto some of the $2 million that is currently appropriated, we would come back to you and propose a like reduction in the bond spending.
I was curious because in what we're passing here makes no mention to this tonight.
I have no problem if you want to add language in the section, the appropriate section of the ordinance, or the resolution. I'm sorry, that conditions this on some level of match. It's in the bond. We wouldn't be allowed to sell the bonds without a state match in hand because of the language in the ballot. But if you want to reflect that in the...
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure.
So if the governor vetoes, then she's vetoing all the votes of Anchorage, and we can't borrow the money under the terms of the bond.
That's correct.
Okay.
We can wait. We could get match in a subsequent year. We don't have to get it this year. The bond isn't specific to selling it this year, and that would be our intent, would be to try again. But that's correct. We could not sell the bonds until we have a state match. And I think it's the commitment of the administration that we wouldn't move forward even if we could.
Ms. Johnson, do you think that requires an amendment in light of that?
Not if it's in the bond.
Okay. I see no one else in the queue as to the pool bond, so please vote. That matter passes unanimously. The last item that we will take up tonight is item 14M, Ordinance AO 2008-63, an ordinance amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning of approximately 4.8 acres from R-7SL with special limitations to R-7SL with special limitations for BLM lots 74, 75, and 137. Thank you very much. The public hearing on this matter is now open. If you would like to be heard, good evening and welcome. Thank you for waiting patiently.
My name is Dan Bowles. I'm representing the Eagle River Congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses bringing forth this rezone. We want to thank you for your diligence and your staying so late and hearing us. This rezone has been supported by the community through the Community Council, through the Community Planning Department, and through the Planning and Zoning Commission. We would urge you to give a positive vote on this. We do have a little more urgency than was stated. We just learned from the state that the congregation has to be out in 20 days. So we'd like a positive vote, and I entertain any questions.
Any questions? I see no one in the queue. Thank you for coming down. Anyone else wishing to testify? I see no one else. The public hearing on this matter is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Yeah.
Second.
And any discussion, Mr. Starr?
No, just thank you, Ms. Osiander, for dealing with this community issue. It's, the old Glen upgrades encroaching on quite a few properties of traditional use. This one, with their ability to use other property that they own, this was a great solution, and you should be commended for that response. So, taking that liberty, I urge approval.
Ms. Osiander.
This is a very small change. Basically, the special limitation was to say only houses can be there, and this allows houses and churches, which is in line with residential zoning every place else in town. Basically, they're going to lose their church and they've got no place to go except this property. It's just down the road, and there's other churches nearby. It's fine. Urge support.
Thank you very much. No one else is in the queue, so we'll vote on this. That matter passes unanimously. The administration has asked, and so I would ask permission of the body to take up item 14K, which is an item we intend to postpone indefinitely, and I know this is one more item than I'd originally announced. Any opposition from the body to taking up?
Sir, you have to open the public hearing.
I will, but I have to. I need permission of the body to take up the matter before I can open the public hearing.
Right.
And I see no objection to the body, so we're on 14K, the public hearing on Ordinance AO 2008-47, an ordinance amending Municipal Code Section 3.30. Thank you very much. The public hearing on this matter is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come down. Seeing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Mr. Chairman, I've moved to table this matter indefinitely.
Second.
It's postpone as opposed to table. We'll take that as a motion to postpone indefinitely. It's been seconded by Mr. Gutierrez. I would ask whether there's any opposition to postponing this indefinitely. Seeing none, we are adjourned.
Mr. Chairman, are you taking audience participation?